You ready, Helen? Okay, let's go. Order, order. Question to the Secretary of State for Justice. I call Minister Alex Short to answer the substantive question 1 from Paul Blomfield. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognise and share public concern over abuses of new technology to harm victims, and we're taking action. Today, new provisions on threatening to share private sexual images come into force, and we're going further. We've asked the Law Commission to review the law on image abuse to ensure victims are properly protected. The Commission will publish recommendations in spring next year, and we will consider them very carefully.
Let's go to Paul Blomfield. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Helen Mort, had the appalling experience of finding out that someone unknown to her had taken ordinary images from her social media and superimposed them onto violent and extreme pornography. These were not intimate images, but they were used to create deep fakes. When she went to the police, she was told that there was no crime to investigate, as the original images were not private. The Law Commission's review, to which the Minister refers, proposes extending the criminalisation of sharing intimate images to include deep fakes. Will the Minister ensure the Government responds positively and quickly to these proposals so that people like Helen are protected in the future?
Minister.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising that harrowing case. He's absolutely right to do so. We recognise that law needs to keep pace with those who would use technology to perpetrate dreadful abuse. We have asked the Law Commission to act as he's indicated. They are doing so at pace, and we will be looking very carefully with a view to extending the law where it's appropriate to do so.
Let's go to Alex Davies-Jones.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'll group questions 2 and 3. The pandemic has affected courts like it's affected so many other areas of life, and the Government has responded energetically and comprehensively. For example, opening up 60 new Nightingale courtrooms, hiring an extra 1,600 HMCTS staff, injecting hundreds of millions of pounds into the system extra, and making sure that now around 20,000 hearings a week can be conducted online. Mr. Speaker, these measures are designed to enable court recovery, and I can assure the House that these efforts will continue.
Alex Davies-Jones.
The Minister's total failure to improve court waiting times is having a very real-world cost. No more so than for my 100-year-old constituent, whose fraud case against a former carer amounts to more than £250,000. Despite initiating the case more than 4 years ago, this elderly woman is still waiting and is unlikely to see justice served in her lifetime. The Minister knows about this case, as I have written to his department on multiple occasions, but still the delays persist. So what exactly does he have to say to my constituent, along with the thousands of others like her, who are once again being left behind by this Government and are being denied justice?
Minister.
Listing of individual cases is a judicial function, and there are sometimes legal reasons why cases get put off. I must say in Wales, actually, the court system is performing particularly well at the moment. And she talks about delays. Of course, during a pandemic, there have been some delays that have built up. But for example, in the Magistrates' Court, the backlog that accumulated due to COVID, that peaked in about August of last year, about half of that has been already removed, and the outstanding caseload in the Magistrates' Court is currently dropping at the rate of around about 2,000 a week. I would also gently point out that the outstanding caseload prior to the pandemic in the Crown Court at 39,000 cases was considerably lower than the 47,000 cases it was in 2010.
Andrew Mishra.
Mr. Speaker, the Crown Court backlog has reached a new record high of nearly 60,000 cases. It is a result of a decade of Conservative cuts and court closures. Will the Government commit to continuing Nightingale courts until the court backlog is cleared?
Minister.
Look, I mean, we are continuing Nightingale courtrooms. We're also saying to the judiciary that there will be no constraint on Crown Court sitting days this current financial year. The judiciary can list as many cases as they are physically able to. And in relation to Crown Court numbers, clearly jury trials and pandemics do not mix very well. But thanks to the steps taken, we have seen the corner turned just recently, in the last few weeks, with Crown Court case numbers. They are now beginning to edge down for the first time, and we are committed to making sure that continues.
Let's go to the Chair of Select Committee, Sir Robert Neal. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's last point because the Director of Public Prosecutions told the Justice Committee 2 weeks ago that the caseloads in the Crown Court are currently at 95% of physical capacity, making allowance for the Nightingale courts, but that their total caseload as a CPS has increased by some 53% since February 2020. Does the Minister agree that that must mean that to keep the backlog reducing in a sustainable fashion, we must have a long-term continued investment in increased court capacity, but also in judges and recorders and also in court staff to be available to hear and try the cases, and CPS staff to be able to make sure they're ready for trial on time?
Minister.
Well, the Chair of the Justice Select Committee, as always, is right in his analysis. We do need to make sure the capacity exists. And I'd say 1,600 extra HMCTS staff have already been hired for the reason he mentioned. He mentioned Crown CPS capacity. I think, speaking from memory, their budget recently went up by about £80 million to enable 400 additional prosecutors to be hired. In relation to judicial capacity, of course, we are bringing forward very shortly measures to increase the mandatory retirement age from 70 to 75, which we hope both for magistrates and judges will retain the most experienced judges who will be able to sit and hear these cases. In relation to physical courtroom capacity, clearly we've invested enormously in technology to enable remote hearings, as I mentioned, in the region of 20,000 a week taking place. And in addition to that, we've got the 60 Nightingale courtrooms. When social distancing is relaxed, which nothing's been confirmed, but I think we have a reasonable expectation that in the near future it will be. Clearly, a reduction in social distancing requirements will enable more courtrooms to be safely used than is the case today, which will also greatly assist in court recovery.
We now come to Shadow Minister Alex Killingham.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister's been keen to talk up the Government's efforts to get court waiting lists down, but it's vital that efficiency doesn't come at the expense of effective and proper justice. The Minister, I hope, is aware of the controversy surrounding the use of the single justice procedure in relation to the thousands of people prosecuted for coronavirus-related offences and the fact that hundreds may have been wrongly charged and convicted, the bulk in their absence. Indeed, 37 people have been unlawfully prosecuted under Schedule 22 of the Coronavirus Act because Schedule 22 has never been activated in England. When this problem was highlighted by Big Brother Watch of the Guardian newspaper, the MOJ said defendants can have their convictions voided and reheard if necessary. Surely the Minister agrees that this incompetence adds to the burden of the courts, is more expensive, weakens justice and may well be unlawful. What's he going to do about it?
Minister.
Well, prosecution decisions are clearly taken by the independent Crown Prosecution Service, not by the court system. I think it's important to make that clear, firstly. Secondly, when it comes to maintaining standards of justice, I think it was the Shadow Secretary of State who was floating the idea of having smaller juries earlier in the pandemic. We, of course, have maintained juries at 12. But throughout this pandemic, where unusual measures have had to be taken, for example, remote hearings, this Secretary of State for Justice, Lord Chancellor, has made sure that justice standards have been maintained. We've ensured that judges have always had the discretion, the proper discretion, to direct proceedings in their courtroom to make sure that justice is properly done. Not only has justice been done, it's been fairly done.
Substantive question to Secretary Butland. Secretary Butland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has established the Independent Human Rights Act review to examine the framework of the Human Rights Act, how it is operating in practice and whether any change is required. The review is considering the approach taken by our domestic courts to the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights and whether the HRA currently strikes the correct balance between the roles of the courts, the Government and this place. The report due this summer will be published, as will the Government's response.
Let's go to Anna Bardell. Anna.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given this Tory Government's track record on either not consulting or railroading changes without consultation, will the Secretary of State confirm that any government proposals to amend the Human Rights Act will be subject to a full public consultation lasting at least 3 months?
Secretary Butler.
Well, the Honourable Lady will be glad to know that a wholly independent review reflecting opinion from right across the United Kingdom and beyond was set up. That is going to report in due course, and then no doubt there will be a consultation on those issues ahead of any legislative change that we might introduce to this place.
Shadow Secretary David Lapp.
Mr Speaker, the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights this week said the policing bill The Covert Human Intelligence Sources Bill and the Judicial Review Bill will all make human rights violations more likely to occur. The Lord Chancellor will be aware of his special responsibilities to defend human rights, both in his department and across government. As his 2-year anniversary as Lord Chancellor arrives next month, for which I wish him congratulations, will he consider starting to do this part of his job? How will he respond to the UN Special Rapporteur's assessment?
Secretary Butland.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his kind words. With respect to the Special Rapporteur, I would strongly argue that in everything we do and say in this place and in government, the necessary checks and balances to ensure that the human rights that he and I believe in are preserved are indeed carried out. And I can think of no better example with the bill that is currently before the House with regard to the duties that the police will have with regard to the need to balance freedom of expression and indeed the rights of other people. At all times, Mr. Speaker, this is a balancing exercise, and I will carry out discharging my duties in the way that I believe I have for the past 2 years.
We have a substantive question to Minister Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, by your grace, I'll group this question with the next one. We are investing in vital victim support services to the tune of more than £150 million this year. The coming Victims Bill will enshrine victims' rights in law and explore the provision of domestic abuse and sexual violence support. We're also working with the Home Secretary to develop new violence against women and girls and domestic abuse strategies to help drive a step change in the response to these crimes.
Let's go to Durham Henry. Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this pandemic, we have seen an unprecedented rise in the domestic abuse cases within the UK. In my constituency of Broxtowe, the Broxtowe Women's Project have worked tirelessly to support many victims of domestic violence. Would the Minister outline what the government is doing to ensure that they are tackling domestic abuse and also set out their plans to provide long-term support, both to those who are directly affected and their children, who often do not receive the support they need? Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for bringing that organisation to prominence, and grateful to them for the valuable work they've no doubt done alongside others during this dreadful last 16 months or so. For our part, we have boosted funding for specialist services by £51 million to support victims through the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. This included £20.7 million for local community-based sexual violence and domestic abuse services, and £27 million investment over 2 years to recruit more independent sexual and domestic violence advisors. Obviously, the landmark Domestic Abuse Act contains new measures to protect victims and will be followed by a new violence against women and girls and domestic abuse strategy, while the Victims Bill will further transform victims' experience, and I hope that that will have an impact in Broxtowe along with the rest of the country.
Let's go to Florence Session-Lomi. Florence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. Domestic abuse victims have to be taken seriously and listened to. This is a direct quote from a letter to me from a constituent who suffered physical and emotional and financial abuse at the hands of her now ex-partner. But she came to my advice surgery not to talk about him, but she came to me for help with dealing with the police, who she says mishandled her case and not taken her seriously. Instead of the police believing the red marks on her neck were from an attempt of strangulation, the police responded that the marks were too thin and did not look too serious enough. And they also didn't follow up on the camera, the spy camera in her home. Victims of domestic violence abuse tell them that the burden of proof is on them. Can the Minister tell me what steps he's taking to bring about a culture change in the police so that victims of domestic violence are believed from the outset?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously I'm very alarmed to hear about that particular incident, and I hope that the Honourable Lady will advise her constituent if she's unhappy to pursue a complaint about her treatment through the provisions that are available to her, both through the Metropolitan Police and indeed the Independent Office for Police Complaints. As part of our work over the next few months towards a new violence against women and girls strategy, we'll obviously be engaging the police to ensure that, as she says, every victim that comes forward to the police that makes allegations of the serious nature that she has is taken into account. And I have to say, while I'm sorry to hear about that experience, I have myself witnessed some very good and important work by the police, not least the Metropolitan Police Service, where I recently visited their Predatory Offenders Unit, which specifically targets those who commit domestic violence and abuse, but where the victim is too afraid to pursue a prosecution, but nevertheless they look for other ways to try and apprehend the perpetrator and put them behind bars.
We have Shadow Minister Anna Mockmorland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Henriette Such and Jan Mustafa were brutally murdered. Their bodies found in a freezer of a known violent sex offender. Their deaths avoidable had it not been for a catalogue of failures within the justice system. Failures which allowed this man freedom to repeatedly commit horrifying crimes and the collapse in victim safeguarding. 2 women each week are murdered by a current or former partner. Apologies simply aren't enough, and I do not see the necessary action to prevent the next Henriette or Jan. Labour has a ready-to-go plan, including a review of domestic violence and homicides, new progress indicators as we have in Wales, and more sustainable funding and better access to specialist support services. The Minister has the power to stop violence against women being an afterthought in the justice system, so will he work with us to achieve it?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I obviously reject the assertion that violence against women, or indeed anybody, is an afterthought in this government. I don't think anybody could look at what we've done over the last 2 years and think we've done anything other than throw our entire weight behind the fight against violence. And specifically, she will have noted that one of the key priorities, the 5 key priorities set by the National Policing Board for the whole of the criminal justice system, including the police, has been the suppression and the reduction of murder, a third of which are domestic. And she will be interested to know that I'm now entering the second round of homicide murder roundtables with police forces across the country, looking at their murder prevention strategies to make sure that they get ahead of exactly the kind of heinous crime that she points to. We know, Mr. Speaker, that on average, perpetrators of murder in this country have 7 previous offences. That means we should be able, as she quite rightly says, be able to identify them before they commit that catastrophic and appalling act. And that is exactly what we are trying to do.
Robert Holford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 11, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working across government to transform the response to this abhorrent crime of domestic violence. We passed our landmark Domestic Abuse Act in April, to be followed by the new Violence Against Women and Girls and Domestic Abuse Strategies, while the Victims Bill will further transform victims' experience. We've also provided unprecedented funding to support the sector.
Robert Halford.
Thank you. My constituent, a courageous woman, Miss Charlotte Budd, who's a survivor of domestic abuse, suffered a great deal further from her experience in the family court system. Ms Budd's criticised the pro-contact nature of the family court, arguing that decisions have resulted in unsafe child arrangements. I'd be extremely grateful if my right honourable friend could set out what steps the department is taking to ensure that the presumption of contact issue does not have damaging consequences for victims of domestic abuse like Ms Charlotte Budd, and will one of the ministers in the department meet myself and my constituent Ms Budd to discuss these issues further?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising this case, and I'm very sorry to hear this very distressing story. He is quite right that the presumption of parental contact has been a cause of concern to many, on the basis that it might expose both parents and children to greater risk, and we are reviewing this provision at the moment. I'd be more than happy to meet with him to discuss this case and indeed the review further, in the hope that we can move perhaps to a more improved situation.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 12.
With your permission, sir, I will group this question with 13, 14 through to 17. The Government recognises the very deep distress that the theft of a much-loved pet can cause, and I have met the Home Secretary and the Environment Secretary to create a task force to investigate this problem end to end. And that work is underway, and it is gathering evidence to understand the factors that might be contributing to any rise in pet theft and to recommend measures to tackle the problem. And it will report to ministers on potential solutions by the summer.
For that response, mandatory microchipping has been a very welcome step forward, and I understand that the law is now consistent across all parts of the United Kingdom. But can I ask what steps have been taken to improve the microchipping process so owners can know where microchips have been run, when and by whom?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he knows that our manifesto pledge is in fact to extend microchipping to cats as well. But with regard to dogs, it's now the case that over 90% of them are microchipped in England, and this year DEFRA are carrying out a post-implementation review of the regulations that introduced that microchipping back in 2015 to see how the various databases can operate in a more coordinated way, and that department will come forward with proposals later in the year.
Under Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pet theft is the most scurrilous crime, and residents have spoken to me about the loss they felt when their dog or cat has been stolen from them. Does he agree with me, does the Minister agree with me, that each local force should have a dedicated dog theft lead? And will he join my calls for the Police and Crime Commission to have a dog theft lead for South Yorkshire Police, just like Nottinghamshire Constabulary has one there?
Well, I welcome my honourable friend's commitment to this campaign, and I'm very pleased to hear about his energetic efforts in this sphere, and I wish him well. The decisions with regard to priorities, of course, a matter for individual forces, but I'm sure that he will want to work with his local force in order to achieve the laudable aims that his campaign represents.
Let's go to Jonathan Gillis.
Speaker, pet theft is a shameless and disgusting act that harms families across our country, and scumbag Malachy O'Doherty of Tunstall was recently sentenced to 27 weeks in prison for having stolen Labradors Denzel and Welly. 27 weeks, Mr. Speaker, doesn't seem long enough to me, so will my right honourable friend agree with the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk that as part of the pet theft task force, firmer punishments and vets checking microchips at first visit will be a number of ways to help prevent the heartache felt by many victims' families?
Well, my honourable friend always speaks with vigour on behalf of his constituents, and I wholeheartedly agree with the revulsion that he has about this appalling type of crime. We share his deep concern, and that's why the sort of ideas and proposals that he outlined in his question are very much in the forefront of government thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for speaking to me recently about pet theft. In the recent local election campaign in Wolverhampton, I spoke to several constituents who are now too nervous to go out and walk their dogs, especially in the evening time. Does he recognise that for their well-being and for that of their dogs, this is an urgent matter, and can he reassure me as soon as the task force reports the government will take action on pet theft reform?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for her deep commitment to this issue, and she's so right to highlight the well-being and mental health effects of the loss of a much-loved pet to her residents in Wolverhampton and more widely. That's precisely why we took action to set up the task force, and we will indeed be reporting as soon as possible to address the concerns of her constituents.
Mark Fletcher.
Pet theft can be absolutely heartbreaking for families, and I've spoken to some of the families in my constituency who have gone through this process, and they warmly welcome the establishment of the Pet Theft Task Force. But can my right honourable friend outline what kind of solutions the Pet Theft Task Force is looking at?
Then my honourable friend is right to reflect the views of his constituents in Bolsover and the wider community. And indeed, we are looking not just at the consequences of pet theft, Mr. Speaker, but ways in which the black market, frankly, in the trade of animals can be dealt with. And there are lots of ideas and initiatives that I think merit very serious consideration about how we can prevent the incentives for this sort of despicable crime to occur in the first place, and indeed that's the work that is being carried out now.
Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear today that pet theft is having a huge impact on so many families across the country. Indeed, if my mum had the choice between me and her beloved, slightly obese Bichon Archie. It would be a close call, and I wouldn't fancy my odds. Pet theft's on the rise. It's having a huge impact on so many families at the loss of a furry family member. Would my honourable friend confirm not if and how, but when we'll update the law to tackle this terrible crime?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that my honourable friend declared his interest, as is appropriate. And indeed, there will be many other members of this House who are dog owners. I'm a cat owner myself, Mr. Speaker, so I declare that interest. But clearly, behind that, there is a very important point about the way in which we can help prevent the spread of this crime. And as the Prime Minister said, very often it is the underbelly of more organised and serious criminality where profit is being made on the backs of the misery of not just the pets themselves, but their families, the owners of those pets, who suffer great distress as a result of theft.
Alan Brown.
Question 18, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom has strong human rights protections within a comprehensive and well-established constitutional and legal system, and a long-standing tradition of ensuring that our rights and liberties are protected domestically and of fulfilling our international human rights obligations. And we've put in place a combination of policies and legislation to give effect to the international human rights treaties that we have ratified. We have a strong record before the various UN treaty monitoring bodies, and we fully participate in relevant reporting processes.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In contrast to what the Secretary just said, the Joint Committee on Human Rights has just published a report which concludes that his department's police crime sentence and court bill would restrict peaceful protest in a way that they believe is inconsistent with our rights, and has singled out the provisions on noisy protests as being neither necessary nor proportionate. So with findings like these, will he reconsider his assertion that that bill is actually compliant with the European Convention on Human Rights?
Well, I'm very happy to repeat the declaration that I made on the face of the bill, that its provisions are indeed compatible with the Convention. As a former member myself of that joint committee, I well appreciate its work, but with respect, I wholly disagree with the analysis that they have produced. The balance between freedom of expression and other fundamental rights and the need to maintain order and to protect the rights of other citizens going about their lawful business is properly struck in this bill, and I commend it strongly to this House.
Right, let's go to SNP spokesperson Anne McLaughlin. Anne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister recently dismissed the relevance of international treaties, so it's interesting that today he's using what he says is compliance with the ECHR to convince us that his policing bill is not, as the Joint Committee said, inconsistent with our rights. How relevant then is the opinion of the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights, who, as we've heard last week, said the bill ran counter to the human rights direction the UK needs to be going in? And is he not just a little bit embarrassed about that?
Well, look, whilst the rapporteur is entitled to express in clear and independent terms their view, so are we entitled to disagree with it. And we do very strongly in this instance.
Let's go back to Anne McLaughlin. Anne.
So he doesn't respect international treaties. He isn't listening to the Parliament's Joint Committee on Human Rights. Let's see if he's got a little bit more respect for the UK's Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities. Will he join in the condemnation of the Honourable Member for Ashfield, who branded travellers as thieves? And what does he say to travellers who've described the bill as the single biggest threat to their traditional way of life that may entirely eradicate nomadic life? Does he want to eradicate their way of life?
Well, I haven't seen what was reported to have been said by the Honourable Member. I'll simply say this, that in everything we seek to do, we uphold the principles of equality and inclusion and diversity in our society, but it is also right to remember that the interests of one group will sometimes conflict with the interests of another, and it's important for us to maintain that balance between the rights, for example, in that instance, of local residents and indeed the rights of the Gypsy, Roma, Traveller community. It's all about balance. And that is what this government constantly seeks to strike through its legislation.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Moulton.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking steps to ensure we tackle this horrific crime and restore confidence in the criminal justice system, as outlined in the rape review published 10 days ago. We will return the volume of rape cases through the courts to at least 2016 levels by the end of this Parliament, and are taking steps to improve the quality of investigations and reduce the time taken for victims to be given their phone back during the course of an investigation. Further, we're going to improve the culture of joint working between police and prosecutors and hold each part of the system to account through performance scorecards.
And Mr. Adley-Reeves. Shadow Minister Adley-Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Crown Court backlog currently stands at a record high of almost 60,000 cases, and figures show that for sexual offences there's been a 67% rise in cases awaiting trial. In the Secretary of State's own words, rape victims have been failed by this government, and the Rape Review accepted that court delays have contributed to the plummeting rape prosecutions. Rape victims deserve a criminal justice system that works for them and not against them. So why did the government vote against Labour's amendments to the Police, Crime and Courts Bill, which called for the fast tracking of rape cases to be rolled out across England and Wales?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is quite right that delay in the criminal justice system, both from report to charge and then from charge to court, has a significant impact on victims and is a driver of victim attrition and cases therefore not proceeding. We are very focused on compressing each of the various parts of the criminal justice system so that they work efficiently and speedily in line with getting quality cases into court that will hopefully secure convictions. While we haven't supported the measures in her bill, the measures that she put forward for the bill, she will in time be able to see the performance and the timeliness of various parts of the criminal justice system through the publication of comprehensive scorecards, which will allow us to judge over time, first of all, whether the number of cases in court rise, which I believe they will quite significantly, but then whether more measures are needed to be taken to drive further progress.
We now come to a substantive question to Minister Chaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I will answer questions 24 and 25 together. We must rehabilitate offenders by focusing relentlessly on the factors we know drive reoffending. That's why we're working across government to support people into a job, stable accommodation and treatment for substance misuse. We've recently announced a £200 million investment in third sector providers that deliver specialist rehabilitation services to address these core priorities.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his answer thus far. What further measures does he intend introducing to make sure that prison governors enable those people leaving prison to be properly trained and briefed on how they can get not only housing, but job opportunities, benefits if they qualify for them, so that when they do leave prison, they're not tempted to go back to their old haunts and indeed reoffend?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend speaks with great authority on this matter, and this House will recall well the excellent work that he did in respect to the Homelessness Reduction Act. He's absolutely right. We are investing over £20 million in a landmark new accommodation service, providing up to 12 weeks of accommodation for prison leavers who would otherwise be homeless. And this will start later this summer in 5 of our probation regions in England. But we want to go further. We want to introduce housing specialists in 20 prisons to strengthen partnerships with key stakeholders like local councils, like housing providers, and improve the expertise in prisons. And we also want prison work coaches, so that not only is the accommodation sorted, but getting into a job is as well. Why is that important? Because those who leave with a job have chances of reoffending down by 9%, changing lives in the process.
Let's go to Sarah Atherton. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HMP Berwyn is one of the largest and newest prisons in Britain and has been chosen as a pilot site for the MOJ's Employment Advisory Board scheme. Now, this scheme will bring together business leaders, prison coaches, statutory services and the MP in order to secure employment for offenders upon release. So can I thank the Minister for backing Berwyn and inviting to Wrexham to see the businesses that are putting their faith in the justice system and to sample one of Berwyn's award-winning custodial pies.
very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her question, but I'm even more grateful to her for being such a champion of HMP Berwyn and indeed of this important initiative. She's absolutely right. Getting more prison leavers into jobs is key to cutting crime. As I've indicated before, it reduces the chance of offending by 9%. Of course, I would be delighted to visit Wrexham to see the great work of the Employment Advisory Board, and I congratulate her and indeed all those she's working with for their fantastic work at Berwyn in the Custodial Pie Corporation, upskilling men in the hospitality industry.
Substantive question to Secretary Butland.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, I was thinking about the pies at HMP Berwyn. Well, not me. I will leave that to others to answer. Naturally, I don't disclose the details of private conversations I have with Cabinet colleagues, but I can say, Mr. Speaker, that the Government is thinking very carefully indeed about how to make sure the balance of our Constitution is right. In addition to the reviews of administrative law and the Human Rights Act, I'm now considering the constitutional settlement that was left by the Constitutional Reform Act of 2005. I will say more about this in due course, and I will be open and consultative as that work is carried out.
Let's go to John Littleson. John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Public Law Project requested a breakdown on government spending on judicial review. But they said, excuse me, but they said that the information received was barely a fraction of what should have been published. It's not detailed or clear enough to give any meaningful insight as to how judicial review impacts government departments. Why is the government so reluctant to publish everything requested?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman has expressed the view of one contributor to the consultation. I would argue, on the contrary, that indeed we are publishing everything consistent with our wider public duty and consistent, of course, with our duty to maintain collective Cabinet responsibility. The current consultation has been ongoing. We are due, of course, to publish a response to that ahead of any potential legislation. That will all be done. And, of course, any proposals will have the fullest scrutiny from him and other honourable and right honourable members in due course.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many victims of domestic abuse still end up in the... Oh, sorry. 27.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to ensuring civil legal aid remains accessible to those who need it, including in particular victims of domestic abuse. The Legal Aid Agency keeps market capacity under review to ensure adequate provision across England and Wales, and we are reviewing the legal aid means test, including in relation to victims of domestic abuse. On the 3rd of March, the Chancellor announced a further £19 million package to tackle domestic abuse, and we've made changes to the evidence requirements to make it easier to access legal aid.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Too many victims of domestic abuse still end up in the family court with no representation as litigants in person. Does the Minister not agree that we should make legal aid available for all victims of domestic abuse?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right that legal aid is a vital pillar of support to many people. That's why we've taken steps to ensure that the evidence requirements for those who want to access legal aid have been relaxed. But we've also gone further. What we've done is we've supported organisations like RCJ Advice through their Finding Legal Options for Women Survivors, which is a fantastic digital portal to assist people in the agony of that moment, as they may be in their home circumstances, to receive that kind of support that they require so that they're best placed to get a non-molestation order or an occupation order. We're determined to stand up for victims of domestic abuse.
Alistair Carmichael.
Number 28, sir.
Mr. Speaker, since January of this year, the review has conducted a public call for evidence which received over 150 submissions and has engaged with a wide range of interested parties at roundtable meetings and online public roadshow events. That evidence gathering period is now concluded. The panel are considering the evidence and will draft their report over the summer, and then it will be published, as will the Government's response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What does the Secretary of State want to achieve with his review? He will be aware that as long as we remain a party to the European Convention on Human Rights, the rights that are available to citizens as a consequence of that cannot be altered. Any changes to the Human Rights Act would just return us to a situation that we had before the Act, and it meant that you could only enforce the remedies for these rights by going to Strasbourg. Is that what the Government is wanting to achieve here?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Of course, he will, I know, read the review's findings with very great care. I've been very clear about this. It's not about changing the fundamental rights themselves. He's quite rightly made that observation. It's about the way in which the domestic courts implement those rights and interpret them. It's about the mechanism, if you like. It's now 20 years since the Act came into force. I think it's right at this juncture to give it a careful examination, and that is what this independent review is all about, and it will be followed up, as he would expect, by the fullest consultation that I know he will play a vigorous part in.
Number 29, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an offence to publish any matter likely to identify a person who has made an allegation of rape or other serious sexual assault. The prohibition applies automatically from the moment the offence is reported and has effect throughout the complainant's lifetime. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the public naming of a rape victim who has bravely come forward is devastating for the individual concerned, but under current legislation, perpetrators of this crime get no more than a mere £200 fine. At a time when 44% victims of rape are actually pulling out of the justice system before their day in court, does the Minister not agree that such lax laws can deter even more sexual assault victims from coming forward? And if so, why did his government vote down proposals which would have strengthened prosecuting powers against such perpetrators? Well, Mr. Speaker, those proposals weren't appropriate for support, but we're having a think. We're having a think. Announcement shortly.
We now come. Final question, Kevin Holland-Wright.
Thank you. Number 30, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have every sympathy for the survivors and victims of Medonley Detention Centre who suffered abhorrent abuse. The Ministry of Justice has been working for several years to compensate properly survivors and victims. When necessary, claimants are able to submit medical evidence to support allegations of abuse so that damages can be appropriately assessed. This includes both physical and psychological injury. The majority of claims for compensation have now been settled under a settlement protocol.
I'm
grateful for that answer. The compensation scheme covers physical, not sexual abuse. My constituent suffered a terrible and much more serious abuse. He was drugged and raped, which has had a profound effect on his health. For over 40 years, both his physical and his mental health, and that of his family. Would my honourable friend agree to meet with me and my constituents and the chair of the all-party group for Medonsley to discuss a proper compensation settlement for my constituent?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that question, and he paints a truly harrowing picture. For the avoidance of doubt, cases involving serious sexual harm and psychological injury can be dealt with by the Government Legal Department, albeit outside the standard compensation scheme. Because of their seriousness and complexity, they are considered on a case-by-case basis, and awards made have been significant. We take great care to ensure the level of compensation properly reflects the seriousness of the abuse. It's of course always open to claimants to issue proceedings in the courts out with the scheme should they see fit. I would of course be happy to meet to discuss the protocols, but I would just say this. It is important that ministers do not interfere in specific cases when litigation is ongoing.
Claire Anderson.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we launched the Unified Probation Service for England and Wales. This was the culmination of huge amounts of preparation over 2 years, and I'm hugely grateful to probation colleagues and frontline staff for making it happen. We've invested £310 million in that time to recruit 1,000 extra probation officers, with 1,500 more on the way, alongside making more use of technology like GPS and sobriety tags. We're determined to ensure that the millions of hours of unpaid work handed down to offenders every year are served more visibly, keeping our towns, our cities and our countryside clean. And I've said many times that every department of government should be a criminal justice department. And the new probation service will be at the heart of a more joined-up approach with police, health services, local authorities and others to cut crime and to keep the public safe from harm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th of June, I wrote to the Justice Secretary about probation services, raising a deeply concerning whistleblower case in the probation service. My constituent first joined the service. There were 10 members of staff in her team. At the end of 2020, 3 members of staff had left and 3 further were on long-term sick leave, and their caseload was absolutely overwhelming. Does the Minister accept that this 60% drop in staffing levels presents an unacceptable risk to public safeguarding, to the welfare of probation service officers and to the rehabilitation of offenders?
Well, I'll make sure that the Honourable Lady's letter is brought to my attention. She sent it just over a week ago, and I won't comment about the individual case, but it will be, of course, looked at carefully. But she will be encouraged to know that as a result of the investment that we are making, we have recruited 1,000 more probation officers already. We're going for another 1,500, and that means that together with the changes to the way in which caseloads are managed, probation officers will be supported, will be encouraged, and the sort of issues that she raised, I believe, will start to diminish, because that is my determination, to sing the praises of an unsung public service.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very concerned by the number of constituents who have approached me, who have been the victims of online and telephone economic crime. Can my right honourable friend update the House as to what he is doing to tackle such crime?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this. The Government's response to the economic crime threat is set out in its economic crime plan, which lists 7 strategic priorities for combating crime through a specially convened public-private partnership. This includes a number of specific actions, include focusing on high-harm fraud types through online activities such as courier fraud, romance fraud and investment fraud. And we are considering whether further legislative changes need to be brought in to provide law enforcement with the tools they need to combat these emerging threats.
Sir Secretary David.
Both the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have apologised for the Government's failure of rape victims, resulting in record low prosecution and conviction rates. In attempting to atone for these mistakes, it's vital that the Government is honest with victims. Last week, in Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister claimed he was investing another £1 billion in clearing the court backlogs. But in the spending review, the figure announced to address the backlog is £275 million. I'm sure the Prime Minister wasn't deliberately misleading the House. Will the Secretary of State correct the record?
Well, the right honourable gentleman raises an issue that I think I can help him clarify, because with regard to the specific figure, that of course relates to spending during this coming year. We spent another equivalent sum in the previous year on court recovery, and indeed when you look at the figures that we were spending anyway on new technology in our courts, and indeed the CPS expenditure as well, then the figure actually is the correct one. And therefore he should realise that it's not just the Ministry of Justice that is funding court recovery and the effects of COVID, it is the Attorney General's Office, and indeed the Home Office as well has a responsibility with regard to victims. So I'm afraid that fox is well and truly shot.
I've got to say, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State's verbosity serves him well. In March, the Lord Chancellor told the Justice Select Committee he'd been played for a fool in relation to improvements at Rainsbrook's Secure Training Centre. He was clear this wouldn't happen again, otherwise the consequences would be extremely serious for those responsible. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this did happen again. And only a year and a half later have children been moved out of harm's way. As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Does the Lord Chancellor feel like a fool? And what extremely serious consequences will he deliver to ensure that this does not happen again?
Well, I'm very glad the right honourable gentleman asked me that question, because I can reassure him that as soon as the particular reports were received from the independent monitors, I took swift action to make sure that the safety and well-being of children at Rainsbrook was preserved, which is why we ordered that children in the unit were moved. And indeed, work is carrying on with regard to the overall future of Rainsbrook, and I can't, it would be wrong of me to speculate whilst discussions with the provider remain ongoing, but I can tell him this, that I will do whatever it takes to make sure that the children in our care are protected, and that all of our institutions, including Rainsbrook, are run properly. And I can assure him that the providers have had the message loud and clear from me, and that there will be no second chances.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Claire suffered 13 months of abuse at the hands of her ex-husband, who continued to stalk her after the end of their relationship. He was given a 12-month restraining order. Will the government strengthen sentences for stalking and commit to greater support for victims?
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising that matter. It's an extraordinary fact that 10 years ago, stalking wasn't even an offence. But it was made an offence in 2012, and I, together with the Honourable Member for Gloucester, had a campaign to double the maximum sentence. There is a maximum sentence of 10 years imprisonment. But what we are clear, it's not enough to have the punishment, you've got to make sure it gets before the courts as well. And that's why I'm grateful to the police and the courts for prioritising these matters. Those who stalk should know they're going to be punished properly.
Jonathan Gullis.
Mr. Speaker, I'd once again like to place on the record my thanks to the Lord Chancellor for backing my private member's bill, which called for specific protection and punishment for those who desecrate memorials and graves to our glorious dead. The people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork also want to know, will this change in the law protect the statue of Sir Winston Churchill in Parliament Square, which may not be a war memorial, but is an important reminder to the public of our greatest Britain?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising an issue of genuine and widespread public concern. He will note that the phraseology in the bill talks about memorials, which of course would include the memorials such as the one to Sir Winston Churchill. The important point, Mr. Speaker, is that we can now move away from the court determining on the mere cost of repair to criminal damage and look at the overall cultural and emotional value of statues like that one, and indeed ordinary unvisited tombs, to quote George Eliot, of people who have a great value to the local community and to their loved ones.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Merseyside and the Vauxhall Law Centres in Liverpool Riverside are extremely concerned about how constituents access legal advice that they need. In light of the drastic impact of the LAPSO cuts on legal aid, court waiting times and availability of advice. So how does the Minister intend to ensure that the sector can provide access to justice within a properly functioning legal system for those facing problems with rent arrears, welfare benefits, employment, immigration, crime, domestic violence in the wake of this pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for paying tribute to law centres? She's absolutely right to do so. They do a very, very important job of ensuring individuals, sometimes vulnerable individuals, can get that vital legal advice and access to justice they need. And that's why at the beginning of this pandemic, when the message came out that they might be facing real threats to their viability, we stepped in. The Law Centres Network asked for £3 million. We provided £3 million. That was then distributed through the network to ensure that they have the funds they need to continue the excellent work they're doing.
The poll bill.
The number of Albanian prisoners in jail has increased from 524 in 2015 to 1,469 in 2020, and they now represent the largest single national group of foreign national offenders in custody. Whilst it's very good news that these criminals have been caught and sentenced, given that we have a compulsory prisoner transfer agreement with Albania signed in 2013, why aren't these convicts being sent back to Albania to serve out their sentences in prison in their own country?
Well, my honourable friend is right to closely analyse the figures, and I think it's interesting to note that some of the assumptions people make about foreign national offenders and where they're from are actually out of date. He's quite right to highlight the particular agreement we have with Albania. However, operationally, these issues are difficult because very often the individuals who we have identified and prosecuted and incarcerated properly will not be known to the authorities in the receiving country, and there are often issues with identity. However, we carry on with our joint work across government to ensure that as many of these foreign national offenders are repatriated as quickly as possible. And indeed, over the years, I think the latest cumulative figure over the last 5 years is about 5,000 or so. But of course, I will correct the record if that proves to be an incorrect estimate.
Peter Carr.
Mr. Speaker, it was good to see the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State condemn the harassment of Chris Whitty in recent days. But the irony seems to be lost that what Chris Whitty experienced was textbook antisocial behaviour, of the kind that is experienced increasingly up and down our country in every single community. Will the Secretary of State explain why antisocial behaviour has been rising for 5 years and use of antisocial behaviour orders and measures has fallen? Will he also explain when he brings a victims bill in, will it include measures to give victim status to people who suffer antisocial behaviour?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Can I put on the record my condemnation of the incident involving Professor Whitty in the last few days, an appalling incident. I would say this to him. I think that with regard to the way in which antisocial behaviour is policed, I think that there have been welcome initiatives and indeed changes in the law by government with regard to preventative measures, particularly with young people and children. And the work of our youth offending teams and other diversionary teams has actually done a lot to make sure that these issues don't end up before a court when the damage is already done. Mr. Speaker, I take the strong view that that distinction between antisocial behaviour and crime is an artificial one. Of course, I will look very constructively at any issues that we can incorporate in the forthcoming victims' consultation, and indeed the bill, which I can assure him will come.
Mr. Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Death by dangerous driving isn't just heartbreaking for the families left behind, but it plays a huge impact on those local communities, and I think in particular Radcliffe New Road in my constituency. Can my right honourable friend highlight what work he is undertaking so that those who cause death by reckless and dangerous driving receive tougher sentences to reflect the serious nature of their crime?
My honourable friend is right to raise on behalf of his constituents in Bury the real damage that can be caused to the community by careless and indeed dangerous driving. And through the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, we will increase the maximum penalties for causing death by careless driving whilst under the influence of drink and drugs, and for causing death by dangerous driving from 14 years to life imprisonment, together with a new offence of causing serious injury by careless driving, to close a gap in the law.
Luke Evans.
If reports are to be believed, then my right honourable friend has used the reconsideration mechanism to re-refer the double murder and child rapist Colin Pitchfork back to the parole board. If so, could he confirm this is true? If so, I'd like to thank him for listening to myself, the member for South Leicestershire, and the people of Leicestershire who still feel this crime vehemently. And does he agree this piece of legislation for heinous crimes like Warboyce's case is exactly why it was brought in?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, the member for Bosworth, for speaking so strongly on behalf of his constituents. Colin Pitchfork's offences were the gravest of crimes. The families of Linda Mann and Dawn Ashworth still live with the pain that he caused. The Independent Parole Board's role is to, of course, assess whether he's safe for release rather than whether he's been punished enough. But I understand why this decision has affected public confidence. It's been reviewed by officials in my department, and we have found arguable grounds that the decision was irrational. So I have asked the Parole Board to reconsider it using the mechanism that he rightly identified.
Let's go to Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State tell us why the Ministry of Justice has left the Stonewall Diversity Champions scheme? And can he reassure me that his department will continue to respect the rights of all its LGBT employees, and indeed all the rights of all those with protected characteristics, including women and those who hold gender-critical beliefs?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable and Learned Lady for that question. I can absolutely assure her that the rights of LGBTQ+ will indeed be respected, honoured, celebrated by my department, and we are taking our fullest and most enthusiastic part in Pride Month, which of course is now. The issue with regard to Stonewall was simply this, that I was no longer, and indeed officials and I were no longer convinced that the particular scheme that we had taken part in was in fact the right use of public money, and there were concerns about the direction that that organisation that has done so much to advance the cause of people of LGBT plus orientation had done. And it was with great sorrow and regret that that decision was made, but I can assure that the underlying commitment and passion for those issues absolutely remains.
Final question, Simon Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over 8,000 criminal cases are waiting to be resolved in Devon and Cornwall. Many of my constituents in East Devon are anxiously awaiting progress on their cases and they feel no closer to justice. What steps are being taken by my right honourable friend to reduce the court backlogs in Devon?
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise issues affecting his constituents. He'll be glad to know that indeed in his region huge strides have been made in both the Magistrate and the Crown Court to deal effectively with the caseload and indeed on the figures that I see regularly. I'm encouraged by the progress being made in his local courts. That is part of a national drive in order to deal with the issue of capacity, and we've increased that through Nightingale courts. And of course there is no limit on sitting days in the Crown Court during the year ahead. And if all is well with the roadmap later in July, then that indeed will be a further easing of restrictions that will allow even more cases to be listed so that justice can be delivered as quickly as possible, both for his constituents and for the wider public.
I now suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. You ready? Okay. Order. I now call Ian Blackford to ask his urgent question. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office if he will make a statement on the Government's use of emergency COVID contracts.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think UQs are appearing like buses for me this week. I'm grateful for the chance to address the House about the Government's use of emergency COVID contracts. I previously responded to debates on this issue with as much detail and candour as I've been able to provide as someone who came to this brief last June and tried subsequently to understand what happened in the early months of the pandemic. The Right Honourable Member will know that all corners of our country have worked together to tackle COVID. The public has all too often seen division between different regional authorities, but in truth, close collaboration with the devolved administrations has been at the heart of our pandemic response, enabling swift policy actions such as the rollout of the vaccine programme UK-wide, the furlough scheme, and a rapid increase in testing capacity. At the beginning of the pandemic, over 13 million items of PPE were distributed to the devolved administrations. Throughout the pandemic, the UK Government and the devolved administrations have worked side by side on sourcing and supply of PPE, such as FFP3 masks, and they continue to work together on meeting future demand on frontline staff. Existing procurement rules rightly allow the Government to procure at speed at times of emergency under the public contracts regulations. These rules predate COVID-19 and there was no need for suspension or relaxation in order for them to be used. Nonetheless, Mr Speaker, I understand and very much welcome questions that honourable and right honourable members have about COVID contracts because how we spend taxpayers' money matters very deeply to public trust. It's true to say that the Government faced a number of challenges at the height of the pandemic, and I think we should be open about those. It's incumbent on all of us not only to understand the kinds of pressures that were on the system, but also some of the shortcomings that desperately need to be addressed. This being the case, the Government is already adapting its commercial guidance and work. Following the first independent boardroom review of procurement processes looking at a small number of contracts in the Government Communications Service, 24 out of 28 recommendations have already been implemented and the remainder will be met by the end of the calendar year. Following the second wider boardroom review that looked at PPE, ventilators, test and trace, vaccines and food parcels, across government, 28 further recommended improvements were identified and progress on these is underway. Our Green Paper on Transforming Public Procurement also sets out proposals to update the rules on procuring in times of extreme emergency or crisis. Mr Speaker, let me also briefly address the issue of government polling during the pandemic. The Government regularly undertakes research to support policy development, including work related to the impact of COVID in areas across the UK. It's the sign of a responsible government to understand the public's views on how best to keep people safe, to recover from the pandemic and ensure that we will continue to deliver for all parts of the United Kingdom.
I now call Ian Blackford, who's got 2 minutes. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for granting this urgent question. Can I say I welcome the Minister to her place? It's the first time I've appeared opposite her. After the revelations and resignations at the weekend, this urgent question concerns yet another scandal at the very heart of this Tory government. It seems that not even a health pandemic can do away with classic Tory cronyism. Yep. And the scale of this particular scandal makes it one of the biggest yet. The Secretary of State ordered the use of a £560,000 emergency COVID contract to conduct constitutional campaigning on the Union. Instead of using an emergency COVID contract to order PPE for the NHS, the Minister chose to order political polling. This isn't media speculation, and it isn't even a political accusation. It is, Mr Speaker, a plain fact. It comes directly from official evidence that has been published in the High Court. It comes in evidence from the Cabinet Office in a witness statement dated the 21st of December 2020, and it states, "I understand an urgent request for union-related research from the Office of the Right Honourable Michael Gove. In response, I ask public first conduct some testing of people's attitudes to this issue." So, did the Prime Minister know or approve of this polling and constitutional campaigning? Who were the polling results shared with, and will they be published in full? How many other pieces of political research were ordered during the pandemic, and exactly how much public money has been spent? Mr Speaker, these are just some of the questions that the Secretary of State needs to answer. There are many, many more. The Secretary of State was in Scotland yesterday. He held a press conference. He told Greg Russell of the National newspaper that we don't use taxpayers' funds for party political opponents. He went on to claim that the contract was assigned by others. We know from the witness statement that these things are not true. The truth and this government are distant strangers, and that should come as no surprise when we remember the Prime Minister has been sacked once, but not once, but twice, for lying. Last Wednesday at PMQs, the Prime Minister said he was unaware of these contracts, and ever since he has ignored demands for a full...
Order. A serious allegation about somebody having to withdraw for lying, as we know, honourable members would never lie. And I'm sure we would like to think about the language, because the proof of that I'm not convinced. I think we should withdraw the word lying.
Being very careful with my language, Mr Speaker, and I'm pointing out the contradiction between the...
Order. Mr Blackford, please. Just to say, you can't criticise another member, such as the Prime Minister, without a substantive motion. That's not what's been granted here. Please, I think the language we use is important for me to keep good order, and I'm sure you could reflect on the words that are, about another member that's also, I presume, has also been given notice of criticism.
Relying on matters of fact, Mr Speaker. Just as the Prime Minister failed to act and sack his Health Secretary, he has failed to act on this scandal too. But no matter how hard they might try and sweep this under the carpet, the scandal isn't going away. This morning I have written to the Cabinet Secretary urging him to launch an...
Order. We're now 1 minute over the amount of time that I was granted. I hope you're now going to end in the next seconds.
This morning I've written to the Cabinet Secretary urging him to launch an independent investigation into this blatant misuse of public money for political purposes. So finally, if this UK government has nothing to hide, will the Minister join me in supporting this investigation by the Cabinet Secretary, and will she cooperate with it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his questions, and I'll try to address them with fact and not party political allegation. Firstly, if I may, I'd like to provide some context to the direct award of the Public First contract for communications during the pandemic. In March 2020, there was no vaccine, no test and trace, and very little knowledge of how to best manage this novel disease. Strong messaging of the kind that could alter behaviours was at the outset of the pandemic one of the few tools in our arsenal in the battle against transmission, and it was in this context that rapid decisions were made on comms contracts, including a decision that was challenged in court recently. Public First were taken on alongside Britain Thinks as one of only 2 companies in the market deemed to have the scale, expertise and experience to provide focus group testing in March last year. Both were rapidly diverted from existing work to take a snapshot of public reaction, and that allowed us to test things like the Contain strategy, the early Stop the Spread campaign and the Stay Home message, alongside an understanding of how best to tailor messages to different audiences across the UK. These key communications campaigns were seen on television and social media, and I'm sure we will all be familiar with them. Ministers had no personal involvement in the decision to award this contract, and they do not, as of course, personally approve contract awards. This contract did not relate to constitutional campaigning, and any suggestion that the government carries out party political research is entirely false. Focus groups conduct...
Sorry, can the Minister... I'm trying to listen. Minister, carry on.
Apologies. Government regularly conducts research in every part of the UK to support policy development. In this case, we were testing public attitudes relating to the COVID-19 pandemic, and this became particularly relevant as different regions of the UK began to diverge in their approach to tackling COVID, and that created understandable confusion. Focus groups, which were conducted by Public First but commissioned by the National Resilience Communications Hub, looked at attitudes towards the virus, upcoming recovery, and the wider context in which to interpret the results. These people were involved in developing, the results were shared with relevant policy and communications teams. They were involved in developing and delivering COVID policy and communications across the DAs, enabling them to differentiate their content and messages as appropriate. We don't plan to publish the full results of the polling and focus groups, which have been used to inform ongoing policy formulation. However, we regularly review all of the data we collect and intend to publish those elements which are not sensitive in due course. Separately, the Cabinet Office carries out polling on attitudes towards the Union on a regular basis, but this work was paused during the coronavirus crisis. We are aware that the Scottish Government also conducted polling on attitudes in relation to COVID, and we did not see this research, and nor would we expect to. The Secretary of State of Scotland has already addressed some of the questions that he has raised online on his Twitter account. Finally, to return to the judgment on Public First at the recent court hearing, that judgment found in favour of the government on 2 grounds, which were emergency award and contract terms, including length. To quote, it was recognised that everyone involved was acting under immense pressure and the urgency of the pandemic did not allow time for reflection. The time constraints justified derogation from the usual procedures required under PCR 2015, but they did not exonerate the defendant from conducting the procurement so as to demonstrate a fair and impartial impartial process of selection. Now, we have already recognised that there was an issue of process where we could do much better. That's why we investigated what happened to prepare for that court case. We launched an internal independent review that was the subsequent Boardman review published in full online. And we have taken forward a number of we've taken forward its recommendations in full and have nearly delivered all of them. A steering group chaired by our Chief Financial Officer has been tracking implementation, and I hope that the Right Honourable Gentleman feels reassured by my answers. I look forward to the continued collaboration with the Scottish Government to the benefit of citizens across our union.
We now come to Shadow Secretary Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I do apologise, it's Richard Holden first, so I do apologise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Against unprecedented global demand for vital equipment, the UK Government secured over 32 billion items of PPE, including for our devolved administrations. Also against the odds, and against the desire of some on the opposition benches who wish to remain in the EU vaccine programme, the UK again successfully secured a world-leading programme. The marketing budget for the vaccine programme was just 0.07% of the budget, and sensibly included work to ensure that messaging had the maximum impact in all parts of the United Kingdom to save as many lives as possible. This was rightly done at pace, and shouldn't this be celebrated rather than being used as a party political point-scoring motion by the opposition SNP?
I thank my honourable friend. I thank my honourable friend for pointing out just how fantastic the cooperation has been between all parts of our United Kingdom. The UK Government has provided huge support to the Scottish Governments and other devolved administrations. That comes in testing capacity, we've helped with PPE, we've obviously helped with the furlough scheme, and that's something, as he says, that should be celebrated, not denigrated.
We now come to Shadow Secretary Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's worth reiterating that the Government have been found to have acted unlawfully over the contract with Public First. Their attitude is the rules do not apply to them. Given that the judge found apparent bias, surely this must now be referred to the independent adviser and the Cabinet Secretary. What are they scared of? I know all too well, to the honourable gentleman's point, the need to secure PPE for our frontline NHS and social care workers. But while nurses were working in bin bags, others were filling their pockets at the taxpayers' expense. The Minister quoted the National Audit Office, but the Auditor General said the evidence shows that standards of transparency were not consistently met. Perhaps the Minister can explain today why the National Audit Office found that Pest Fix, for example, was wrongly added to the high priority lane and awarded over £300 million after a shareholder reminded a senior official that he was a friend of his father-in-law. The Minister claimed that a full 8-stage process, Mr. Speaker, always took place, but the NAO found that over 70 contracts awarded before that process even existed. Can she confirm that Ianda Capital were placed on the VIP list without that process, thanks to an adviser to the Trade Secretary? Officials admitted that due diligence hadn't been carried out on Ianda, and the bar seems to have been lowered on that case. Mr. Speaker, £150 million was spent on entirely useless PPE. So can the Minister confirm how much equipment bought this way was not fit for use? We already know that over £10 billion has been awarded without a competitive tender. For example, the £100 million given to PDL after lobbying by the Home Secretary, with millions apparently ending up in the hands of her close associate, the broker to the deal. Will the Home Secretary be referred to the independent adviser? And if not, why not? Yesterday, the Minister accepted that private emails was used by other ministers in the process of awarding contracts. But the Prime Minister's official spokesperson denied it. Will the Minister ensure that the record is now corrected? And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Minister promised that all such emails are covered by the Freedom of Information. We have submitted such a request. But how will the former and current health ministers be prevented from permanently deleting them first? And I urge her to refer the whole issue to the Information Commissioner, because surely she can see why only an independent process can restore trust. If ministers want to be taken seriously by the public, Mr Speaker, then quite frankly, they need to stop taking the hit and miss.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I've listened over this past year to the criticisms and attacks being made by the opposition and campaign groups on COVID contracts, and I take them very seriously, and that's why I've taken time when I assumed my role after maternity leave to understand what did happen, and I don't think anyone is standing here suggesting that everything went smoothly during the height of the pandemic. It did not. A whole series of challenges were faced and shortcomings highlighted, and I've now twice set out in some detail the problems that have been described to me, and I've set out what we're doing to resolve them. To go through some of them in relation to PPE, some 450 people from across government were moved into the Department of Health to become a stand-up virtual team to assist with securing PPE. That team is normally only 21 people strong, and this meant a lot of people who did not know each other, working remotely on a range of different IT systems, with suppliers they didn't know, on product they were not familiar with, in a most highly pressured market of their careers. And that's led to lags in contract publication, as paperwork has been very tricky to join up across systems. Faced with exceptional levels of global demand, the usual vendors in China, who service the central procurement function, very quickly ran out of supply, and the world descended on a few factories in that country to bid for available items. And it's in this market context that the government had to procure with extreme urgency. That was often through direct award of contracts, and if we didn't do that, we risked missing out on vital supplies. We never ripped up procurement rules. And there was a situation of genuine crisis and extreme urgency, where offers had to be accepted or rejected in a matter of hours or days, and it was simply not viable to run the usual procurement timescales. The effort to secure PPE was Herculean and involved setting up a new logistics network from scratch. Now, I've explained in Parliament on a number of occasions that the VIP fast-track lane, which has been touted often by the opposition, was actually a mailbox set up by officials during the height of the pandemic to consider some of the 15,000 offers of assistance to supply PPE. In the early months, leads were coming in a lot faster than they could be processed, and when they were rejected or if they were delayed, people then started chasing through their MPs or in their ministers. To manage that influx of offers, a separate mailbox was set up to handle this area of work and to sift credible offers. I addressed yesterday concerns about private email use and the rules governing them. Government guidance is that official devices, email accounts and comms applications should be used for communicating classified information, but that other forms of electronic communication may be used in the course of conducting government business, and each minister is responsible for ensuring that government information is handled in a secure way. We also set out where business is conducted on non-official IT, relevant information should be recorded on government systems, but we're keeping this guidance under review to ensure it's up to date. The most important thing to note, as she does, is that all PPE offers, no matter from where they came, went through the same 8-stage checks. The PPE team compared prices to those obtained in the previous 2 weeks to benchmark the competitiveness of those offers. Separate approval and additional justification were required for any offers that were not within 25% of average considered for possible approval. It's also important to note that of the 493 offers that went through the priority mailbox, I understand that only 47 were taken forward. In other words, 90% were rejected. Now, there have been there have been judicial reviews on some of those contracts, and the case in relation to the Department of Health looked not at the awarding of contracts, but rather at the delays in publishing the details of them. Health ministers have always been clear that transparency is vital, and the court itself found that there was no deliberate policy to delay publication. On the judicial review in relation to Public First, as I said earlier, the court has recognised in that case that everyone involved was acting under immense pressure, and the urgency of the crisis did not allow time for reflection. The time constraints justified from the usual procedures required under PCR 2015, but they did not exonerate us from conducting a procurement to demonstrate fair and impartial process of selection. Now, as I say, we recognised very, very quickly that there was an issue of process where we could do much better. That's why we investigated what happened to prepare for that court case, and we launched an internal review into the contracts that were undertaken. Public First has directors who are cross-party, and as I mentioned earlier, we already have a programme of work in the 2 boardroom reviews. I appreciate throughout this pandemic that the opposition have wanted to raise questions about these contracts, and I hope that I can address them as best I can. And any questions that she feels I have not covered, I will come back to her.
Fair Jones.
Mr. Speaker, with nothing better to do, the opposition continues to sensationalise the details surrounding a handful of high-value contracts that were subject to the emergency procurement procedures at the outset of the pandemic. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the government is committed to transparency surrounding the use of taxpayer money, and that all new contracts over £10,000 are published online for anybody who wishes to see them?
It's my decision. Sorry, Minister. It's my decision to grant the UQ. You're now questioning my judgment, and I'm not going to have my judgment questioned. The other thing is, I do feel sorry for the Minister being set up. I'm sorry that Minister Gold wasn't here to take some of the questions, because most of them are named for him. But this House won't be taken for granted. When statements are made outside here, continue to be made, that's why I'm going to continue to grant UQs. So let's get used to it. The government doesn't want to come here. I'm going to ensure it's heard here. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your zeal, and I think you are right. And I would like to thank my honourable friend for the question that she has raised. We have tried throughout to be transparent, but I've set out for some of the very good reasons why it's been difficult sometimes to publish the contracts in a timely way. This has been a very complex process when you've had to surge teams at very short notice and then go back through all the paperwork when you're looking across different IT systems, across different departments, and that has been a challenge. And it's been a challenge that I've tried to address and that the Department of Health has tried to address as well. My understanding is that all PPE contracts are now transparently published, and we are working through all of those in relation to comms and have a programme of work underway to make sure that we have transparent publication. I completely agree with her that it's important that we offer reassurances to the public on how taxpayers' funds are used.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government was able to award contracts using their high priority lane because this House gave them the power to do so. We did it effectively on trust. So can I ask the Minister if she will now repay the trust that this House placed in the Government by publishing not just the details of those contracts that were put through that high priority lane, but the details also of those who introduced these contractors to Government, the basis on which it was thought appropriate to put them through the high priority lane, and the economic outcomes of these decisions?
I thank him for his inquiries. There are 47, as I say, that went through the high priority lane, and discussions are underway as to the extent to which we can be transparent about that because of commercial sensitivities. But the contracts in relation to PPE, as I said, have now all transparently been published.
Peter Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our vaccine programme is a fantastic example of how the best of British science, industry and government have worked together to tackle this virus. Does my honourable friend agree that without the expertise, willingness to take risk and innovation of our private sector, the success of the vaccine programme would not have been possible?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's quite right. We absolutely need commercial expertise in times of pandemic and other similar crises that may come along. And I think one of the things we must guard against as we look through and how we can do things better in relation to procurement in the future is that we don't crowd out external expertise, that we don't take an overly cautious approach to risk. Because, while I absolutely accept that there are questions to be asked after the event, the priority must always be in times of crisis that we deliver on the ground, and that's what we have always sought to do.
We go to the Chair of the PAC, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister's tone in coming to the House today, in that she has acknowledged that mistakes were made and acknowledged that the Cabinet Office has accepted both Boardman reviews and the National Audit Office's recommendations on procurement. However, we're in a whole different ballgame when members of her own Cabinet are having private email exchanges, and we don't know what's in those, nor do officials. She says that the Cabinet Office is reviewing guidance. Isn't it time that she just said, this must stop? Because the National Audit Office officials, nobody can see what's in those conversations, and that is a very real concern to the taxpayer.
I thank the Honourable Lady. She's done tremendous work through the Public Accounts Committee in scrutinising this area. Sometimes I think it's that she's been leading the opposition, well, not the opposition, but rather doing the good work on this, because I really do think it's important that we focus in on the issues where we did have problems and really genuine concerns that need to be addressed. She raises important matters in relation to emails. I cannot comment on email conversations that I haven't seen. I think the important thing to know is that once... but those are relevant only when officials are asked to take any action, and that's the point at which official process and procedure comes into play, and that's why I know that the Honourable Lady doesn't want to listen to it, but the 8-stage process that that officials undertook is so important, because that is the aspect that should reassure the public that there are procedures around this that make sure that taxpayers' money is spent correctly.
Speaker, normal contract procedures for PPE take months to navigate, and months that patients and staff simply did not have last year. So criticising the government for abbreviating procedures to save time and lives seems a poor use of hindsight. Is my honourable friend aware that exactly the same decision to abbreviate processes in the name of speed was taken by Labour in Wales and by the SNP in Scotland, with the only difference being that the SNP wanted to suspend freedom of information requests at the same time?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right that the devolved administrations also use Regulation 32 to procure an emergency. I think also it's important to know that we aren't dissatisfied ourselves with the current procedures that are at our disposal, and that's why in our procurement green paper we're looking at what measures we can take to procure with greater transparency and success in times of crisis, and looking at giving us a better option between a full fat procurement which takes too long, or a direct award which raises concerns about transparency.
Let's go to Liz Saville-Roberts. Liz.
Diolch yn fawr, Lefarydd. Let's call this out for what it is, a gross misuse of public money. The shady deal to award a £500,000 COVID contract to Minister's friends at Public First is just yet another example of Tories putting Tory interests first. Now, given that focus groups were held in Wales, did the Secretary of State for Wales consent to the decision to use the Public First contract for political research purposes?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. I say we do not use public money for political campaigning purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the right honourable member for getting this urgent question. And I also, the Minister who seems to be auditioning for the role of Minister for the Cabinet Office, I don't know if he's been kidnapped, but he doesn't seem to be about at the moment, but she's doing very well. In relation to the question, isn't it an opportunity to highlight the fact that if the government hadn't used emergency powers, we would not have established the world-leading vaccination programmes, which has saved not hundreds of thousands, but probably millions of lives across the globe, because they used the emergency powers to develop the vaccine programme, rather than go through the red tape and bureaucracy that the European Union did when they didn't develop a programme.
I thank my honourable friend, and I can assure him that I'm not auditioning for that position. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is not kidnapped. He's in Scotland as part of our efforts to make sure that we are less Whitehall-centric as a government, and we have offices now in Glasgow. But my honourable friend is absolutely right about the importance of being able to take risks, sensible risks that save lives in times of crisis, and that's what we did in a number of these areas, and I think that that was the right decision to make.
We now come to Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is not the emergency use of funds to buy life-saving vaccines and life-saving equipment. The question is the deliberate misappropriation of those funds for political canvassing purposes. It cannot be disguised as anything more than that. And it's noticeable that none of the fake outrage from the Conservative benches has attempted to address that question as yet. But if the Minister is so concerned about knowing what Scotland's attitude to the Union is, can I point her to the biggest opinion survey ever conducted in Scotland? In May of this year, the people of Scotland voted by a majority for pro-independence parties. The Scottish Parliament has a pro-independence majority yet again. Does the Minister accept that that is a proper demonstration of the will of the people of Scotland to be rid of this corrupt union once and for all?
Thank you for his question. There was a proper demonstration of the will of the Scottish people when they had their referendum on Scottish independence, and they made their views quite clear. It's interesting that they never seemed to accept that. And he is right that it was not a contract on PPE, it was a contract about communications and the importance that communications played in managing the pandemic at a time when we didn't have the vaccine, we did not have a testing capacity that we wanted, and we did not have other measures that we needed to tackle the pandemic. So actually communications in this context were extremely important in making sure the public understood the behaviours that they needed to take to keep themselves safe.
Stuart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ministers aren't actually in charge of checking contracts. They are in charge not of checking contracts. The civil service is in charge of checking contracts. Would my honourable friend agree with me that any contract, whether it's urgent or not, always requires due diligence by the civil service, even after the decision? And that happens within every department. I find accusations of cronyism to be normally very wrong indeed. Does the Minister agree?
Thank him for his question. I do agree, and as I set out, there are a number of assurances that the public should take from the way in which contracts are managed and handled that are quite separate from ministers that should provide them with the comfort that they want.
Let's go to Rachel Maskell. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that nothing is clear about the way that this government is procuring goods and services with public money. It is these dodgy deals which angers my constituents. They play by the rules while government fails to. Following the National Audit Office report and the Boardman Review recommendations on process and practice, process and governance and conflict of interest and bias, can she say what progress she has made in implementing these recommendations? If she'll publish an update of the government's actions and place them in the House of Commons library, but also in auditing these contracts, ensure that they have fulfilled what they promised to do.
I thank her for her question. Yes, I believe that the Public Accounts Committee will be updated on the second Boardman report in July, and with regard to the first Boardman report into communications contracts, we are working through all of those recommendations. I believe we're up to 20 of 24, but we will endeavour to complete that process by the end of the year.
Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset of the pandemic, the contracts we signed allowed us to procure billions of items of PPE and secure vital life-saving equipment at a time of unprecedented global demand. Does my honourable friend agree with me that if we had divvied and delayed, if we hadn't explored every possible opportunity, if we hadn't tried to take advantage of every olive branch that was offered, the public would have never forgiven us, and the opposition would be sat here today saying exactly the opposite, that we did not act quickly enough?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I believe that the opposition asked us to strain every sinew at the time of the pandemic, and that's what we did.
Let's go to Amy Callaghan. Amy.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister clarify the exact total of taxpayers' money abhorrently used to conduct political research throughout the pandemic?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. There was no money used on political campaigning.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the answers she's given thus far. At the start of the pandemic, we were competing across the world for the supply of PPE, for developing vaccines and for other life-saving equipment. It is quite clear that the government had to make instant decisions on procuring that, competing against other nations. The key now is learning the lessons that come from that process. So will she undertake to ensure that there's a full review of the emergency procedures that may be needed in case there is another pandemic or requirement for us to set aside normal procurement rules?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he is quite right to set out some of the challenges that we face at the height of the pandemic. When it comes to procuring PPE, for instance, we were competing with every other country in the world for PPE from a few factories in China, and that was extremely difficult. Frankly, if we did that and delayed, we would not have secured the supplies we need. In terms of the learning the lessons that he wishes us to learn, and I wish to assure him that we are already doing that. That's why we conducted the Boardman 1 and 2 reviews. We've had the National Audit Office, which we've looked over in fine detail, and there will be the public inquiry into COVID that will begin next spring.
Sarah Sultan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been revealed that a handful of Conservative Party donors who gave the party opposite £8.2 million have won government COVID contracts worth £881 million. It was also recently revealed that just 3 days after a Conservative billionaire donor was made a Lord, with the Prime Minister overruling his own appointments watchdog to push the decision through, the donor gave the party opposite £500,000. So what does the Minister say to my constituents who ask why the pandemic has meant growing poverty for them, But for Tory donors, it has been an opportunity to line their pockets through dodgy deals.
I thank her for her concerns, and I wish to assure her that links to the Conservative Party was not one of the criteria that needed to be fulfilled when those PPE contracts were being undertaken.
We now go to Justin Mathers. Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Audit Office report on PPE procurement made it clear that there was a lack of transparency and documentation in relation to key procurement decisions. So, given what we now know about the routine use of private emails to conduct government business, it does rather beg a question as to whether the reason why the National Audit Office couldn't find all the documentation was because it was hidden away in private email accounts. So can the Minister give us an assurance now that all relevant private emails were handed over to the NAO as part of their investigations? And if she can't give us that assurance, can she ensure that all those private emails will now be passed over to them?
Thank you for his question. In relation to the challenges that we faced in trying to transparently publish all of the contracts, I've set out some of the reasons why, and that's partly because there was a team of 450 people that had to be surged across government, all working on different IT systems, and then going back and trying to look at all the documentation in relation to PPE has been a real challenge, and those challenges have been acknowledged in various court cases that have been brought. I wish to assure him on the fact of the emails that insofar as FOI requests are made, then they will be looked at in the relevant way.
Jacob Young.
Speaker, every week the SNP come to this House with the sole focus of tearing our country apart, while every week this government is focused on delivering on the British people's priorities and building back better from this pandemic. Does the Minister agree with me that if the right honourable gentleman wants to use his time to explore conspiracy theories, he should go instead look for the Loch Ness Monster?
I thank my honourable friend for his question about the Loch Ness Monster, whose existence I can neither confirm nor deny. But he's absolutely right to highlight the fantastic ways in which our union has worked together during the pandemic, whether that's on the vaccine procurement, whether that's been on the schemes run out by the Treasury, or whether that's been on some of the testing capacity that we provided. And I don't think that we should overlook the fantastic union story that there is during this pandemic.
Let's go to Martin Day. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely gobsmacking that in the middle of a pandemic, Tory ministers secretly redirected funds from an emergency COVID contract to carry out political polling to benefit the Conservative Party and their unionist cause. Now, following the humiliation of the High Court case, will the Minister now commit to a full public inquiry into this gross misuse of public money? And will the Minister take any responsibility for this failure and apologise for it?
As I've set out on numerous occasions this afternoon, that was not political campaigning. It was an important work that was being undertaken as part of our response to the pandemic.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parties opposite are accusing the government of corruption, of deliberate and systematic corruption. They are claiming that ministers used the biggest peacetime challenge this country has ever faced for the simple purpose of enriching a few distantly connected contacts. As my right honourable friend, the Paymaster General, put it in answering the right honourable lady opposite a few weeks ago, this is an absurd charge. It is simply unbelievable. Everybody knows it. We know it, they know it, the public know it. So it's a conspiracy theory on the level of the anti-vax campaign. Will my honourable friend join me in thanking the businesses that stepped up to supply the NHS with what it needs rather than smearing them?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's absolutely right to point out the importance of what business achieved with government in relation to the pandemic. We've had some fantastic commercial expertise brought into government, and one of the things that we want to do is set up a secondments unit to make sure we can get that private sector expertise into government when it's needed, and a number of other initiatives such as civilian reserves, so that we can get that expertise as and when we need it in times of crisis.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here's how it works. The Under-Secretary for Health, Lord Bethell, held a private undeclared meeting with Aberdeen Health, who then won an £85 million contract. Andrew Feldman, the former chair of the Tory party became an unpaid advisor to Lord Bethell, and he managed to lobby and get a client a PPE contract for £23 million. We've had David Cameron, the former Prime Minister, lobbying the government direct, and we know the Minister for the Cabinet Office was found in court to have acted unlawfully with apparent bias with regards to the award to Public First. This is why we need a full, proper inquiry into not just the awards of contracts, but the lobbying that went on in the background for these contracts for companies that had no track record either in delivering the contracts that were awarded.
I thank him. I set out the reasons of the court case that, in relation to what the judgment actually said, rather than what he's implying it said, and that was it was in relation to some procedural issues that we have addressed via the Baldwin recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will the Minister agree with me that actually what the people of this country want to see is all politicians coming together to get this country back up on its feet, rather than the party political squabbling around PPE contracts that were absolutely necessary at speed to save lives? Let's put people first.
I agree with my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right. And as I've said already in this chamber, there was tremendous work that's been done with every corner of the UK and devolved administration, whether that's the vaccine programme, whether that's the furlough scheme, or whether that's the rapid increase in testing capacity.
Let's go to Nigel Mills. Nigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Minister read the allegations made by Dominic Cummings that ministers and officials would take procurement decisions and then subsequently a meeting would be arranged to pretend to retake them and go through the paperwork properly? Could she confirm that such behaviour would be completely unacceptable? And could she confirm that any investigation is taking place to determine if any of these allegations are actually true or not?
I'm afraid I don't know in relation to the private meetings that Dominic Cummings would have had when he was in government, but I know that he has set out concerns about our response to procurement in relation to getting the wrong answers after the event. So I think he's concerned about whether we then create too much process around important decisions that need to be made in the heat of the moment. And I think he's right to set out those concerns. We need to make sure that our Green Paper on procurement actually makes us have better decision-making processes in times of crisis that can be properly scrutinised.
Let's go to Neil Hanby. Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week at the Dispatch Box, the Parliamentary Secretary of State for International Trade bragged that the government were unleashing the potential of our whole countries by backing British industry, deriding China for trade distorting practices, dismissing trade deals with China. That all sounds good, except it's just not true. Today in a COVID briefing, the government's position on the FDA judgment that the Innova tests were deadly is down to their over-reliance on the manufacturer's data, and they're being tested at Porton Down to disprove the Chinese manufacturer's own data, that they are unsafe. All the while, UK diagnostic industry across the countries of the UK have been utterly betrayed. So can the Minister tell me, why are this government using trade distorting practices to prop up discredited Innova lateral flow devices made on the cheap in China, but at massive expense to the UK? Why are UK diagnostic contracts and the hundreds of jobs Lord Bethell...
Minister's got the question. Come on, Minister.
I thank you for the question. It was an issue that...
I think what members ought to be aware, he may shake his head, he may shake his hands, but he ought to realise that members have the right to be heard, and not just him, for the length of time that he thinks appropriate. I'll make the decision on that time. Minister.
I'm enjoying your zest today, Mr. Speaker. Just on the matter that he raises about the importance of onshore manufacturing capacity, this is something that he raised with me in Westminster Hall last week, and I've asked for a briefing on it, and I shall get back to him, because he raised an important issue about the extent to which we have key manufacturing capacity in this country. As I say, I think that there's a Project Defend within the Department of International Trade that makes sure that we have that capacity that we need.
Okay, Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister and Government for their massive and positive response to COVID-19 and for a vaccine rollout second to none. Has the Minister for the Cabinet Officer come to an assessment on the sustainability of the Government's use of emergency COVID-19 contracts with large firms? And can she confirm that these contracts have been beneficial to the UK given the potential and alleged anomalies that have occurred at their procurement? Thank you.
Minister.
I'm very grateful for his intervention. He is absolutely right to highlight how fantastically the devolved administrations have worked with central government on some of the critical issues that have been facing us during this pandemic. He raises the issues of large firms, and one of the hopes that we have in our procurement green paper is that our procurement rule reforms will make it much easier for small and medium-sized enterprises to bid for key government contracts.
Is it relating to this issue? Yes. Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 urgent questions and the Cabinet Secretary hasn't appeared, but the Minister has done her best. In the last hour, we've had media reports that Lord Bethell has, from number 10, it has been confirmed, has used his private email address in regards to procurement. Can I seek your advice, Mr Speaker, in regards to how we get clarity, because we've had misleading reports over the last 24 hours on this matter, and how we can get an independent inquiry so we actually do get to the facts of the case?
Do you want to say anything? No. No. Right. Oh, obviously, I'm not aware of what's just been announced. I do notice, just say to the member, if we are going to criticise, we do need a substantive motion. But what she's asking about is the internal arrangements. It's now on the record. I hope that people are listening to what's been requested and that we will take it for there. I'm sure this won't be the end of it being raised, and I know that the Honourable Lady will use her best endeavours and offices to ensure that what she seeks will be continued to be progressed. Right. We're just going to suspend the House for 2 minutes for the necessary arrangements to be made before the next business. Order. Order. I wish to make a short statement before we take the next urgent question. Last Thursday evening, the Government announced changes to those countries listed on the green and red travel list. It also announced that it intended that fully vaccinated UK residents returning from amber list countries would not have to isolate from later in the summer. These are important announcements. They shall be made to this House first. The fact that Transport Ministers were answering oral questions in the Chamber that morning only strengthens the case. While I do not have to explain my reasons for allowing the urgent question, in this case I want to say to the Government benches in particular, if Ministers choose to make important announcements outside this Chamber first, they must not be surprised that I will grant urgent questions on those matters. In fact, I'm just going to continue to grant them on the basis that there may be a statement, because that's the rubbish that seems to be running over this Chamber. I will continue to make sure this House gets an opportunity to scrutinise the Government, but it will be better for all concerned if the Government simply followed its own ministerial code and made important announcements to this House where members are elected to represent their constituents to ensure that Ministers and Secretary of State can be scrutinised with questions, not via the media, but via MPs. Now then, we come to the urgent question. I call Jim McMahon to ask that urgent question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State to provide an update to the House on the Government's plans for international travel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After 15 months of restrictions and lockdowns, I know everybody in the House is determined to get this pandemic behind us so that we might finally begin to think about returning to some sort of normality. Decisions over how to control our borders during these unprecedented times are, of course, never easy. In everything we do, the overwhelming priority to protect the public and the hard-won gains that have been made. Last week, in recognition of the hugely successful vaccination programme, we were able to confirm that in the future, and I will certainly return to this House, fully vaccinated people will be able to avoid quarantine when they return from amber countries. I want to be realistic with the House, Mr Speaker. This is a complicated policy that requires time to work through. First, the Joint Committee on Vaccines and Immunisations have yet to opine on whether children should be part of a vaccination programme. They're not at present, and we must resolve how children would therefore be treated under a programme which enable people to travel without vaccinations. Next, there's the question of what to do for people who cannot be vaccinated for medical reasons or perhaps because they're on one of the non-standard vaccine trials. That accounts for about 500,000 people, and we need to work out what to do there. And then there's also the question of how to recognise vaccine status at ports and airports. Easier for people who've been vaccinated in the UK. The NHS app, I should stress, not the Test and Trace app, the main NHS app, can already display your vaccine status, but less easy to prove from someone coming from overseas, particularly if they have paper-based systems. As a result of all of this, we will announce to the House when we are ready to make these decisions in order to bring this system into place, phased most likely for UK residents first. As has been said, we also confirmed changes to the traffic light system, which actually take place tonight at 4 a.m. this evening. And that will change the countries which are on both the red and the green list. There are some complications to establishing this list on a UK-wide basis, including with the devolved administrations. Once the decisions have been made, it's also very difficult not to have them escape from the various different administrations. And so I do apologise to the House for not always being able to get here first before I start to read of them in the newspapers, including in this particular case, instantaneously, or within an hour or so, I should say, from the devolved administrations elsewhere in the UK, meaning that the story was already out there. Malta, Madeira, Balearic Islands, several UK overseas territories, Caribbean islands will be added to the green list, whilst a further 6 countries move to the red category as we continue to adapt our system. Our border regime is one of the toughest in the world, and I know from chairing meetings of the G7 transport ministers, it's closely tracked and in some cases followed by other countries. We're now focused on the long term, how to keep our countries safe whilst getting international travel back up and running. And these decisions are not easy, and they will not be enhanced by simplistic calls to either stick countries on a red list or a green list without providing the level of detail that the amber list helps to provide. By comparison, this government's taking a cautious, evidence-based approach. I will return to this House with more information once we are aware of those details.
Hopefully first. Secretary of State Jim McMahon.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. But as you have pointed out, it was unacceptable that the government wasn't willing to come to this House to make the announcement when the traffic light system was reviewed last week. And thank you so much for your robust defence of Parliament on this matter. Passengers and the industry want to see a clear plan of action, supported by transparent data, with measured interventions to balance the urgent need to keep our borders safe with the desire to see aviation and tourism supported. First, Mr. Speaker, on data and the country-by-country assessment, can I urge him to publish both the decision-making criteria on the traffic light system, but importantly, the analysis that underpins it. We have been pushing for the government to show international leadership, but so far they have failed to step up. So can I ask him why the government won't bring forward concrete plans for an international vaccine passport which will be accepted by key destination countries? Mr. Speaker, international cooperation is key to getting travel back up and running again. Yet the Prime Minister missed that golden opportunity at the G7, including with the US. So what progress has been made on reaching an agreement to see the safe return of transatlantic travel? As much as we want to see more countries added to the green list, we also want to see a robust red list. Given that easing of restrictions have been delayed across the country, will he now commit to reviewing the decision not to place India on the red list so that lessons can be learnt going forward? Mr. Speaker, Labour's position is clear. We have set out a sectoral deal, a simplified red and green list, supported by a clear country-by-country assessment showing the clear direction of travel. But the government also promised a sectoral deal too. So when can the industry expect to see that promised sectoral deal? In the early days of this pandemic, the public were willing to support the government as it learnt on the job. But frankly, patience has run out. It's important that action is taken, and it's taken now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I think it's worth saying that I keep hearing the Honourable Gentleman calling for the data to be published. For his ease, I have been to the gov.uk website, checked it for him, and the JBC and PHE do indeed publish both their methodology and indeed the data behind the methodology for each of these countries. It is already indeed published. For the sake of time in the House, I won't run through it, but it is there for him to see. He calls for a passport which could be used for people who are double vaccinated, and yet at the same time, his policy is actually to put every single country in the red list. Mr. Speaker, that would mean that somebody who was able to visit perhaps a dying relative in the amber list would now have the cost and expense of returning to government quarantine in order to just go on that effective mercy mission. I think it is quite cruel, what he's suggesting. He asks for progress on the US-UK working group. I can confirm it took place for the first time last Thursday, and progress is being made. That's an officials level meeting. They will say more when they're ready to. There are a whole series of complexities to resolve. For example, the US doesn't recognise AstraZeneca currently because AstraZeneca haven't applied for the licence. On the other side, we don't have any particular system to recognise vaccine status from the United States because they don't have a digitised system as we do with our NHS. They have 50 separate systems. There are complexities. On India, this has been discussed many, many times, but I have to remind him once again, India went on our red list a week before they became a country, a variant of interest, and 2 weeks before they became a variant of concern. So it is simply not the case that they weren't already, and even when they were on that amber list, people had to take a test before they came here, they had to take a test when they got here on day 2, on day 8, they had to quarantine. I think it's worth looking at these facts. Again, he calls for this red and green list. He wants to scrap the amber list. He wants to simplify it, and no doubt before claiming that we should publish yet more detail. But it simply doesn't make sense. He cannot stand up and call for further support for airlines and the aviation sector, whilst deliberately trying to ensure that every person who comes to this country, pretty much, has to go to government quarantine hotels. It simply does not stack up. And finally, Mr. Speaker, he asked about support for the aviation and travel sectors. They have indeed been at the forefront of this pandemic. £7 billion of support is being provided, and we are continuing to do our bit. But the best support we can provide of all is to get international travel running again, which means not taking all the countries in the amber list and sticking them in the red list.
The Select Committee, Hugh Merriman. Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking you very much indeed for giving us this opportunity to scrutinise. You have constituents impacted and they should know that you have given them a voice in this place. I also thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving us this opportunity as well. I disagree with his suggestion that we turn the amber list to red. I believe it should be turned to green because we have a successful vaccination programme and our NHS Act. We know that the Secretary of State is pushing for that to happen later in the summer, and therein lies my question. For the domestic restrictions being eased, we have a roadmap with data and dates. For international travel, can we have the equivalent, a flight path, so that we know what is going to happen and when and by what measure? Perhaps I could ask the Secretary of State to give us a little more detail now, but also consider if he'll be willing to give a little more certainty to industry and passengers alike.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'll certainly be very pleased to return to this House with further details as soon as next month. I explained in my opening remarks that there are quite a number of complexities to do with how you treat children or younger people who haven't yet had the opportunity to have 2 vaccinations, whilst we'll have everybody on a single vaccination promised by the 19th of July. There'll still be significant numbers who would not be able to travel still under that system. So there are a lot of fairness issues to resolve as well. However, like my honourable friend, I share the absolute desire to return international travel as soon as we practically can to something as close as normality as possible, whilst recognising that it is important that we ensure that variants of concern are properly monitored and are not brought into this country. And one of the problems we have is no other country in the world sequences the genome at the rate that we do, meaning that it's sometimes very difficult to tell what's happening in other countries, and so we have to sometimes put caution into place. But I will return to this House.
We now go by video link to Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Aviation is the hardest hit sector, according to the ONS. 1/3 of the 6,000 jobs based at Glasgow Airport and countless more in the supply chain have gone, a proportion common in the sector. In business travel, 60% of workers have gone, and of those that remain, 80% are on furlough. And that's the key point. Hundreds of thousands of jobs have gone whilst there is a job retention scheme in place. This is the 36th time I've asked about support for the aviation sector since the start of the pandemic. Back in the day when the Secretary of State was boasting of saving Flybe, the Chancellor was promising a sector-specific deal. With many parts of Europe now wary of the UK Delta variant outbreak, 5 bleak winters for the sector in a row beckons. Is the government finally considering keeping its word with grant support and extending its limited and capped business rate support to at least match the duration of the unlimited cover in Scotland? Crucially, is he lobbying the Treasury to extend furlough for the sector? And finally, does the clinical advice given to the government fully support these decisions on double vaccinated travellers and travel to amber list countries?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I do actually pay tribute to the honourable gentleman, who I know is often speaks up for aviation, given the airport constituency connection that he has. I should just point out that we have provided billions of pounds of support for the aviation sector, including to the Scottish aviation sector, through money that's gone from the furlough programme. For example. He asked a series of questions, and I fear I may have to redirect him in some cases to his own Scottish government, because I have constantly the Scottish airports on the line to me complaining about the actions of the Scottish government, who seem to do everything that they possibly can to make it harder for airlines and airports to see a route to recovery. That said, there was a strong degree of work together in order to bring in the latest changes to the traffic light system.
We now go by video link to Henry Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we don't have a meaningful summer
of transatlantic operations. It's estimated to cost the UK economy about £2.5 billion and up to 52,000 jobs lost. So can I encourage my right honourable friend to make sure that we press for that UK-US task force on opening up international travel to conclude as soon as possible?
Well, my honourable friend who's done a great deal to support the aviation sector is absolutely right. The Prime Minister and President announced the working group. As I mentioned before, it's already met, and they're working on the details of trying to reopen international travel. We are faced with an Executive Order 212F, which was brought in by the previous American administration and has not been rescinded by the current one, and we need to see that removed in addition to some of the complexities of accepting vaccine status both ways around. But our officials are working on that at pace, and I look forward to further developments.
And now we go by video link to Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that restrictions on UK citizens' travel is not just from the rules from his own department, but also upon the entry requirements imposed by some of our international partners? So Malta, for example, may well be on our green list, but it won't allow anybody over the age of 12 who has not received both jabs. And as he will know, no one under the age of 18 in the UK can receive both jabs yet. And there's reports this morning that the negotiations about the UK-US air bridge have faltered because of concerns in the US about rising rates of the Delta variant in the UK. So can the Secretary of State confirm what conversations he is having with the new Secretary of State for Health and Social Care about attempts to combat the rise of the Delta variant in this country so that we can give greater confidence to our international partners and enable them to relax some of their restrictions?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to be concerned about the Delta variant. But the reason we know about the Delta variant in this country is that we sequence around 50% of all the positive PCR cases we pick up. No country in the world is getting close to that. It's just a few percent, for example, in France and Germany and elsewhere. So I suspect some of the Delta variant is simply knowing about the Delta variant being present. And what we're doing is working with partners internationally in order to encourage more to sequence the variant and then upload it to the GISAID, GIS-AID, internationally recognised website so everybody can see what is going on. And in doing so, we'll be able to have a more transparent system in order to get aviation going faster. She also asked about the conversations. I've already spoken to the new Health Secretary. We're both very keen to open this up, but we must do so in a way which is as safe as possible.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I caught up with owners Heidi and Andy from Oasis Travel, an independent travel agent in Tunstall, to hear what they needed from my right honourable friend to help them recover from this pandemic. The key thing was clarity. So will my right honourable friend reassure Heidi and Andy from Oasis Travel that we can make the guidance more simple and clear, giving confidence to both travel agents and the residents of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Torque about the rules when going for a long overdue summer break?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend's absolutely right about the clarity on this, and actually I think that's why a traffic light system, followed, as I've mentioned, by other countries. France has introduced theirs since we introduced ours, for example, makes sense. Everyone understands red, amber, green. We've talked about the desire to bring in a system which also uses the benefits of double vaccination, which will overlay that. If you like, for the benefits of Oasis Travel and his constituents, we're looking not only at the country, but also at the individual's status in order to provide greater clarity and be able to open this up as much as possible this summer.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The travel sector, in particular the business travel sector, the reopening of US-UK travel sees that as being vital to its survival. So could the Secretary of State update the House on who sits in the US-UK travel task force, when it will publish its recommendations, and whether the reports of concerns over the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine in the press this week will have any impact?
Yes, I can provide a bit more detail. It's chaired at Cabinet Office level and that equivalent in the United States. The group was set up by the President and the Prime Minister, as you'll know, at the G7. There hasn't been a specific date provided for publishing its work, but the group meets on a weekly basis. I would urge her and others to discount what they read in the newspapers. I didn't recognise the output that I saw in the stories this morning, other than, of course, it is true to say that there are issues that I've mentioned at this dispatch box about recognition in both directions. Those, of course, are very real problems. There are 50 states in America. They all use different systems for showing whether people are fully vaccinated, to throw another one into the pot. But we're working very, very closely together, and the desire is there between the US and the UK to normalise travel.
Now we go by video link to Julian Sturdy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government's intention to scrap quarantine restrictions for fully vaccinated people arriving from amber list countries is to be very much welcomed. But instead of later in the summer, can I stress to my right honourable friend how important clarity over the timings for this is? Ideally, we need it in place at the start of the school holidays to give families the confidence to book and ensure that it has the maximum impact in helping the travel sector recover. I don't have to tell my honourable friend, if this is delayed for too long, the summer for the travel sector will be lost, and that will have huge financial implications to the sector.
Thank you, and I do recognise the desire to see the system clarified. I went some lengths in my opening remarks to explain that we do have some issues that we need to resolve, including what the JCVI are going to recommend when they finished opining over whether children should be vaccinated or not. Without knowing the answer to that, what would be the alternate system in place? We've already seen, and members have mentioned, for example, Malta putting in place their own restrictions on children at a particular age of 12. So there are complexities to announce, but I hear what my honourable friend and others have said about the desire for clarity. I will return to this House once we've made progress and make sure that he's here to hear it first.
Alex Davis-Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, UK airlines, excluding the wider aviation sector, have announced over 30,000 job cuts so far, and that is before we even consider the wider supply chain in the aviation sector. Both BA and GE are based in my constituency and are major employers for Pontypridd and Taffili, yet both have had to make significant job cuts in difficult circumstances, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear there could be more on the horizon. Labour has consistently called for a sectoral deal that secures jobs and protects the aviation supply chain. Thousands of jobs depend on it. Why won't the ministers give the aviation support that they promised?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say we are providing £7 billion of support, and I hear she says that the party opposites consistently call for support. That is not the case, because the former Shadow Chancellor actually said we can no longer accept public funds paying for projects that make the shift to zero carbon harder. In other words, she wasn't prepared to support the aviation sector, as we have done. Well, it's on record here, as we have done. So I understand her perspective, and I agree with her as it happens, but I have to say, the policy's been all over the place over there.
David Johnston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, travel companies in my constituency, like Full Circle and Comfy Class, are understandably very keen to have more countries on the green list. I do appreciate it's a balance, because I've had emails from constituents also concerned if we do it too quickly, we could end up under further restrictions here. But could my right honourable friend reassure the companies in my constituency and elsewhere it is still his aspiration to get as many countries onto the green list as soon as he can, providing it's safe to do so?
Madam Deputy Speaker, yeah, that's absolutely the case. I mean, I wanted to sort of reassure him and the whole House. I wish to see travel reopened. Secretary for transport. I want to see transport operating. No one comes into this job to try to close down travel. We have to be realistic about the pandemic, which is global in nature and is still actually beyond our shores, running at some record rates around the world. It's very tempting to think it's over because we've managed to vaccinate such a high proportion of our own population, but no other major economy has done the same thing. But I can provide him with the reassurance that we are moving this as fast as we possibly can. And subject to that expert advice, I'm looking forward to working with my new Right Honourable friend, the Health Secretary, to move things along.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Deputy Speaker, what I picked up on a recent visit to Heathrow with the Home Affairs Select Committee
was that the government always seemed to be behind the curve. There always seems to be having to deal with the current crisis and not thinking ahead as to what the next crisis was going to be around travel and particularly at the borders. And I wondered today, we've heard lots of reasons why it's all very difficult for the Secretary of State to come with a plan today. But can the Secretary of State give a firm date as to when he will have a clear plan that the public are really calling for, as is the travel industry too?
Yeah. Well, I hear the calls for clarity, and I appreciate what she's saying. But equally, is she suggesting we should leave children behind this summer? Is it the case that people who've not been vaccinated should not be able to travel? How would she know whether somebody had been vaccinated coming from another country inward here if we don't understand or have a digital certificate from them? These are not abstract questions. They're real questions which have to be added to what the scientists know or don't know about the ability of somebody with coronavirus to get it again and or carry it. Just ask Nick Robinson what happened to him. Make no mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to get this opened up as quickly as possible. That is my intention and desire. But we cannot throw caution to the wind and end up in a position where we end up going backwards because we bring a new variant of concern in because of all these calls to simply ignore the facts.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for that last answer and accept it. However, I went to Gibraltar for the weekend of the 11th to 14th of June and was astonished by the hoops I had to go through on return from the Green Rock. I had to take 3 tests and fill out a very complex passenger locator form to come home. Given that nearly 49% of our population have now been double vaccinated, could my right honourable friend have a look at reducing the cost, the bureaucracy and the time wasting that occurs when people return to the UK from even the safest countries like the Rock of Gibraltar, which is a green area?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to tell my honourable friend that, in fact, he shouldn't have needed to take 3 tests. Returning from a green country, he would simply be required to fill in his passenger locator form, take a pre-departure test, but then a single test on day 2. It's used for sequencing the genome, which we've spoken a lot about, and I know other countries aren't as interested as we have been in that subject. He is absolutely right about driving down the costs. I was pleased to see on the website yesterday there are costs now in the 20s and 30s and £40 rather than these very high ones that we had previously. And we've now organised the website so that you can search by the region and also by the cost in order to buy a package which fits and suits your pocket. So I agree with him about driving down the costs, and I agree with him about driving out the bureaucracy as well, linking up the passenger locator form with the gates in order that when he comes through border, he's not stopped specifically because of his travel.
We now go by video link to Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mark Tanza of ABTA told the Treasury Select Committee that 44% of ABTA members anticipate more redundancies as furlough tapers off. This is an avoidable harm. So can I ask, what conversations has he had with the Chancellor on continuing furlough at the full 80% rate, at least for travel and tourism?
Well, I always have ongoing conversations, and that's one of the things which has led to furlough being available. But not only that, also a scheme which essentially has paid the business rates for all the major airports in this country, apart from the very largest 2 or 3. And that has been extended again for a further 6 months as well. But I have to say, the best way we can get this resolved is to get travel going again, and our level of vaccination means that that is something that can happen. And thanks to the United Kingdom government, everybody throughout the UK is enjoying the highest level of vaccinations of any major economy.
Suzanne Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because of our historic vaccine programme, it has meant that we have been able to begin safely reopening international travel. And I must add, my constituency has truly led the way on the vaccination programme locally, and I must thank them all for this. Does my right honourable friend agree, however, that it is right that we take a cautious approach so we do not jeopardise the enormous sacrifices and gains made by the British people over the last year? And of course, that will mean that next year we can travel safely for the World Cup as the rightful winners, I hope, of the Euros this year.
My honourable friends are absolutely right, and the only caveat I'd add is that I am really keen to see us open up. I mean, we want to see it happen, and we're going to put all of the measures in place to try to do that. One of the frustrations that I think we all feel in this House is because we have managed to get ourselves vaccinated, but we're waiting for other locations to do so, and because we are sequencing the genome to such an extent, but we're waiting for others to catch up. It's tempting to think the entire world is already there. Sadly, that is not yet the case. So yes, she's absolutely right. It needs to be a cautious approach, but nonetheless one which I think will start to see benefits for this country and people who want to travel.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The threat to the travel and tourism industry is very real. I met just this week with members of my constituency who work normally on aircraft who've been now either furloughed or in some cases made redundant for several months, and they're extremely concerned about the ongoing future of the industry, and therefore I think it's regrettable that the Transport Secretary should seek to misrepresent the position of my honourable friend from Oldham West in terms of recognising an increase in the number of nations on the green list, as well as clarification of the system, and also this call for international cooperation on vaccine passports that can give real certainty to the industry, confidence to holidaymakers, and try and save some of these crucial jobs in our industry.
Well, on the contrary, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm actually listening very carefully to what his honourable friend from the front bench has to say. A few days ago, he was challenged about how many countries should go onto the green list. And he said, well, from our point of view, it's got to be about the science, he says. He can't give an exact number. You've got to take the expert advice. Madam Deputy Speaker, what on earth does he think we've been doing all these months?
Lawrence Robertson.
Deputy Speaker, my constituency has a lot of aerospace manufacturing which is suffering because of the knockback, because of the lack of international travel, and at a meeting with pilots from my constituency recently, they tell me that the additions to the green list will only up their business to 10% of their capacity, so they really are struggling. They asked if we could avoid any last minute changes to policy and give people as much notice as possible, and I really do need to stress that they were asking for a date for double vaccinated people to be able to travel a lot more freely. I said I would pass those messages on, which I've done.
Well, I'm grateful for the direct message. The one thing I'll say is the pandemic and the virus sadly doesn't give us much advance notice, and often we find ourselves in a situation where a country may be on the green list and we need to move it. We saw that with Portugal. We saw it with Spain last year with the travel corridors. One thing we've done in order to provide a little bit more forward guidance is to use the Green Watch list, and the purpose of that is to help his constituents be able to see when a country may be a bit closer to the amber border, and therefore they'd want to be more aware. And I hope that does provide a bit of additional guidance to people. But as I said, I will return to this House next month with more details of what double vaccination can mean for people and for the travel industry.
Kevin Jones.
The Prime Minister has acknowledged that this summer will not be typical with regard to international travel. Regional airports such as Newcastle International rely on the summer season to generate the bulk of their revenues to be able to tide them over the quieter periods in terms of the winter. So can I ask the Secretary of State to particularly look at regional airports this winter, and what support can be given them to ensure that the revenue they're not going to generate over the summer, that they're not going to get difficulty later in the year once international travel is possibly opened up?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to point out the struggle for regional airports in particular. They don't have as pockets as deep as some of the very large airports, who are also struggling, of course. They have had, as I mentioned before, business rates paid in the case of Newcastle for the entirety of the pandemic so far. It's been extended again for a further 6 months. They've had the furlough scheme, and they've had various different loans available to them as well. The best thing we can do for them is to get travel reopened, and that is everything that we're focused on doing now.
Sir Edward Lee.
Over the weekend, we had the full panoply of the Stasi state, with its pettifogging prying into people's private lives, including show trials, denunciation, hidden cameras, and inevitable hypocrisy and rule-breaking. So when the Secretary of State argues his case about international travel in the Cabinet, and like him, I'd like to have lots more of it, and I'm very relaxed. But as the government seems to panic at the slightest rise of infections, will he not put at risk Freedom Day? Will he not put at risk any return to these factious restrictions over the winter? There has to be a balance. Better controls at the border than destroying our freedom at home.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it is true to say that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, people are fed up with the restrictions, and the good news is that the evidence clearly shows a divergence between the number of cases, the number of people going into hospital, and thank goodness, the number of deaths. So I have high confidence that the 19th of July will be that date, and I look forward to people being able to regain some of the freedoms that have been too sadly lost over this last year and a half.
Patricia Gibson.
Speaker, the Secretary of State started his statement today by saying that this was a complicated policy which requires time to work through. But today he has pointedly and repeatedly failed to commit to additional support for the beleaguered travel sector. But until a return of free travel can be re-established, does he understand the disappointment and anger at the failure to extend additional support to the travel industry to prevent the potential loss of tens of thousands of more jobs?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady perhaps didn't hear me mention that we're paying the entirety of the business rate bills for every airport I must check the facts here, in England, I should say. I hope that the same is happening under the Scottish Government in Scotland. We're paying the bills of everybody, the furlough, through the furlough scheme, of all of the employees in the sector, both in airports and in the airlines. We have been providing financing to enable airports and airlines, billions of pounds, in fact, to keep themselves afloat through this crisis. I have to say that when it comes to these discussions, invariably the people who do not want to restart travel the most tend to be the government in Scotland. So I'm a little bit surprised to hear her comments.
We now go by video link to Mark Pawsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The travel sector has had to deal with more disruption from the pandemic than most, as countries are added and then taken away from different colours lists. And travel agents in particular, as customers book and then cancel their holidays. I wonder if the Secretary of State can ensure they receive the support that they need to enable these businesses to survive this most difficult of times.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend's absolutely right. The businesses across the travel industry have, of course, been drawing on the £350 billion worth of grants and loans, VAT deferrals, the furlough scheme, and much else besides. The best thing we can possibly do is to get this country flying again and get people moving again. And I have to say, I think our progress with the vaccination, which has been exemplary, gives us the best opportunity there is of that happening sooner rather than later.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the vaccine rolls out and as international travel increases, if we're to prevent new variants sending us back to square one, there needs to be an effective surveillance system with transparent analysis built in so there can be swift action. We don't have that effective system at the moment, as we've seen from the fact that the Delta variant has whipped around the country, is now closing schools and preventing UK residents being able to travel abroad because people don't want the Delta variant to spread. So we have to improve that system and not be in a situation where so many cases can arrive in the country before preventative measures are taken. So will he agree, as part of improving that system, to start finally publishing the Joint Biosecurity Centre's analyses? Not just the arrivals data, the analyses of what is happening in other countries. SAGE papers are published. We've been calling for the Joint Biosecurity Centre's papers to be published for almost a year. Please publish them now. What has he got to hide?
Well, the Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right about the need to prevent the variants, and our surveillance system, which involves us sequencing the genome more than any other country in the world, as I know she'll already appreciate, is a very big part of that. We frequently find that we know about variants taking place in overseas destinations before the host country, and we often tell them about it first as a result. I do just want to sort of make sure the record of the House is entirely accurate. I talked about the risk assessment methodology already published online. It includes, for example, methodology including variant assessment, triage, risk assessment, and outcomes which inform ministerial decisions. And then under each of those, it goes into tremendous detail. For example, triage, testing rates per 100,000, weekly incidence, test positivity, evidence of VOCs and VUIs, and much else. And then we publish the data as well on both the PHE and on the JBC website. So I do invite the House, the Right Honourable Lady, to look at that data. I think she'll also appreciate that there are times where, for diplomatic reasons, it would be difficult to publish other countries' data before they have perhaps done the same thing. But she will find a wealth of information on both the JBC and the PHE websites, which we're already publishing.
James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend? He is clearly putting in the effort to try and reopen international travel. But can I also echo the chair, my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee? We do need the equivalent of the domestic lockdown roadmap that we have for reopening international travel, because I totally appreciate there are complex issues to resolve on opening travel to Amber List for those who've been fully vaccinated, but I'm sure he realises if we take too long to do that, there are businesses in our constituencies in the travel sector that will simply not be there to capitalise.
My honourable friend's absolutely right, and I do want to see these issues that I've raised resolved as quickly as possible. As we work internationally, and perhaps I should mention that through the G7 and through the OECD, we are working to create internationally recognised systems. We have a situation at the moment where every country is going off in its own direction, even amongst, for example, the EU 27, where there's no agreement on what the basic standards should be for bringing people, or for people moving around the world. So he's absolutely right, and I'll be happy to return here as soon as possible to provide that further clarity.
We now go by video link to Yasmin Qureshi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for calling me. Can I refer the House to my member's interest as chair of the APPG on Pakistan? Pakistan, along with Bangladesh, was placed on a red list at the start of April. Despite a clear disparity in cases with other nations on the green list who had a higher infection rates as well as had a variant of concern. Myself and other APPG colleagues have requested disclosure of the figures behind this decision, which we still have not received. Now the corona positivity rate in Pakistan has dropped to 1.78%, and there is no report of a variant of concern from the nation. They have also recently developed the PAC-WAC, which will help in the fight. Can the Minister today give me a full answer on as to why Pakistan was placed on the red list in the first place? And secondly, when will Pakistan be taken out of the red list and placed either into amber or ideally green?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the point that the Honourable Lady in the whole House will wish to recognise is last year we were only really able to look at the level of infection, as she rightly mentions, as the only indication really of a country's position in what is now a traffic light system. But as she'll see when she goes to the JBC methodology, it's now far more complex than that. Many more factors are taken into account, in particular and including the extent to which a country freely uploads its data to GISAID, the extent to which issues relating to sequencing is carried out, the extent to which a country has vaccinated its domestic population, and much else besides, all available on the JBC website. And I'm very happy on her behalf to put the authorities in Pakistan, and make this offer across the House, in touch with our scientists in order to better understand what an individual country might need to do in order to find itself back on the amber or indeed the green list.
Alan Keggs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend on the efforts he's making to open international travel. But can I ask him to consider and to look at the rules associated with passengers using international hub airports as they enter the United Kingdom, and the added complexity this can often bring. So Doha and Qatar Airways in particular support many of the regional airports, and in relation to the difficulties that he talked about, the support that is needed in regional airports that don't have the capacity of maybe some of the larger airports in the UK, will he consider the status of those passengers that would traditionally fly to those regions?
Thank you very much. My right honourable friend's absolutely right. It follows on from the last question, really, that this is no longer just a question of looking at what the infection rate is in a particular country. What you've got to actually understand is who travels through that country, and that can change its rating, even though the country itself would otherwise be perhaps a green list country. Again, I do want to refer my right honourable friend to the JBC's advice on this, because they do set out in quite considerable detail the various different factors they're looking at, and I extend the offer to countries and territories across the world to be in touch with us to better understand how we assess their data. And much of the time, a very good hint is to be entirely transparent with it, upload it to GISAID, and ensure there's sequencing going on at a level where we know that they know their level of variance of concern.
We now go by video link to Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The communities around Heathrow are hugely dependent on aviation for jobs, so they've been devastated by the pandemic's impact on international travel. And Hounslow Borough alone has lost 43,000 jobs with lower income communities hardest hit, and 22,000 Hounslow residents are still furloughed and are worrying about September's ending of the scheme. Now, aviation and its supply chain is not in a position to recover by September, and the Transport Secretary repeating figures for the general schemes the sector's received is of no help. So in terms of the future, so when will the ministers announce the specific sector support they promised, and will this include sector-specific extension of furlough?
Well, I do agree, and I'm concerned about the position of airlines and airports and the aviation sector generally, and I track it every single week. The House will be interested to know. But I'm a little concerned about her dismissing £7 billion of support as if it's not a significant figure, and indeed bespoke work that's been done to help airports in particular to pay their rates, which I've already mentioned. But she'll appreciate it's for the Chancellor to come to this House to explain whether further measures would be taken, and indeed I'm sure he'll return to this House when the next budget and autumn statement come around.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I refer the House to my register of members' interest, for I have the pleasure to chair the All-Parliamentary Group for Business Travel, and so I particularly welcome the Department's recent announcement about some quarantine exemptions for business travellers. But my right honourable friend will know that that's basically restricted to a very small number of basically jet flying and jet setting multinational executives. Business travel ecosystem much more wider than that. Can I ask my right honourable friend to look again at the criteria of significant economic benefit and just look at economic benefit? And could he set out when he might be able to widen that exemption for all business travel?
Yes, I'm very happy to take a further look at it, and he's right to point to the exemptions that have been provided for very large job-creating travel, but under very specific and restricted circumstances. To answer his question, I think actually we're best to pursue vaccine, fully vaccinated status in order to open up travel further. And of course that would apply to businesses as much as it would apply to everyone else. But nonetheless, I think is the route to really getting business and other travel going again.
Bradshaw.
From his response, Madam Deputy Speaker, he clearly wasn't listening to my right honourable friend who said Labour supports an expansion of the Green List and we want a rapid introduction of COVID passports. He claims it's complicated, but other Europeans and Americans are already free to travel with a vaccine passport, a negative test or proof of infection in the last 6 months. Why are we less free than them and less free than we were last summer when we didn't have the vaccines?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm tempted to say we can't have it both ways. We have to be vigilant and aware of the risks of travelling to every single country in the world that, without exception, do fewer tests of sequencing, so they don't know about variants, and yet I see the right honourable gentleman doesn't agree, and that is fine, but that opens us up to a degree of risk which is unknown because they are not doing the sequencing. So of course we've got to. Germany, he says, 1.3% of their positive cases are sequenced. 1.3. We sequence nearly 50% of our cases. It's a good case in point. But of course we're looking at what other countries are doing, and we're also making sure that we're talking to them all, and I speak to my counterparts on a regular basis. But the fact of the matter is, we have a traffic light system. What we needed for those countries to be able to ideally get into the green category, and if not, then to be able to use the fully vaccinated route in order to open up travel further.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was a former travel agent and tour operator before I came to this House, and I have great sympathy for the industry. But the Secretary of State will realise travel isn't just about holidays. I was made aware yesterday of a very sad case where there had been a sudden death of a young relative in the United States of America, and the people needed to travel there as soon as possible, and in a state of shock wanted to know what they should do. Secretary of State, if you can bring forward at all travel bridges, especially to the United States of America, it would help people in those circumstances.
Well, I do want to let my honourable friend know that in that very sad case that he talks about, America being on the amber list would allow them to travel in that particular case. There's a wider issue with the United States to do with Executive Order 212F, which prevents travel from the UK within the previous 14 days, indeed from Europe and many other countries. So they may well require special arrangements on the US side as well. But that is not the British government's doing, of course, and that is why we're working with them through this working group to try to remove these impediments.
We now go by video link to Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you. The wait-and-see statement last Thursday just hasn't given the vision for international travel that many were hoping for, and it's not good enough to leave major airports like Newcastle International in the dark. The outlook looks extremely challenging, and the government just can't delay its aviation recovery plan any longer. The sector needs a comprehensive package of support to ensure it can increase global connectivity and drive growth in our region in a planned way. And we need Newcastle Airport to thrive for that. So the government says it's committed to Global Britain, but when will it start acting like it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do urge her to talk to her own front bench, who are trying to remove the amber list entirely and chuck them all presumably into red. He's not able to tell us how many would go into green. Meanwhile, we are supporting Newcastle Airport. As I mentioned before, we've paid their entirety of their business rates throughout this entire crisis. And the best hope of all for them is to get travel going again. And so I've said several times, I don't want to labour the point, but I will be returning to the House with full details of exactly how a double vaccine, fully vaccinated status could help with international travel. I've also tried to explain why it's not quite as straightforward as she might imagine, because, for example, what do you do about children who have not yet had their status as far as vaccination confirmed?
Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the decision to loosen travel restrictions on double jab Brits, but also agree with other speakers in this debate so far regarding a roadmap, a clear roadmap. However, whatever that roadmap contains, it will take time for passenger confidence to recover. Thousands of jobs in the travel industry are still at stake. So what will my right honourable friend do to explore all options for further financial support for the travel industry?
Madam Deputy Speaker, certainly he'll know that I've been working with the Chancellor throughout this crisis, which is how £7 billion of support has been provided to the travel sector. I also think it's very, very important, as he and others have said, to be able to set out as clear a path as possible to the reopening of international travel. But notwithstanding the fact that, of course, the virus, unfortunately, is raging in different parts of the world, and on a monthly basis, new variants of interest, at least, and sometimes of concern, are also coming about. So we will do everything we can to put in place a system which involves both the traffic lights and the double vaccinated status in order to provide that the sense of certainty as much as can be done in a global pandemic for the aviation sector.
Kristen Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With greater restrictions being placed on UK travellers to Spain, Portugal, Germany and Hong Kong, there's no doubt the aviation and travel sectors are still in a difficult place. And we've already heard today that Chief Executive of ABTA, Mark Tanzer, said to the Treasury Select Committee that 44% of ABTA members anticipate more redundancies as furlough tapers off, and that's on top of 37% of these jobs already being lost or at risk. So action is plainly necessary. Will the Minister agree that there must be a tailored package of financial support, crucially including furlough extension for the travel sector as called for by the Travel Day of Action campaign?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Honourable Gentleman's lady is aware these are matters for the Chancellor, and I know that he'll be coming to this House at some point to set out his future plans as we get through this pandemic.
Dr. James Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Tom Williams kindly agreed to participate in the Novavax trial, and he was promised this would not disadvantage him in any way. He's now fully vaccinated with Novavax, and restrictions willing is hoping to go to France this summer with his family. As the European Medicines Agency has not yet certified the Novavax vaccine, the trip is now at risk. Will my right honourable friend investigate this case as a priority and do all he can to ensure Mr Williams can travel with his family?
Yes, I certainly will.
Wendy Chamberlain.
The Secretary of State will make a properly functioning test and trace system even more important. Last week, however, we saw the damning report of the National Audit Office on the English test and trace system, and just yesterday a series of freedom of information requests by my friend and colleague the MSP for North East Fife suggested a cover-up by the Scottish Government of failures within their Test and Protect scheme. So I asked the Secretary of State what steps have been taken to work with the devolved nations on the functioning of testing regimes, and how will he ensure these schemes are not overwhelmed as a result of the changing picture.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the very important things that we've been doing is to automate the process of being able to essentially track people no matter where they've come back from. So with regard to international travel, for example, the passenger locator form is now automatically linking with somebody's passport and providing confirmation as they enter, either through an e-gate or through a border force inspector, with information about where they've come from and therefore whether they need to self-isolate or quarantine. So those conversations are ongoing, and I do keep in touch with the devolved administrations about that on an ongoing basis.
Kevin Hollenrake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opposition doesn't seem to be able to name any countries or destinations it wants to add to the green list, but can I suggest a couple? The Greek islands and the Canaries both have very low infection rates, very popular destination for UK travellers, and seem to qualify under other criteria, potentially, when they might be added to the green list, and that they will stay there until a variant of concern has been properly identified.
One thing I know for sure is that it's very difficult to give guarantees about any countries staying forever. That's how I ended up going to Spain and coming back 2 or 3 days later after I had myself put them in the no-fly category as it was at the time. But what I can do is tell him for sure that both the Canaries and the Greek islands were looked at the last review. The fact that they didn't qualify, as he rightly identifies, is not simply a matter of looking at their infection rate, but also at the other criteria clearly set out by the JBC and available to him and others on the website, and is more likely to be to do with, for example, their ability to sequence the genome. We are working hard with countries across the world, and particularly holiday destinations, to let them know what would be required and welcome further contact from them in order for them to be able to understand the system that we're applying.
And now we go by video link to Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will no doubt agree with me that the support packages provided by the government, furlough, grant packages, low interest loans, have been essential in supporting businesses and industry through the pandemic. With the continued impact of COVID-19 on the aviation and travel industry, can the Secretary of State outline what representation he has made through the Chancellor on the part of the travel industry for the extension of furlough and a much needed specific tailored grant support scheme to be provided so as to sustain jobs and protect the future of this industry?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right about how essential the package has been to date, and my conversations with the Chancellor, of course, as with all Cabinet Ministers, is ongoing.
And now we go by video link to Andrew Salu.
While we all have huge sympathy for travel companies with very little income, what action is he going to take to help people like my recently widowed constituent, who's had no refund for the holiday she was due to have with her husband, and not even an acknowledgement of receipt of her husband's death certificate?
I'm very sorry to hear about that particular case, and I have been putting pressure on the whole sector to do the right thing, provide either vouchers or refunds where people require it. And look, it's an essential part of being able to get travel back together, is that people feel that when they book, they're going to be able to, should they need to, for coronavirus reasons, rebook. As I'm not familiar with the individual case, but I'd be very happy to follow it up for him.
Emma Lewelbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Throughout the pandemic, the Transport Secretary has treated the travel industry as an afterthought, delaying decisions, making vague promises, creating chaos and confusion. Nearly 200,000 jobs have been lost or at risk. Countless well-established high street agencies are now boarded up. Over 1 year ago, the government promised a sector-specific support package. He keeps referring to $7 billion, yet he knows that that was purely for the aviation industry, not travel agencies. ABTA wrote to him just this week about this lack of support. Why has he failed to deliver for them?
Well, I have to say, I do think that's rather disingenuous from a government that has provided furlough for absolutely everybody in every sector, including the ones that she identifies. When it comes to things like the support that the Chancellor has provided, it has been incredibly generous. I do keep very closely in touch with travel agents in my own constituency and across the country, and I understand the pressures they've been under. No one can pretend it's been easy or straightforward, but I also have to strenuously disagree if the Honourable Lady is saying that support hasn't been there, because the very fact that we're having this discussion demonstrates the extent to which we have been out there working to make sure that they are supported through this crisis.
Paul Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that testing of virus detection equipment from Cromac in Sedgefield is being trialled at both Newcastle and Teesside airports at the moment, and we hope this will provide a valuable tool in the future. And while I appreciate the sacrifices being made by our whole population to shield the most vulnerable and keep our NHS from being overwhelmed this year, I do not believe that economic growth and business should be held back until every adult is able to travel. Does my honourable friend agree that although those not fully vaccinated might find it frustrating, we need to open up international travel for those who are fully vaccinated and safe, in order to kickstart the rebuilding of the travel economy for both businesses like Mel's Travel, a recently opened travel agency in Ferry Hill, and workers in places like Teesside Airport. And where testing is required, the costs need to be reduced very substantially, especially for children.
Well, the good news is costs have been coming down really quite dramatically in the last couple of months, so that is the good news. Like him, I share his enthusiasm and anxiety to get the sector opened up as quickly as possible.
Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, just this morning the Department for Transport snuck out the news that if you're a senior business executive, you'll be able to dodge quarantine rules from the amber list. Now, I'm sure the Secretary of State will want to take the opportunity to advise the House of the medical miracle, which means that the wealthiest in society are unable to contract or indeed transmit COVID-19. Or perhaps he can tell us what we all already know, that on the watch of the Tories, it's simply one rule for the super rich and another rule for the rest of us.
Mr. Speaker, what a load of nonsense. I expect that he doesn't want to see, just taking a random example, thousands of jobs provided, created in, for example, a car plant, just because of his vindictive and really very narrow view of how the world should operate. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anybody who is able to come to this country, for whatever reason, will be under very, very strict restrictions, requiring testing, only able to carry out that specific piece of business. And to my mind, if it helps thousands of people keep and get new jobs, that's well worthwhile.
John Howell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am particularly concerned about travel to France. My delegation to the Council of Europe, most of whom have been double vaccinated, despite having diplomatic status themselves, is having to wait until to represent the UK in person until France has gone green. What changes does he anticipate that could make our travel easier?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm most anxious to enable my honourable friend to travel to the Council of Europe, and I will undertake to speak to my opposite number, Jean-Baptiste Dubagé, to find out what can be done to encourage a regime that enables travel to take place more easily. But I do have to say we are having to work with what is available to us at the moment, and since France also has a traffic light system in place, I'll do my best to ensure that the two can help his visit to take place.
And finally, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his responses? It's very difficult to answer all these questions and perhaps know all the answers, but can I ask this? Mixed messages. Amber or green travel acceptable for some countries in the EU, while Germany says the EU should get together and prevent UK nationals travelling. USA has stated UK citizens may not travel to the States before August and may not do that afterwards for a certain period of time. Much uncertainty. So can I ask the Secretary of State, for those who book holidays and then find them cancelled, or on holiday and have to quarantine on their return, just when will there be a direct, honest and clear strategy? Because at this moment, with great respect, my constituents don't know whether they can and should do when it comes to booking an overseas holiday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Look, the reality of the situation is that this virus just doesn't give us those answers. I wish it would. But I hope that what the Honourable Gentleman can now see is that through the combination of both the traffic light system and the forthcoming double vaccination system, so it's not only the place but also the individual who can be looked at, we will get to a position where people are able to travel more freely than they have been up until this point. But I do have to remind the House we are still living through a global pandemic, and it isn't therefore quite as straightforward as have been suggested in one or two of the interventions, though not his.
Thank you. I will now suspend the House briefly for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! Order. I will first call Minister Kevin Foster, who has 3 minutes to answer the urgent question from Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to mark and update the House on the huge success of the EU settlement scheme. As of the end of last month, more than 5.6 million applications have been received by the scheme, with more than 5.2 million concluded. As these numbers demonstrate, the dire warnings about our willingness to deliver an effective scheme to safeguard the position of millions of our friends and neighbours have proven totally unfounded. Today, I invite all honourable and right honourable members to play their part in communicating tomorrow's deadline and encouraging those who are eligible but who have yet to apply to do so now. The Government has mounted a massive public information campaign to raise awareness about the scheme, investing almost £8 million in communications encouraging eligible EU citizens and their family members to apply by the deadline. We've also made extensive support available to applicants who need it, including providing £22 million in grant funding to organisations who have helped over 300,000 vulnerable people to apply for the status they deserve so far. Whilst the deadline is tomorrow, we will take a pragmatic and flexible approach to considering late applications made after the deadline. Our priority will remain to encourage those eligible to secure their status, and the examples of reasonable grounds given in the guidance we have published are non-exhaustive. Each case will be considered based on its unique circumstances. To confirm, a person's existing rights will continue to be legally protected pending the outcome of an application made by the deadline of tomorrow, plus any appeal process that may follow. In the meantime, they will be able to rely on their certificate of application as proof of their right to work or rent when this is verified by the Home Office employer and landlord checking services. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also expect the EU to uphold their obligations on citizens' rights. We are aware some UK nationals in the EU have faced difficulties in securing and exercising their rights. We are engaging with the EU through the Specialised Committee on Citizens' Rights to address this. The people of the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union in June 2016. We opened the EU settlement scheme in March 2019 on a basis much more generous than the withdrawal agreement requires. By contrast, most EU countries have an application window of around 12 months. Our position has remained clear throughout. EU citizens are our colleagues, neighbours, friends and family. We want them to stay and to get the status they deserve under the EU settlement scheme. The fact so many have already chosen to do so is something to celebrate, and I encourage anyone who is eligible but yet to apply to join the millions who have already secured their rights through our scheme, with support available online, on the phone and through our fantastic grant-funded organisations.
We now go by video link to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister promised EU citizens, quote, absolute certainty of the rights to live and remain in the UK. But the day before applications to the EU settlement scheme closed, serious questions remain unanswered. So could I press the Minister on some of them? Reports suggest that the government has estimated up to 130,000 of those eligible for benefits haven't applied for settled status. What assessment has the Home Office made of the total number of eligible EU citizens still to apply? And how have they reached out actively to those people? What support is being given to older and more vulnerable people who've yet to make applications, and particularly those in social care? There's concern that some parents have thought it unnecessary to apply on behalf of their children. How is the Home Office identifying those children and enabling their applications? Government figures show that applications have been made for only 1 in 3 children in care. So what's being done for the others? The Home Office has said late applications on reasonable grounds will be considered. So will the Minister confirm what status those applicants will have while the reasonableness of their case is determined? Victims of domestic abuse whose traumatic circumstances have prevented an application will lose rights to support and a place in a refuge. What's been done to protect them? 1 in 3 landlords are not aware of the settlement scheme. Business groups think employers don't know enough about it. What is being done to ensure nobody is wrongly excluded from housing or work? Almost half, around 2 million, of those who've applied for settled status have not received it. Instead, they have pre-settled status with no long-term rights. So what is the government doing to ensure they can overcome the barriers to full status? Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a real risk of a new Windrush-type tragedy in the future if we don't get this right now. The pandemic has affected government capacity and communications, so will the Minister reconsider his previous statement, follow the lead of countries like France and the Netherlands in relation to UK citizens, and extend the deadline for applications?
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In terms of starting, the promise of absolute clarity is exactly what the EUSS is there to deliver. The absolute clarity that you'll be able to prove, demonstrate and have recorded your rights in this country, not just for the next couple of years, but for decades to come. And that's why we're delighted that we've managed to have so many applications, and two, to already give that certainty to millions of our fellow residents here in the UK. In terms of the work that's been done with the DWP and HMRC, we are keen to reach out to all who could be eligible to apply, hence the letters that were sent out to those where there was not a record of an EUSS application being made. There will be further work done after the deadline to again encourage those who are identified in this way to make an application. And as has been said before, anyone who is already a British citizen or has indefinite leave to remain under systems that predated free movement does not need to apply, although those with ILR from previous citizens may choose to want to upgrade for free to status under the EUSS. In terms of the work that's being done, I've already touched in the original answer on the work we're doing both to advertise the scheme and via our grant-funded organisations that literally are based across our United Kingdom and have been working with many of the most vulnerable to ensure they can apply, with over 300,000 applications having been directly supported by that network, whose work includes, for example, working with those with chaotic lifestyles or those who may have been rough sleeping as well. In terms of children in care, I'm not sure if I heard his comment correctly, that he thought only government figures showed only a third had applied. Actually, the most recent survey, back to the end of April, of local authorities showed 67% of applications had been made or had been where settlement had already been granted. And we continue to work with local authorities and are very grateful for the support that's being shown, not just with children in care, but also has to be said with us adults in care who may need support. In terms of the position in other countries, I would just gently make the point that when France opened its system, the day France opened its system for UK nationals living in France, the EUSS had already received 4 million applications, and literally millions of statuses had already been granted. So I think we need to have that in mind when we make comparators. And in terms of then going on to those converted from pre-settled to settled, we've already actually seen 147,000 convert from pre-settled to settled status, even though they didn't need to do that immediately, but they'd qualified under hitting the 5-year period. And there will again be support, there'll be reminders done. And again, there'll also be reasonable grounds for a late application to go from pre-settled to settled status in a similar vein to where there is for those who miss the deadline tomorrow. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is very significant support available, and where, for example, there are compelling or compassionate circumstances after the deadline, we will work with agencies, particularly those who deal with the most vulnerable, to look at expediting applications through the process where needed. But my core message today is that actually is very simple. If you're eligible, apply now and secure the status you deserve.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government is to be congratulated on the remarkable success of this scheme. 5.6 million applicants against an estimate of just 3 million qualifying people in this country. But I share the concern of the Minister that the lack of energy and urgency for reciprocal arrangements for British citizens in EU countries. Does he have an estimate of how many British citizens have so far applied and how many are outstanding? And on the specific issue of children in care, I'm glad to hear that the number has now been raised to 2/3, but is his estimate still that there's some 10,000 children in care who would qualify, which still means there's something like 3,500 very vulnerable children who have not been registered and who could be the subject of a future Windrush-type scandal if they're not?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. If I start with the last point he made first. One, we're very clear that we are working very hard with local authorities, and actually the figure I gave him was from the end of April, so we're now coming to the end of June, and we know a significant number of applications have been lodged in support of children in care, but also to reassure him, and it's an oft example I've given, that if, for sake of argument, a child in care is aged 5 today, and in 13 years' time, when they become an adult, discovers that their application hadn't been made on their behalf when they come, for example, to get their first job, we would consider that reasonable grounds for a late application. In terms of the schemes in Europe, we do encourage EU member states to look at the progress we've made here in the UK with the EUSS and to look at how their systems could actually replicate it in being free, relatively simple and plenty of support available. But similarly, our encouragement to all UK nationals in the EU is to check what the status is and to look at making sure they get their application in good time.
Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister back to the dispatch box. I would like to congratulate my honourable friend for securing this urgent question. There could not be a more powerful warning to this government of what happens when innocent people are deprived of their right to be here than the Windrush scandal. 28-day warnings advising people to apply for settled status have been issued despite an estimated 400,000 applications still awaiting being processed. Leaked documents, as the Honourable Member for Sheffield Central said, suggest that 130,000 people in receipt of benefits have yet to sign up, and that support could be taken away. The Children's Society has estimated that applications have not been made for over 2,000 children in care or care leavers. That's why we on these benches have called for an extension to the European Union settlement scheme to the end of September. The government must then do everything possible to sign up eligible people, with a strategy focusing on the vulnerable, children in care and care leavers. And can the Minister also confirm what's being done to support those who are unable to use or access the internet? More widely, how many eligible individuals does the Home Office believe have yet to sign up, and precisely how many applications are still being processed? Put simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has not done enough to prevent people falling through the cracks. Surely, to avoid the risk of terrible injustice, the government must extend the deadline to the end of September and use the additional time to ensure that all who are eligible are signed up.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think what I'd say is that the EUSS itself is the lesson learned from Windrush. Granting people status via an Act of Parliament with no record taken and no document to prove it might work for a few years whilst people can still easily prove where they were living on a particular date, but many years down the line produces the outcomes we then saw. And that is exactly why, with the EUSS, we have been keen to make it relatively simple, relatively open, with criteria that is basically based around residence, not around exercising specific free movement rights, which would have been far more restrictive and complicated for applicants to prove. So that is why we've been seeking to take it. And there has been very intensive work being done to support those who are most vulnerable. Our 72 grant-funded applications who are actually organisations who are actually funded up to the end of September to continue supporting applications and those with status beyond the deadline tomorrow. And again, we've been working closely with local authorities to reach out in terms of those in care, not just children in care, but adults as well. So with literally millions of applications having been received, and it's actually hard to give a precise figure of exactly how many applications are currently outstanding, given there's literally thousands still coming in every single day, and we very much welcome that. I must say, to reassure the House, we have dealt with much larger surges of applications. For example, around Christmas, we were literally receiving tens of thousands of applications, and also to reassure the House, the vast majority of those have already been resolved, with all but a small percentage having been granted status under the EUSS. So we do believe that we have made great progress, but as we've touched on before, we have published non-exhaustive guidance around what we will see as reasonable grounds for a late application, including many vulnerable groups. And we've also published guidance for employers and landlords about what their approach should be to an EEA national that they have employed prior to the deadline, and how actually the first resort should be to look at supporting them in making an application. But to be clear, he says 28 days warnings have been issued. Those have not been issued. We have not got to the deadline. What he is referring to is the approach we will take where we encounter people who may be eligible for EUSS status after the deadline.
Felicity Buck.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have got a very substantial and thriving European community in Kensington, with South Kensington being the home of the French community in the UK. I welcome the success of this scheme, with 5.6 million applications and 5.2 million already approved. May I ask my honourable friend a very specific question? I have got certain residents who during the pandemic have had to go back to their home European country. Can my honourable friend assure me that this will not prejudice their application?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To reassure my honourable friend, we've already published some quite significant guidance around the exact position for people who have had to go home to the country. To be clear, if someone's got settled status, they can actually be outside the UK for up to 5 years without losing status. And for those with pre-settled status, there are provisions that allow them to be outside the UK for an important reason during the qualification period. And to reassure reports that if people were out for let's say just over 6 months in relation to the pandemic, they would lose that entitlement were not correct. And again, we have published guidance. So no, to reassure, if someone has gone home to be with their family, having been resident in the UK before the 31st of December, there are a number of provisions in place to ensure they can still secure the status they deserve under the European Settlement Scheme.
We now go by video link to Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The hospitality sector, amongst others, has long warned that Brexit itself would mean they lost much of their workforce, and they have. But worse, more than 100,000 people who want to stay are waiting more than 3 months for a decision. Does he realise that employers will, after this week, be scared to employ those workers? In a recent debate, the Minister told me that everyone receives a certificate of application, that this would suffice. Well, the 3 million advised me today that many have never received this. Why not? I've seen one, and it doesn't tell employers for how long it remains valid. Again, why not? It also requires them to go through 14 stages on a website if it is working. I don't envisage a big bang on the 1st of July, but I do foresee huge problems in the coming months with people willing to work, employers desperate to employ, but too much uncertainty about the legality of doing so. I appreciate the desire to go digital, but until that digital is working properly, why will the government not just provide physical proof for people, as they can apparently do for COVID vaccination status? If it's too difficult, then please just do as the Scottish Government and others have called for and extend the deadline, or better still, scrap the scheme and have a declaratory scheme, which is what was promised by many of his colleagues, including the Prime Minister, in the first place.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I've already pointed out exactly the issues with declaratory schemes. They sound good in theory, everyone gets a status. The problem is if no record's taken and nothing's issued to prove it, when later years come, it's then extremely difficult for people to prove their rights. And as we say, that is the key lesson learned from the experience of those who were granted a declaratory status back on the 1st of January 1973. But in terms of the position, now let me make it very clear from the dispatch box, those who have made an in-time application, who have a certificate of application and have got their application in, to retain a right to work here in the UK whilst their application is being considered. And we've been very clear in our guidance with employers about what they should do if they have queries or if they have any issues. And actually, also to be clear, there is no requirement for employers to undertake retrospective checks. They maintain a statutory excuse in relation to the right to work checks and legislation if they accepted an EEA passport or national identity card as proof of a right to work prior to the 30th of June. So to be very clear in those instances, that is where the position is. And we've also sent a detailed reply this morning to the 3 million about some particular queries they had around those who are yet to receive a certificate of application. And given the length of this session, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll arrange for that to be placed in the Library of the House for members' reference.
We now go by video link to Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst I welcome the fact that so many citizens of the EU are voting with their feet, and they are welcome here, could my honourable friend explain how previous governments left us in a situation where an estimate of 3.8 million has turned into an actual of 5.6 million without a single word of contrition? What a failure of the state.
Well, I think in terms of the position that we take as a government today is obviously anyone who is entitled to status and deserves status under the EUSS will be granted it. There's no limit, there's no target, there's no quotas. But yes, it is interesting to note the number of applications we've received versus the impact assessments that were done back in 2004. But the point I want to make now is that we have got a new points-based system that allows us to better decide and better set in place what type of migration positions we want to have, and that ultimately judges people by the skills and talents and what they have to offer the UK, rather than fundamentally by what passport they hold.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister said that help was available on the phone. As of today, it still isn't for most people. The phone line simply says there is no space left on the call queue because there are obviously not enough people able to respond, and that was the case, I understand it, last week and the week before as well. But can I just press him on the situation for children who may not have applied at this point? The guidance, I know, says that where a parent or guardian or local authority has failed to apply for a child by the deadline, that will normally constitute reasonable grounds for them to be able to have a late application. Clearly that is welcome, but why does it not say that will always constitute reasonable grounds for a late application? For those children, it's clearly not their fault. Somebody else should have applied for them. Will he strengthen that and reassure them and say that will always be reasonable grounds?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the question, the way the Right Honourable Member has put it. My understanding is we would adopt the approach that if it was someone who was under 18 or was lacking mental capacity, who's over 18, and, for example, a power of attorney was in place where someone else should have made the application, we would accept that as reasonable grounds for a late application being made. I'd also make clear that, as I've said before, the guidance is non-exhaustive, so people don't have to meet just one of the many reasons that are listed. We will always look in the individual's circumstances to see if it was appropriate they had a reasonable ground. But certainly we would expect that a child under 18, and I'm happy to pick up the point concerned, because my general principle is if someone else should have made the application, either due to your age, due to your mental capability, because there's a deputyship in place, or because, for example, you're in the care of a local authority, then we would usually see that almost certainly as reasonable grounds for a late application.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I welcome my honourable friend's statement and the work the Department's been doing both to secure the rights of EU citizens here in the UK and, as he mentioned, the reciprocal case of British citizens out in the EU. Does he agree with me that the success of the EU settlement scheme actually showcases the UK's commitment to a firm but fair immigration system now that we are a sovereign nation in charge of our own borders?
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think what it shows is that we can deliver a scheme that secures the rights here in the United Kingdom of millions of our neighbours, friends and colleagues. And it also shows how we can deliver using better technology. The vast majority of people have literally applied from the comfort of their own home, not have had to, for example, go off to a visa application centre to prove their identity, and with simple rules and criteria, i.e. residence, not exercising free movement rights, we could grant a large number of applications fairly quickly. So I think it not only shows what welcome to EU nationals who came in the time of free movement, but also gives some strong lessons we can take over into the reform and simplification of the rest of our immigration system. And we applied many of the lessons from the EUSS to the start of the British nationals overseas visa route that we created earlier this year. For example, online application from home, simple criteria, and a digital status that is quickly and easily issued.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Minister, I did exactly what he has enjoined others to do. Some weeks ago, I wrote out to all the EU nationals I could identify in my constituency. We publicised this looming deadline in the press, and I have to tell him it did turn up a disturbing number of glitches in the system, not least one involving the inadequacy of certain mobile phones, smartphones, for uploading documents. I would have hoped that by this stage in things these sort of bugs would have been ironed out the system, but my experience was very much that they have not been. On the figures that the Minister has given the House today, there remains something in the region of 400,000 unprocessed applications. Making allowance for the fact that there's bound to be a late surge, we might anticipate that there will be something touching 500,000 by the time it comes to the close of the deadline. The Minister will be aware that it is only once an application has been granted that the applicant is entitled to the right to healthcare, to work, and also to rent. They could be liable for charges within the NHS. So, can the Minister tell the House what he intends to do for these 500,000 people, possibly, while we are waiting for their applications to be processed?
Well, I'm afraid I have to say the right number member is not correct. Those who have got an application before the deadline, let's be clear, this is under the law, and yes, I'm not sure why we've really got Wimbledon on the screen, but anyway.
Order. It should just be noted that there is a mistake in the broadcasting. And forgive me for laughing, but I'm just pausing the House for a moment because it's not fair to the Minister. Can you have this stopped immediately? Not fair to the Minister to have his audience distracted. But, of course, nobody would think that Wimbledon was more exciting than what the Minister has to say. Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy. I think it's actually quite crucial what I have to say, given the reference to the position of 500,000 people in this country. And let's be absolutely clear. A person who applies by the 30th of June 2021 deadline will have their existing rights protected pending the outcome of their application, including any appeal. That includes the right to work and the right to access healthcare. And this is achieved not just by me saying this at the dispatch box, but by the Citizens' Rights Application, Deadline and Temporary Protection EU Exit Regulations 2020, a piece of law passed last year. So that is the firm message I would give, is that people should get their applications in by the deadline tomorrow, but if they've got an application in time, in before the deadline tomorrow, their rights are protected pending its things. So for those 500,000 people, they will not be exposed to some of the issues the right honourable gentleman's just set out.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. What we just saw, Madam Deputy Speaker, a preview of what's going to happen at 5 o'clock when people are here for the estimates debate, so they could do two things at once. But could I ask the excellent Minister, the great success that they've had with the EU settlement scheme contrasts rather heavily with the failure to stop illegal immigrants coming across the Channel, escorted by French naval vessels. Does the Minister have any reassurance for this House that that will be the next item on the agenda to be dealt with?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his comments, and I can reassure him that I believe this time next week we'll be introducing into the House legislation to do just that and to fix our broken asylum system.
I will now go to Catherine West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many in Hornsey and Wood Green have called the UK their home for decades, but they've yet to hear back from the Home Office, a 62-year-old man waiting, anxious and fearful of being separated from his family. Will the Minister today fix the Home Office telephones, get through the backlog and calm the nerves of constituents who fear a Windrush-style scandal of falling through the cracks and being excluded from vital support?
Well, as said, those with an in-time application waiting for a decision have their existing rights protected. And to be clear, the vast majority of applications are dealt with within 3 months, and those that have been outstanding for over a year are mostly ones where there is issues relating to criminality.
Steve Double.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many businesses in my constituency have been struggling to find the staff that they need as our economy is reopened, whether that's in tourism and hospitality, in construction, in food processing or in horticulture. Part of the reason is that many EU citizens who were granted settled status went back to their home countries as a result of the pandemic. But this workforce is going to be essential to help rebuild our economy. So can my honourable friend confirm that anyone who has received settled status will not only be entitled to come back to the UK, but indeed will be welcome back here to help us rebuild our economy?
Absolutely. I would fully endorse the comments he's just made in terms of people being welcomed back to the UK. If you have settled status, you can be absent from the UK for up to 5 years and still return and pick up your entitlements on return, including the right to work.
And we now go by video link to Chion Wara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Data, not dates, is the government's mantra for lockdown easing. Shouldn't it be the same for settled status? The data clearly shows that tens of thousands of EU citizens to whom the government promised the right to stay will become undocumented overnight, criminalised for working, renting accommodation or opening a bank account. They may be young or elderly, have insufficient language or digital skills, or have been unable to return to the UK because of the pandemic. In Newcastle, we value our European residents, so won't he extend the deadline, or does he want another Windrush?
Well, the USS has already granted millions of people secure status in this country and is literally granting it to thousands more people every day. And that's, I think, the key focus for us is now getting people to apply before the deadline. But as we've already said numerous times, we will accept applications that are late where there are reasonable grounds for doing so, including from the most vulnerable.
Christian Wakefield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for updating the House on the progress of the EU settlement scheme. Does he agree with me that with time running out, the best thing we can actually be doing is encouraging people to make sure they've applied, rather than the doomsaying, the naysaying and the putting down of the entire scheme like the opposition benches?
Well, I couldn't agree more. I suspect a few years back we were getting lots of predictions how we'd never managed to grant millions of statuses to people who are our friends and neighbours, but we've managed to do that. We've had applications come in, and I agree, and the time is now to encourage people to get their applications in, secure their rights and join the millions of people who have already done so.
Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been quite clear that the government has no idea how many EU citizens were in the UK, no idea how important they are to the NHS, to the economy and to our cultural and educational institutions. It's also clear the settlement scheme is overly bureaucratic and unwieldy, so I'm going to press the Minister again. Will the government at least extend the deadline for 6 months so the mess it created can be sorted out?
Well, I think the many people who found that it was a simple application using an app would be rather surprised to hear the comments about being unwieldy and everything else. And the fact that we've managed to grant millions of statuses already and have hundreds of thousands of applications received and granting thousands of more statuses and receiving thousands more applications every day wouldn't suggest that this is a particularly unwieldy system to deal with.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement on the EU settled status scheme today as a great example of how legal immigration routes can be effective. But what progress has the government made on preventing illegal immigration like the kind we continue to see on the English Channel?
Well, I appreciate the honourable gentleman's comments. And, he's right to allude to the fact that our system needs to be firm but fair as well, as we've seen with the millions of statuses we've granted under the EUSS. And as already mentioned, next week we'll be bringing before the House new legislation to reform our broken asylum system and to help break the business model of those heinous people smuggling networks. And just for background, so far this year, over 5,000 channel crossings have been prevented, and we continue to work with French authorities to crack down on the criminal gangs behind this disgraceful trade.
We go now by video link to Neil Hanby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the Brexit campaign, the Prime Minister promised automatic settled status for EU nationals living across these islands. What we've got is vague reassurance of consideration of reasonable grounds. My concern is around the most vulnerable people in my communities and across these islands, those in care homes, in the care system, and others that are very hard to reach. When the guillotine falls tomorrow, will the Prime Minister have made liars of us all? What will happen to those people? What is the mechanism for establishing reasonable grounds? And how will they be treated? Will they lose their homes? Where will they be held? And will they be deported?
Well, I'd suggest the honourable member might want to review some of the answers I've already given and some of the guidance that's already been published on things like employment and other areas. But to be clear, there's nothing vague about the fact we have granted millions of solid statuses, that there's people who have status whilst their applications are being considered. And he may shake his head, but that's facts and that's uncontrovertible.
We now go by video link to David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much associate myself with the comments about the need to promote the success of this programme, especially to those critical workers who many in my constituency have told me they want to see returning as part of reopening. Does the Minister agree with me that it's worth looking at introducing a series of measures to encourage public bodies to refer EU citizens to support services so they can make sure they apply before any restrictions come in? Those who apply late are most likely to be encountered when being, for example, refused support by local authorities seeking housing. And it would be enormously helpful, in my view, for measures to be taken to ensure that public bodies encountering those who may not have applied be encouraged to refer them to make their application as soon as possible.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I completely agree with the honourable gentleman. We've already done some quite close work with public bodies. For example, getting EUSS status can be very helpful to someone with a chaotic lifestyle who may have been homeless, because it gives them a firm status and identity. But in terms of this process, yes, we are working on those systems. We've been working closely with local government, in particular, over the last 2 years to get applications in, and we will continue to do so, including provisions where we need to expedite late applications where there's compassionate or compelling circumstances to do so.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I too congratulate the Minister for what undoubtedly has been a very successful campaign looked after by himself. I'm sure the Minister, however, will accept that there have been anomalies in the system, specifically to, and indeed only in Northern Ireland, because of the land border that we share with an EU state, namely the Republic of Ireland, and that land border, which allows free movement across the whole of the island between Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, can at times undermine some of the good work that his department is actually trying to do, and indeed can affect commercial interests and undermine commercial interests in Northern Ireland because of the different status that now does apply. With that in mind, and given that he has written to me about a number of these issues, would he be willing to meet with me and discuss some of these anomalies and see if there's a way around addressing some of the problems that have been identified?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments overall. Certainly be happy to meet. And as he'll know, the fact Irish citizens do not need to apply. The frontier workers system has been open since January, which again is more likely to apply in terms of the Irish land border than perhaps it is in other parts of the United Kingdom. But where I work, when I was pleased myself to be in Northern Ireland last week to meet our two grant-funded organisations, including someone who's a fairly famous former member of this House, who's the CEO for one of them, to discuss the work they've been doing to reach out to more vulnerable citizens.
And finally, we go by video link to Mark Pawsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my honourable friend's encouragement to people to make their applications, as something my constituent and his family, who've been in the UK since 2008, did together. And his wife and children are among the 5.2 million people who've already received settled status. But my constituent is yet to hear. So in order to provide certainty and reassurance to families, I wonder if the Minister can arrange for a priority in cases where members of a family have been treated separately.
Well, first, to reassure his constituent, all those who have applied by the 30th of June will have their existing rights protected pending the outcome of their application. But to be clear, we do deal with linked family applications together as far as we can. Those applying after another family member may be doing so in their own right and may need to be assessed on an individual basis. But as touched on already, our goal is to get as many outstanding cases completed as possible, and those that have been outstanding, for example, for over a year, are mostly those related to pending prosecutions or serious criminality.
Thank you. I will now briefly suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order.
Order. Order. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion on bereavement leave and pay, and I call Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about leave and pay for employees of whom a close family member has died. This bill is designed to address the need for statutory paid bereavement leave for all employees upon the sad loss of a close family member or partner. In recent years, I was privileged to be one of a number of MPs who worked cross-party to secure paid bereavement leave for parents on the loss of a child up to the age of 18 years old. That effort showed this place at its best when finally that work was enshrined in law as of April this year. As that work was going on, I said in this very chamber that groundbreaking as that achievement was, it simply did not go far enough, and that's why I am presenting this bill. According to research commissioned by the charity Sue Ryder, a third of employees who experienced a bereavement in the past year did not receive any communication from managers or the leadership of their organisation about bereavement. Only 32% of employees are aware of whether their employer has a bereavement policy, despite the fact that we are in the middle of a global health pandemic with COVID-19 linked to over 152,000 deaths across the UK so far. Of those who felt well supported by their employer after experiencing a bereavement, 60% cited being allowed enough time off and not being pressured to return to work before they were ready, as key actions their employer took. This bill is timely, since the global health pandemic, which has touched us all in various ways, has sharply reminded us about the fragility of life and the profound and cruelly random nature of loss and bereavement. Relying on employer discretion with regards to time off for employees following a profound event like a bereavement is simply unfair
People deserve a level playing field. After all, death is the great leveller. Across the UK during this health pandemic, we have experienced bereavement on a distressing scale, and it has touched us all. Many of us have lost or have feared losing a loved one. This has had a significant impact on our workforce, as 7.9 million people in employment, 24% of all employees, have experienced a bereavement in the past 12 months. It's estimated that for every death, 6 people experience intense grief. Taking into account the number of deaths in the UK each year and employment rates, we can say that bereavement causes nearly 2 million working people to suffer from intense grief each year. Such a profoundly life-changing experience brings with it potential long-term consequences for a person's mental and physical health, and in some cases can trigger mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorders, as well as being linked to an increased likelihood of heart attacks, diabetes and increased mortality. The impacts of grief on society are huge and must no longer be left to the discretion of employers to manage in the workplace. We all know that many employers are supportive and understanding when an employee suffers a close bereavement, but we also know that many employers are not perhaps as supportive as they could be. Sometimes those who are grieving are pressured to return to work when they are still in the midst of the initial shock and trauma of loss. Without any statutory rights for employees to paid bereavement leave, the time and space to grieve for too many people is determined by the goodwill of their employer. That cannot be right and is counterproductive in a number of ways. Typically, UK employers offer 3 to 5 days compassionate leave for the death of a close relative, but the discretionary nature of this leave means potentially that thousands of employees are unable to take leave without fearing that it could undermine their job security. In addition, we know that those in less well-paid jobs are far less likely to receive any discretionary time off with pay when they suffer a bereavement or have any compassionate leave at all, and that is grossly unfair. We all need time and space to grieve without worrying about loss of pay or pressure to return to work too soon. Those on low pay are much less able to absorb the losses associated with unpaid leave and the immediate financial burden of bereavement. They are also at greater risk of being dismissed from work for taking time off or not being able to focus on their work due to the fog of grief. This increases the pressure and financial stress on employees who are trying to cope with the loss of a close family member. There is also some evidence to suggest that those in more challenged socio-economic circumstances are more likely to experience complicated or persistent grief because they are likely to face more difficulties accessing appropriate services and information to help them cope with their feelings of loss and grief. As well as compassionate reasons for statutory bereavement leave, there are also economic reasons for this change. Research shows that grief experienced by employees who have lost a loved one costs the UK economy £23 billion per year and costs the Treasury nearly £8 billion per year. However, these costs could potentially reach as high as £49 billion to the economy and £18 billion to the Treasury. Most of the considerable economic impact arises from grieving employees being unable to work at their normal levels of productivity while they deal with the emotional, practical and financial aspects of coping with the loss of a close relative. That in turn leads to a cost to the Treasury in lost tax revenues and the fallout of reliance on NHS support, such as mental health and social care needs that can often follow. So although statutory bereavement leave for all those who lose a close family member will involve costs, this is actually preventative expenditure, as it will lead to a significant saving for the UK economy and the Treasury and a more productive and resilient workforce with reduced staff absence. Such support will mean less reliance on NHS services or perhaps even social security support in the case of those employees who drop out of the workforce altogether following a close bereavement. So, of course, there is cost attached to this, but there's also significant costs to not doing this. It is in our interest as a society and is in the Treasury's interest to take full cognizance of the profound, debilitating effect grief can have on those who lose a loved one. And statutory paid bereavement leave is a progressive and enlightened measure for any society to have in place. Statutory bereavement leave for the loss of a close relative is something that people across the UK support. In fact, 62% of people across the UK believe it is the right thing to do. The current arrangements allowing leave for family emergencies carry no statutory obligation that such leave should be paid, and it very often is not. We need to put bereavement leave for all who lose a close relative or partner on a statutory footing. That is what this bill seeks to do, and this can be achieved if the political will is there to do it, and support for this measure certainly exists in wider society. I urge the Government to study the proposals contained in this bill carefully for the sake of the well-being of our workforce and our economy, and support the progressive and compassionate measures which would give the profound effects of bereavement the statutory recognition they need and deserve. If it were to do so, as we emerge from this global health pandemic, that would send a signal that the Government has true empathy with all the losses suffered. We need to look after each other, and this Parliament and this Government should take the opportunity to lead the way.
Thank you very much. I've had no indication that anybody wishes to oppose this bill, and I see no one, so I'll put the question. And the question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that please say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Marion Fellows, Kirsten Oswald, Carol Monaghan, Brendan O'Hara, Joanna Cherry, Jonathan Edwards, Ian Mearns, Jim Shannon, Liz Saville-Roberts, Bob Blackman, Jamie Stone and myself, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Patricia Gibson.
Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill.
Second reading what day?
29th of October.
The 29th of October. Thank you very much. And we now come to the motion on the estimate for the Department for Education, and I call the Minister to move the motion formally in the first instance. Thank you very much. The question is as on the order paper, and before I call the Chair of the Education Select Committee, can I say that, as you will notice, backbench contributions up to 6 minutes. And can I remind all members, whether they are physically here or remotely, if for whatever reason, and I understand there is competing loyalties for people on this day, and some may wish to withdraw, I hope that if they are going to withdraw, that they will notify the Speaker's office in the usual way, as we all wish England well in the match tonight. So the question is on the order paper, and I call the Chair of the Education Select Committee, Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't intend to detain the House for too long in my remarks, given what you've just reminded is happening not long after this debate. I thank the House for agreeing to the debate on the Department's education recovery package and the estimates. It's right that members should consider the amount and distribution of funding allocated to lost learning. And I want to talk today about the damage to our children and young people in terms of their education and progress, how Department for Education funding can be put to its most effective use to mitigate this damage and to encourage innovative methods to recover the learning lost as a result of this dreadful pandemic and enrich the lives of those truly disadvantaged in this country. And of course, we all should recognise that schools remained open to disadvantaged and key worker children, even when closed to other pupils. And for that, we pay tribute to the school leaders, teachers, and of course, all these school support staff who are often forgotten, but who actually make the running of schools possible. We're all aware that pupils at all stages of their education experience lost learning as a result of national lockdowns, school closures, and the need for individuals, classes and whole year groups to self-isolate. The impact of each of these periods of absence from school continues to be a significant and ongoing issue. Research commissioned by the Department in May 2021 found that all year groups experienced a learning loss of between 2 and 3 months in reading and mathematics. We also know that there are regional disparities in the level of learning loss in reading, with pupils in the North East and in Yorkshire and the Humber seeing the greatest losses. And even more alarming, while the pandemic has impacted all children and young people differently, for example, remote learning had been especially difficult for children with special educational needs and disabilities, disadvantaged pupils have overall experienced greater learning losses of as much as 7 months in both reading and maths. And a further wretched outcome of this pandemic is that school closures have reversed some of the progress we have been making in reducing the attainment gap. It was already stalling before the coronavirus came upon us, but it has made it much worse in terms of the reduction of the attainment gap for disadvantaged children over the past decade. Lost learning has structural consequences for these pupils, which could result in lost earnings as of much as 3.4% in their lifetime. This translates to a loss of between 26,500 and 52,300 in their earning potential, and that is a tragedy on an individual and societal basis. And so Kevin Collins, who came to our committee this morning, said that he had worked with DFE and said that the overall loss could be up to £100 billion to the country, £100 billion. Alarmingly, the Centre for Social Justice has published findings this week that almost 100,000 pupils were still absent from school at the end of 2020, some as young as primary age. No amount of post-COVID catch-up funding can help these children if they're not attending school, and I worry that we are creating a generation of ghosted children, lost to our education system, not knowing where these children are, and denying them, damaging their life chances and denying them the chance to climb that education ladder of opportunity. And I urge the Minister, who I know cares deeply about these things, to implement rigorous methods of tracking where these children are and assess what educational standard of learning they're receiving. And we learn over the past few days that a few 100,000 children are being sent home, have not been in school because of COVID bubbles. This has got to stop. We have to have our children in school learning, because every day they're out of school we are destroying their life chances. Every day they are out of school we are stopping them climbing to the top of that ladder, which is supposed to bring them jobs, prosperity and security for themselves and their families. And I would urge radical action in terms of ensuring not just tracking the 100,000 ghosted children who are lost to the education system currently, but also making sure that whole bubbles of children are no longer sent home, even if you have to send mobile vans up and down the country, like blood donor vans, to test pupils, or set up special test hubs, whatever it may be, inside or outside school. We have to keep our children in school. I give way to the honourable gentleman, who I also regard as a friend.
Can I thank the Chairman of the Education Committee for bringing this forward and for his knowledge and input. And I followed him last week in the Young Protestant Males and their underachievement, which I think is very, very important for us in Northern Ireland, but it's certainly here for the Minister as well. Does the Honourable Member agree with me, and I suspect with many others in this House and outside of this House, there's a really big crisis coming in relation to mental health of children? Those who are unable to cope with life as a result of the coronavirus and COVID-19 in the last year, but the impact of life at home with all the restrictions there's been. And does the Honourable Gentleman feel that maybe the Education Minister, along with the Health Minister, needs to have a strategy in place to address the issue of mental health in children from primary school, from secondary school, for college, the whole way through? Thank you.
The Honourable Gentleman, he gets it exactly right. People often just focus on the loss of academic attainment that has gone on, but the mental health problems facing the children during the pandemic. We know that eating disorders have gone up by 400% alone amongst young people. I mean, that is pretty horrific, that figure. We know that mental health difficulties amongst children have gone up to 1 in 6, where it used to be 1 in 9. I know that the Minister is putting a lot more money into mental health, many millions of pounds, and I welcome that. But what I'd like to see is a mental health practitioner or counsellor in every school in the land with proper time, not just for the kids, but the parents and the teachers as well, because this is mental health problems are almost becoming, it's almost a mental health epidemic that is sweeping through the younger generation, partly because of COVID and a lot of other factors that are much more complex. And going back to the ghosted children, as I say, we must implement rigorous methods of tracking where each of these children are and assess what educational standard of learning they're receiving. And I applaud the investment that the ministers and the government has so far made to address lost learning, the £3 billion of additional support for children to make further progress in the curriculum after a significant amount of time from school during the pandemic, and is a genuine commitment to this generation of children. It shouldn't be sniffed at. It is a significant amount of money, but we need to make sure there is further funding down the track. And just let me tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, about two wonderful schools in my constituency in Harlow to showcase how this funding can translate to on-the-ground catch-up offers in schools. Abbotswell Primary Academy has allocated the additional funding to allow for 4 days of 8 AM starts for Year 5 and 6 pupils. The start of the day includes a free breakfast alongside PE lessons, as well as additional time for English and mathematics during the school day. At Burnt Mill Academy, they're using £5,000 of their catch-up funding to offer summer schools to support students' literacy and numeracy skills, ensuring that the gaps in learning are closed through enrichment activities. And our teachers and support staff all around the country are working hard to put the money to good use so it has the most significant impact possible. And we give them our thanks. And let me remind you of the objectives of the measures to support education recovery, to recover the missed learning caused by coronavirus and to reduce the attainment gap between disadvantaged pupils and their peers. And as I've said, I commend the money that has gone to £3 billion and the increase in the pupil premium funding to £2.5 billion for 2021-22 by the department. However, I just asked the Minister to confirm whether the impact of changing the date of the school census in 2020 from October to January has meant a loss of 90 million to schools, as 62,216 children became eligible but did not attract pupil premium in 2021-22. I'd also ask the Minister whether the catch-up funding proposed by the government is not new money but funds repurposed from existing budgets which are now being shared out amongst all students instead of being focused on those who suffer the most disadvantage and are at the most threat of lost learning. So will the Minister confirm this is really new money for the catch-up recovery? And as I've argued before, the government should set out a long-term plan for education and education recovery with a transparent funding settlement, much as we see from the Health and Defence departments. If the Health Department can have a 10-year plan and a secure funding settlement, if the Ministry of Defence can have a strategic review and a long-term funding settlement, why can't education have a long-term plan and a secure funding settlement as well? My worry about the catch-up programme is, and I really welcome it and campaign for it, but my worry is that just 44% of the children who are using the tutoring programme are eligible for free school meals. The Sutton Trust also say that 34% of pupil premium funding is being used to plug gaps in their school budget, such as fixing leaky roofs. It's not being always used for the purpose it should be being used. And the whole reason for the debate today is to shine light into the darkest corners of budget allocation, to highlight where we can concentrate funding in the areas that are often overlooked. My Education Committee's report, The Forgotten, How White Working Class Pupils Have Been Let Down and How to Change It, draws attention to how white British pupils eligible for free school meals already suffer from persistent and multi-generational disadvantage and disengagement from the curriculum from early years through to higher education. This is compounded by place-based factors, including regional economics and underinvestment and family disengagement from education, all of which combine to create a perfect storm of disadvantage. Carefully allocated catch-up funding can support them to weather this storm. And what Sir Kevin Collins was proposing, as he set out again to our Education Committee this morning, was more from the catch-up offer to extend the school day, providing enrichment and sporting activities to promote soft skills such as teamwork, negotiation, problem solving, which have all fallen by the wayside during remote learning. Yes, of course.
I'm extremely grateful for him giving way on that point. During the last education debate, he intervened on myself and the Shadow Secretary of State in his characteristically inquisitorial way and pressed us to say whether we agreed with the extension of the school day and therefore if we agreed to an academic focus in that extension. I responded to him saying that we did support the extension and out-of-hours activity, but we wanted it to be more creatively focused and used quite imaginatively. I noticed that Kevin Collins today, in response to his questions, said that he wanted to create a space for children to be involved in a much broader range of experiences, the things they've missed, sports, drama, art. I know he's a reflective person. Does he now agree that the approach for any extended time at school needs to be along those lines rather than the purely academic one that he was proposing before?
I have to say that if you look at everything I've said in the House of Commons, in the Select Committee, in articles in the newspapers, I have made it very clear from day one, and the Minister will vouch for this because I've nagged him on it often enough, that I absolutely believe in a longer school day, and it should be, and not just academic catch-up, but it should be enrichment activities, mental health support, sporting activities, and I've made the case, I've shown the statistics that show that this also increases educational attainment. The reason why I said what I did to the opposition was that the opposition members had been on the media and had clearly been given quite confusing messages about whether or not they supported a longer school day. And if you support a longer school day now with both academic and enrichment activities, then I strongly welcome that. I talked earlier about the mental health of young people. That sustained worrying damage as a result of extended social isolation during a critical stage of their development. And a longer school day provides opportunities to socialise and interact with many more of their peers than just lessons can offer. The department should leave no stone unturned to find underspends in their budget and rechannel the money into catch-up to make Sir Kevin's vision a reality. And so I just present this proposition to the Minister. Schools and teachers have carried out the marking and assessment that exam boards normally undertake and are paid handsomely for. Of course, exam boards have spent money on exams before they were cancelled, such as creating and printing exam papers, but substantial refunds to reflect the lack of exam marking are likely to be given back to schools and colleges. Last year, OCR gave back a total of 7.9 million and AQA, the UK's largest provider of academic qualifications, returned 42 million to schools and colleges, a rebate of around 25% with as much as 50% suggested this year. There's a strong ethical argument for this rebate to be used to fund pilot schemes in secondary schools to extend the school day, which will help make the case for the funding from the Treasury, given that the Minister and the Secretary of State have said that the government is seriously looking at this and hopefully something will come out of the comprehensive spending review. I've made my feelings clear that the catch-up money is a welcome starter, or possibly what the French refer to as an amuse-bouche, a small bite or even a big bite before the main meal, but should not be considered as yet the nourishing main course. And I'd urge the department to look at the recommendations of our Education Committee's White Working Class report to offer tailor-made funding at a local level, at neighbourhood level, also recommended by the Commission for Race Disparities, to level up educational and extracurricular opportunities. The department could start by combining the catch-up funding and pupil premium in one almighty package, also, by the way, supported by Sir Kevin Collins in our committee this morning, so that money is available for those pupils whose schools identify are in need, such as SEND students and those who struggled with mental health problems, as the honourable gentleman pointed out earlier, as a result of lockdowns, but with money clearly ring-fenced in the estimates memo for the most disadvantaged and micro-targeted to reflect regional disparities in learning loss. Only by ensuring, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, only by ensuring that the catch-up programme achieves value for money and is focused on disadvantaged pupils will the government head off the four horsemen of the education apocalypse, who are galloping towards our young people with attainment loss, mental health damage, vulnerability to safeguarding hazards through persistent school absences and a loss of lifetime earnings. Let's get these children back on the education ladder of opportunity.
Thank you. 6 minute limit. Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Harlow as the Chair of the Select Committee that I am on, the Education Select Committee. This is a very important debate today, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the caretakers in our schools, all the school secretaries, the heads, the support staff and the teachers that have maintained our education system, education of our pupils, throughout this very difficult time. There have been major challenges compounded by an unforgivable lack of planning by the Department for Education, which left children often high and dry without being able to go online for months, and then such confusion over the reopening and then the exams in the first 2 terms of this year. Children across London have missed an estimated 103 days of in-person school, over half of a normal school year. The Conservatives' catch-up plan is not only woefully underfunded, but it includes nothing on children's well-being or social development, despite parents saying that this is their top concern for their children after the isolation of lockdown. And this failing tutoring programme is still in there, which currently reaches less than 2% of school pupils. Of course we need the tutoring programme, but it must reach all the pupils that need it. Across the country there is a large and growing disadvantage gap between children, and this must be the focus of the funding. If you are a disadvantaged child in Wandsworth, you will be, on average, 4 months behind others in the early years before you start school, 6.5 years behind in primary school, and then 10 months, a whole school year, in secondary school. Schools in Putney, Southfields and Roehampton have already suffered massive real-term cuts since 2010, with over £15.1 million shortfall in Wandsworth schools. That's £519 per pupil. One secondary school, for example, has a shortfall of over £880,000, which is £841 per pupil. Schools really want to rise to the challenge of the catch-up. They don't want to see any child left behind, but they can't do that without the funding. In the Education Select Committee this morning, Mr Deputy Speaker, we heard from Sir Kevin Collins, the former Education Recovery Commissioner. As an MP, but also as a parent, I heard his evidence with alarm. He said that the failure to invest in a successful catch-up plan now will set the course of the education system for the next 10 years, and that inequality gaps are widening, and that there is a huge impact on individual life chances, but also on our national economy of up to £100 billion. He felt he had to resign from that position because of the entrenched lack of political will to fund a catch-up plan that's needed, to fund the quality of teaching, to fund more tutoring for 3 to 5 years, and to have this funding settlement very quickly manoeuvred to go in pace with the school year, not the normal funding cycle. Labour's catch-up plan would deliver breakfast clubs and new activities for every child, quality mental health support in every school, small group tutoring for all who need it, not just about 1% of children, continued development for teachers, an education recovery premium, delivering additional support for children who need it most, and would ensure that no child goes hungry by extending free school meals over the holidays, including the summer break. But I'd like to quickly focus on early years. State-maintained nursery schools are the jewel and the crown of our early years provision, but there are only 389 left in the UK. I welcome the Secretary of State saying that he will go into bat with the Treasury for multi-year funding in our Education Select Committee last week. I do welcome that. I do welcome the possibility of increased funding for our state-maintained nursery schools. And I hope to hear the Minister reiterate this in this debate, because I think state-maintained nursery schools are often left out. They were left out of additional PPE funding and cleaning costs. They were left out of the COVID catch-up plan, and they had to even pay business rates during the last year. So they are too often left out and neglected, and we need to save them. Special educational needs are a particular concern as well. I hold weekly surgeries, Mr Deputy Speaker, and almost every week I hear from a parent with children with special educational needs who feels left out of the current system, battling a system, and with the extra impact of COVID. Recent research shows that over 80% of support for families with children with special educational needs has declined during the pandemic. What will the Minister be doing to tackle these deep-rooted inequalities? I'm disappointed that the Secretary of State for Education is treating COVID catch-up like another pot of funding for another cause, instead of realising the full implications of inaction now. Schools are ready to take up this challenge, but they can't do it without the funding they need. There needs to be a far more extensive change in the way of working and provide far greater funding and really rally a national effort around this to ensure that no child, wherever they live, will suffer any long-term disadvantage because of the pandemic. Thank you.
Video link. Sir David Evenet.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to participate in this very important debate today on the education estimates. In the past, I've worked as both a teacher and a lecturer, so from both personal and professional experience, I know just how important a good education is. On a personal level, education and social mobility have characterised my own life. My family originated in the East End of London and moved out to Essex. Unfortunately, they understood how vitally important education is in order to obtain the knowledge and skills required to succeed. Education gives us an understanding of the world around us and changes it into something better. It develops in us a perspective of looking at life, and it helps us build opinions and points of view, and also very, very important for improving social mobility. I believe that since 2010, this Conservative government has made excellent progress on education standards and opportunities. We should be proud so far of what's been achieved. However, as the Right Honourable friend, my friend, member for Harlow, the chair of the Education Select Committee, reported, there are still some serious areas of concern, including the underperformance and underachievement of white working class children. This needs to be addressed by the government, and I fear this group and others will have been further disadvantaged by school closures. I fear too the attainment gap has increased because of the pandemic and damaged so many children's education with lost learning. An extension of the school day with academic and non-academic content should be seriously considered. However, I'm proud with the government's approach to skills and training, as well as the levelling up agenda, which will unleash an individual's full potential, increase job opportunities, and hopefully look forward to the levelling up white paper, which I'm sure will have bold policy interventions and increase and spread opportunity across the UK. The Skills and Post-16 Education Bill will also transform access to skills across the country, ensuring that people can train and retrain at any stage in their lives, supporting them to move into higher quality, higher skilled jobs and equipping the workforce with the skills that employers need. This will be vital as we deal with the consequences of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and for the future of post-Brexit Britain. However, not only has this pandemic had a profound effect on our health, but also how we learn, work and live. School closures over the last year have had such a huge impact on all students. The number of children at risk are falling further behind and facing additional barriers. There is, of course, the issue of being deprived of physical learning opportunities and a lack of facilities at home to enable adequate learning, whether there be limited access to IT equipment or a lack of study space. I welcome what the government did to increase investment with more than £400 for disadvantaged children to provide internet access and over 1.3 million laptops. And young people have been helped during this pandemic. Those in need hopefully have been helped the most. Despite this, there's so much more to be done, and we must continue to do everything possible to ensure that no child is left behind. I know that over £3 billion has been committed to the government for catching up so far, including a £650 million universal cash-up premium for schools, £200 million for face-to-face summer schools this year, a £302 million recovery programme for the coming year, £18 million to support language development in early years from next year, and £550 million to fund a small group tuition. All very, very welcome, and we praise the government and the Secretary of State and the ministers for what they're doing. This is, of course, on top of the £1 billion to support up to 6 million 15-hour tutoring courses for disadvantaged school children, as well as the extension of the 16 to 19 tuition fund targeting key subjects such as maths and English, so vital to all of our children, and the £400 million to help give early years practitioners and 500,000 teachers across the country training and support. The recovery programme will mean the average primary school will receive more funding and the average secondary school to further support pupils in their catch-up. All of this is very, very welcome. However, the teachers and parents have done a superb job, and we should praise them over the past 12 months for homeschooling and for all they've done. Yet we know the best place for our children is in school, and extensive programme of catch-up funding and an ambitious long-term education recovery plan that will deliver vital support to the children and the young people who need it most, making sure that everyone has the same opportunity to fulfil their potential. Much more needs to be done, and I know the government will be looking at this in any way that they can in the future. What we have in the estimates here is very good news. We applaud and praise what the government has done. They know that the most disadvantaged children need extra help, but all of our children need the opportunity to be back in school and making sure that they can have the opportunity through education to develop their skills and talents so that in the future they can do whatever their talents, their abilities and their demands and their desires want them to do. It is so important, education. We cannot let the pandemic destroy ambition and opportunity for our young. I know the Minister on the bench will appreciate this and do all he can with the Secretary of State and the Department, and I wish them well, but our children are vital for our nation and for the future.
Video link, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The pandemic has generated unprecedented financial demands on this government, but time and time again, the government has drawn a red line when it comes to supporting children and young people. The former Children's Commissioner, Anne Longfield, calls it an institutional bias against children, while Sir Kevin Collins has today described the government's response as feeble. So when will this Conservative government wake up and realise that it is failing an entire generation of young people? Let's start with those living in poverty. Some of the poorest families had to fight this government to get free school meals during holidays, not just once, but twice. Children living in digital poverty had to wait months and months to get a digital device because the DfE couldn't get its act together. Then, after receiving independent advice from Sir Kevin Collins that the government needed to spend £15 billion on educational catch-up, the government committed just a tenth of that. Just last week, the government confirmed that it would go ahead with a planned cut of some £90 million to pupil premium funding, funding that helps the most disadvantaged children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not levelling up. It's a crushing blow. So why is this government ignoring its own education advisors? When will it commit to a serious catch-up package? And when will it take child poverty seriously? Let's turn to school budgets more broadly. I welcome the fact that the starting salaries for newly qualified teachers will increase to £30,000 by 2022. But schools are being asked to meet these costs from within their already overstretched school budgets. One school in my constituency of St Albans tells me that 91% of their budget is already committed to staff salaries at the existing levels. Simply put, they need more funding to pay staff what they deserve, whilst still investing in other areas of the school. We already know that the increased work pressure on school staff is leading to a retention crisis and a real fear of burnout. So what will the government do to address the chronic shortfall in schools' funding? And finally, I'd like to turn to the current COVID crisis in schools. COVID-related pupil absence in state schools has skyrocketed. 375,000 pupils, about 1 in 20 children, are out of school for COVID-related reasons. That's the highest rate since schools fully reopened in March of this year. That is why today I am calling on the government to establish a rapid task force with a mandate to keep schools open safely. That task force, if set up today, should do its work in July, produce guidance by the end of July, and then give school leaders time at the start of term in September to get measures in place before bringing children back. If the government simply says that it's done with bubbles and self-isolation, then transmission rates could go through the roof, opening us up to the risk of new variants. So that is not the answer. Instead, we need ventilation, we need testing, we need contact tracing, we need face coverings and a review of bubble sizes to make them as small as possible. The Association of Directors of Public Health have already indicated that it too wants to see a root and branch reform of the current measures. And if asked by the government, I'm sure they would move heaven and earth to help the government do this. I would like to see the Secretary of State make sure that children do not lose out on any more valuable time. So I'm asking today if the government will make a commitment that they will set up a rapid task force with directors of public health to put a proper plan and funding in place to keep our schools open safely. Thank you.
Much. Damien Hayes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I commend and congratulate my right honourable friend, Member for Harlow, for securing this debate and for all the work that he and his committee do. He set out very effectively the extent and the differential impact that there's been on children over this past year and a little. And like him and other colleagues from across the House, I'd like to pay tribute to school leaders and teachers and staff in East Hampshire and throughout the country. I'm speaking in support of the main estimates and the subsequent announcements that there have been from the DFE, which we anticipate being reflected in the supplementary estimate. And also note that the government has said that these are not the final words on support for education, catch-up or acceleration. And of course, that is not only about money. You can't, for example, just will the existence of many more tutors suitably qualified and of the quality we would expect. And when it comes to extra time, and there clearly is a role for extra time, that also requires careful application. One needs to recognise that there's not a common starting point. There are very, very different school days now between different schools in different places. And within their extra time, there is room, by the way, for academic catch-up. And I think the honourable gentleman who speaks to the opposition rather skillfully, in spite of his extensive intervention on my right, and still managed to avoid taking a position on that question. But it's clearly not only about academic catch-up, because so much of what has been missed is about enrichment, about character building, about personal development, just about the sheer joy of growing up and being with other children. And to address these challenges, we need a broad approach. I've talked in terms of a whole of society response. But from government, obviously there are multiple strands that are required as well. And it needs to include an acceleration of the measures from the Children and Young People's Mental Health Green Paper, for example, a refreshed school sports and activity plan, and much more. It is about children at all stages and all phases, and I welcome the additional resourcing in the estimate for the early years, and also funding for the extra learning time in T-levels, part of the upgrade of our technical and vocational education. My right honourable friend has long campaigned for a long-term plan for education, and I think this should be the moment. We talk a lot about building back better. This should be the moment, can be the moment, where we put that long-term plan in place, and particularly on funding. Now, school funding here, by international standards, is relatively high, and every year the OECD publish tables that show this. There are many different measures, and whichever one you pick, people will say you've picked the wrong one. But the point is that whichever of those measures you pick, this country is relatively high in its spend on education, state education at primary and secondary level. But there have been 3 issues with the way that we fund schools. The Department for Education has been dealing for some years now with historical disparities between different parts of the country, and that is a painful process in some ways to go through, but it does result in a fairer outcome. The second issue is about strains in the high needs block, especially since the reforms brought through by my honourable friend in 2014, the Children and Families Act, which extended, of course, rights to extra support. But the strains on high needs funding go wider and are longer. Steps have been taken, but we need to do more, and that includes in capital terms for state special school places, but also early intervention support within mainstream settings, and including in the early years, and a complete reappraisal of the way that the financial transfers and some of the potential effective disincentives work within the system. And I think also there is a case for re-looking at the way that those people who are employed, assistants who are employed to specifically to look after and to assist children with special education needs, about how they are employed. So it is easier to move between schools and so on as children themselves move on. And the third problem has been that the formula itself sometimes makes long-term planning for schools harder and is therefore less efficient. It doesn't reflect fully year-to-year swings in pupil numbers, and the fact that although some costs are fully variable with the number of pupils in school, some are fixed at different levels. They're fixed at the level of individual classes or at the level of the school. And the approach is not sufficiently long-term to enable people, sometimes in quite small, a school is a relatively small financial unit for the public sector, to enable them to be able to plan properly. It would be good to have rolling 3-year or 5-year budgets. And I know obviously the Treasury dislikes that, and the way historically, whoever has been in government, the way we have done this has been through the spending review periods. But I think there is a good case to re-look at that. As we come out of this pandemic, of course, children must be at the very, very top of our list of priorities. But this is also an opportunity to help us to put many things that we do and the way that we do them on a surer, longer-term footing.
Yeah. Lady Link. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak after the Honourable Member for East Hampshire, and I'll be making some similar points in relation to a different part of the education system, because I think it's important that we consider the challenges facing the sector in its widest sense in dealing with the consequences of the pandemic. And I'd like to make a few comments as chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Students in relation to higher education. As we approach the end of a second academic year, which has been disrupted by the pandemic, and it looks likely that we're heading for a third in which some aspects of blended and online learning will continue, it's important that ministers recognise the issues facing university students who do feel very powerfully that they've been forgotten in this crisis. Now, universities and their staff have worked hard to offer the best possible learning experience over the last 16 months. But clearly in a pandemic, the best possible inevitably falls short of what might otherwise have been available. And while the blended learning ahead may be partial and flexible, ministers will need to assist universities by providing clear guidance for institutions and for students as to what to be expected in the year ahead as soon as they possibly can. And too often advice has been given and guidance offered too late. And that's necessary so they can plan properly. And so, for instance, students can make informed decisions about accommodation. Governments also support universities in addressing those areas where the student experience has been diminished over the last year. And it's not just about teaching. A recent survey reported that up to a quarter of students don't have friends at university. Over half feel lonely every day. and 4 in 10 reported a deterioration in their mental health over the last year. Those are challenges that are beyond the capacity of conventional or established university services to deal with. But we also need to consider, alongside the mental health impact, the fact that not all learning can take place online. Our APPG for Students ran an inquiry at the start of this year, which took evidence from students around the UK on a wide variety of programmes. And we expected that those studying on some practical subjects would talk about the limitations of online teaching, but we were struck by the breadth of the problem. I mean, one student, for example, said, and quote, "As a student of an arts subject, fashion, I found it incredibly difficult to get the same level of teaching during the pandemic as I would have in normal circumstances. Without access to studio spaces and essential equipment such as sewing machines, how am I supposed to learn how to draft patterns and make garments?" Now, obviously and rightly, public health has come first through the pandemic, but we do need to address the diminished learning experience and ensure that practical skills aren't significantly impacted in the longer term. Our report therefore recommended to the government that they establish a COVID student learning remediation fund to assist universities provide access to experiences, to specialist facilities and to equipment, for skills development and more, those things which students have missed out on during the pandemic. I think we also need to recognise that many new students starting university this year will have missed school experiences and learning, which will need to be bolstered by an enhanced offer when they arrive at university in September. Now, the fund we recommended should both enable student participation and support additional university costs, recognising the pressures that are on staff and workloads that they face. As vaccination rates rise and universities prepare for more in-person learning, government will need to support them in addressing these lost learning experiences. And I was disappointed that ministers have not yet acted on our recommendation, just as they've fallen well short on the hardship support that we felt was necessary. But as we look forward to the next academic year, they have a fresh chance to establish such a fund. Throughout the pandemic, sadly, students have been treated as an afterthought by ministers. Forced to pay for accommodation they weren't permitted to access because of COVID restrictions, losing income on which their whole financial package was to support them at university was crucial because of jobs lost in hospitality and retail, and the diminished experience through limited online learning have all meant that students have felt neglected. Ministers have now got an opportunity to put this right, and I hope that they will do so.
Very much. Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It says on the Centre for Early Childhood website, set up by the Royal Foundation, that advances in brain science have shown that early childhood, pregnancy to 5, has implications for our development that go far beyond our physical abilities. In fact, this represents one of the best investments we can make for the long-term health, well-being and happiness of our society. So in commending my right honourable friend for his comments today on the main estimates day, and I would urge my honourable friend, the Minister on the front bench, to really take into account where it all begins. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, lockdown has been a painful time for many new parents during the pandemic. The Babies in Lockdown report, produced by the Parent Infant Foundation, Best Beginnings and Home Start, laid bare the experiences that families have faced. 70% found their ability to cope with their pregnancy and beyond had been impacted as a result of COVID, and only 1/3 of parents expressed any confidence in being able to access mental health support. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst chairing the Early Years Healthy Development Review, I can tell colleagues we heard directly from parents and carers about their experiences of having a baby in lockdown. We heard from dads and partners who didn't feel they could access any support at all for their own mental health as they felt the services were there for the mums and not for them. And we heard how in some cases this damaged the relationship with both their partner and their new baby. We heard from a young single mum who contacted her GP, who said to speak to her health visitor, but she hadn't been assigned one. When she contacted the local team, no one could tell her who to speak to. She didn't hear from a health visitor until after her baby is born. Now, I know that's not a DfE issue, but doesn't it just highlight the importance of joined-up services? We heard from a foster carer who felt sure that the baby she was caring for was suffering from fetal alcohol syndrome, but was unable to get access to any information about the baby. And we heard from mums who struggled to breastfeed because their babies suffered from tongue-tie, and they couldn't understand why this hadn't been picked up. But amongst the heartbreaking stories, the pandemic has given us the benefit of learning what could be improved and has cast a light on some areas of hope. For some parents and carers, a real lifeline during the pandemic was the opportunity to text their health visitor, to receive virtual advice from their GP, to take part in Zoom parent and baby groups, or even receive breastfeeding support and advice on screen. The feedback my review team has received suggests that whilst every parent and carer longs for the return of face-to-face support and the vital playgroups and advice sessions, there is also clearly a role for the convenience of virtual services. If you have a new baby and a toddler in tow and the prospect of a bus ride to the nearest children's centre, it can be difficult to take advantage of the support on offer. So home visits and virtual support must form a part of a new Start for Life offer for every family. That's why the vision for the 1001 critical days that's come out of the review that I'm chairing includes the concept of family hubs in every local area that are both physical places with multidisciplinary support that is open access and universal, as well as virtual family hubs that provide the convenience and immediacy of support for a family without having to leave their home. Delighted to give way.
I strongly welcome the support and campaigning for family hubs. It's something that our report on disadvantaged white working class boys and girls recommended last week. But can I just mention this important statistic to her? We know that the attainment gap between disadvantaged pupils and their better off peers by the time they get to GCSEs is 18 months behind. Disadvantaged pupils are 18 months behind. 40% of that attainment gap starts in early years.
Well, my right honourable friend is exactly right. It all begins in the very earliest period of life, and all that happens is we compound the problem the later we go, and then we end up firefighting instead of preventing. Prevention is so much kinder and cheaper than cure. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, to help every family to give their baby the best start for life, we need family hub networks that bring together physical, virtual and home visiting services that put the baby's needs at the centre of everything we do. Those babies born in lockdown and those toddlers who've had so little company and variety in their young lives need our support for their development. We all want them to be school ready at 4 years old, able to learn and concentrate, as well as to play, yes, and share, and yes, communicate clearly. So when my honourable friend is considering his department's priorities for COVID recovery in the Department for Education, I would urge him to be ambitious for his excellent new family hubs, encouraging every local area to adopt best practice on joining up their Start for Life services between health, local authorities, DfE policies, bring it all together, putting the baby at the heart of everything we do. Let's make sure there is a real focus in government on the 1001 critical days, the period from conception to the age of 2, when the building blocks for lifelong physical and emotional health are laid down for every human being.
Thank you very much. The time limit is being reduced to 5 minutes forthwith. I'm sorry, Mick, we couldn't give you more notice, but Mick Whitley.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister claimed education was his top priority, yet when the man he put in charge of education recovery sent in his report, the Prime Minister casually tossed it into the nearest Whitehall waste paper bin. Sir Kevin Collins recommended that in the light of the damage that the COVID storm caused for our schools and colleges, there was an urgent need for a catch-up injection of funds to the tune of £15 billion. In response, the Secretary of State for Education on the 2nd of June announced there was a meagre £1.4 million on offer. This equates to £50 per pupil compared to £2,500 per child that the Netherlands has allocated. Poor Sir Kevin was put in a position of a latter-day Oliver Twist, pleading for more, sir. Like Mr Bumble in the book, this government rudely dismissed Sir Kevin's request. His resignation is an indictment of the government and its record. The Institute of Fiscal Studies reported that total school spending per pupil fell by 8% between 2010 and 2019. It was, the report stated, the biggest fall in educational spending since the 1970s. In my constituency, Birkenhead, home to two of the most deprived wards in the entire country, this physical savagery plays havoc with the lives of a generation. To give one example of many, at Cathcart Street Primary School, there was a fall in spending of £117,000, equating to a reduction of £625 per pupil. These cuts created one lost generation of children. We must not let COVID lead to another. Our children have endured unprecedented disruption to their education. Many lack the laptops and internet to be able to learn at home. They've had to cope with lockdowns, an exam fiasco, their free school dinners whipped away from school canteens, and a health and safety regime that led to confusion, chaos and closures. The impact on their well-being, their mental health and their learning has been dramatic, but Labour's Child Recovery Plan addresses this. It sets out a programme that can prevent an entire generation being consigned to an educational equivalent of the Dark Ages. £15 billion now can provide for breakfast clubs and new activities for thousands. It can provide support to deal with the mountain of mental health problems that children face. It can provide extra support for early years education and put an end to the scandal of children going hungry. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, spending this money today is not a drain on this country's resources. It is an investment in the future. My party's plan can provide us with the teachers, doctors, nurses, care workers, builders and engineers who will rebuild this country in the years to come. I call on this government to adopt a Labour plan in full and with immediate effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Ed Timpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the backdrop to this estimates debate is one, understandably, of a government department that has seen its workload, resource and capacity stretched and dominated by the pandemic, with all its profound implications for children, schools and families across the country. And it's an inescapable truth that despite the immense efforts of teachers, nursery staff, social workers and so many others, not forgetting parents and children themselves, the last 16 months have been a torrid time, including for many people in my Edinburgh constituency. But now we need to turn the page and push on with our recovery. And to that end, in supporting today's estimates, and can I acknowledge the not insignificant additional funding to date of £3 billion for education recovery, with new tutoring programmes, teacher training and development, including £184 million for national professional qualifications, summer schools, enrichment activities, catch-up and recovery premiums. There is real cause for optimism that we can now turn the tide on lost learning. And whilst I know ministers will want to go further, including looking at time spent at school, this package leaves plenty to be getting on with. And can I particularly welcome the £153 million of new funding to provide for evidence-based professional development programmes for early years practitioners, including the absolutely vital area of speech and language development, with research from the Education Endowment Foundation showing that measures taken to combat COVID-19 have deprived the youngest children of social contact and experiences essential for increasing their vocabulary. This is all the more important. Another key aspect of education recovery is physical education, and you'll be pleased to hear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that last Monday, the 21st of June, the task force I chaired on the future of physical education, with the support of the Association for Physical Education and, amongst others, the England Rugby Union World Cup winner, Jason Robinson OBE, published its report on the future of physical education. It sets out the benefits of high-quality, well-taught PE and how there's never been a clearer or more compelling case for it. The springboard to a life of physical activity and sport, regular PE not only improves children's physical, mental and emotional health, but has a positive impact on their ability to concentrate, socialise and perform better academically. What is not to like, Mr Deputy Speaker? And it's why the Government's continued commitment to the £320 million per year premium PE and sport premium, recently confirmed for the next academic year, is so vital. It provides the foundation for ensuring there's great PE and a great PE teacher working in every primary school in England. And then to embed its legacy, I would urge my right honourable friend to do all he can to secure a multi-year settlement for the premium at the next comprehensive spending review. Good luck. But the recommendations of our report provide the blueprint for going further to really ensuring PE is at the heart of school life, that it's accessible to all and crucially can play a significant role in our children's recovery from the pandemic. So I hope my right honourable friend has read or will read the report. It's mercifully short, and perhaps meet with me and some of the task force members to discuss its recommendations in more detail. Can I also welcome the consultation and call for evidence launched today by the Department for Education on behaviour management strategies in school units and managed moves. This is in order to inform new government guidance on behaviour and discipline and suspensions and permanent exclusions due to be published later this year, and represents an active response to recommendations made in my own review of school exclusion from May 2019. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we've heard, last week saw 375,000 pupils off school, and I can vouch for 2 of those, with only 15,000 of them with a confirmed case of COVID-19. And I'm aware also of schools now closing early in order to comply with current isolation rules. And that's more lost weeks, unfortunately, of education on top of the 19 already gone. Now, clearly this situation isn't sustainable. Sending so-called bubbles home is causing, I'm afraid, disproportionate disruption to too many children's education, not to mention the social, emotional, physical and mental consequences. So I'm pleased that both the Health Secretary and my right honourable friend have indicated their desire and determination to develop the plans needed for schools, and I hope colleges, universities and nurseries as well, to be able to return for the new academic year in September as normal. By then, teachers and staff will be double vaccinated, and subject to science, there is, I believe, a strong case for secondary pupils to be afforded the same protection as is happening in France, Spain, Austria, Israel and elsewhere. Because in my view, we cannot afford, and our children cannot afford, another disjointed, disrupted, difficult year of education. Thanks to the near victory of the vaccine, we now have the chance to forge a better future for our children. Let's make sure we take it.
Pass.
Oh. I do apologise, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, our country faces a tremendous challenge. How do we recover from COVID? Not only in terms of our health and well-being, but also in terms of jobs, our economy, and crucially, our education system. And I welcome the Department's Education Recovery Fund that was announced at the beginning of this month. But what the government has pledged falls far short to what we need to support our already cash-strapped education system. The Education Policy Institute recommends that 13.5 billion is needed to tackle lost learning caused by the pandemic. Let us remember, the Recovery Fund intended for the whole of the next academic year amounts to only slightly more than the funding that was given to Eat Out to Help Out, a scheme that lasted only a month. Education, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is key to our future. It is right that we invest in it. And any COVID recovery strategy must recognise the value of further education. My constituency is fortunate to be home to the excellent Bath College. All education settings have faced challenges throughout the pandemic, but it is institutions like Bath College that I fear will continue to miss out on the funding, attention and respect they deserve. Further education colleges and sixth forms have seen the largest fall in funding of any sector of the education system over the past decade, and as providers, funding is based on previous students' numbers. Many colleges could face a significant financial challenge should their pupil intake increase. It is a positive step that the government has recognised the inadequacy of college funding in its Skills for Jobs white paper, but this recognition must be backed up by a long-term, multi-year simplified funding. The White Paper could go much further and introduce a statutory right to lifelong learning to ensure that young people and mature learners are supported to engage in education. Despite recent uplifts, further education funding still falls far short compared to both university and school funding. For many colleges, this has meant narrowing their curriculum just at a time when we need to skill up many more people than ever to enter the workforce. For adult learners, funding is yet more unpredictable. Total spending on adult skills has fallen about 45% in the last decade. A recent CBI report suggests that 9 in 10 UK employees will have to reskill by 2030 as a result of the pandemic. Clearly, our workforce and our economy must be ready to adapt to a post-COVID world, and it is further education that will be crucial to make this happen. Institutions like Bath College are already showing the innovation to meet that challenge. It has partnered with Bath Spa University and the Institute for Coding to create a programme to support learners to build and develop skills in resilience, problem-solving, creativity and communication, all the skills that have already been mentioned during this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, further education is about lifelong learning. I urge the Government to ensure that further education is at the heart of our COVID recovery strategy for education. This is not just about catch-up funding, but a long-term funding settlement for the further education sector. Thank you.
Very much. Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as a former Special Advisor in the Department of Education, it's always great to see a few of the details in debates on Estimates Day, and it's great to see my honourable friend the Minister in his place. Obviously, there are several big issues I'd like to raise related to my constituency, but I think there's a couple of points overall that many honourable members have raised today. The first of all, as really highlighted by my honourable friend, the Chair of the Education Select Committee, is the impact, particularly on the most disadvantaged, that the coronavirus pandemic has had. And it's had that impact all the way through the last couple of years, and it's still having that immense impact now, with so many children being kept away from school, as another of my honourable friends has mentioned as well. That's in addition to those 100,000 ghost pupils, so-called ghost pupils, who really haven't been engaging at all in the education system over the last 18 months or so. And I know the Minister cares deeply about standards in our education system and has really made it his almost mission as a Minister anyway, to really drive those standards. And I'm really worried, and I know other honourable friends are, and our members across the House, that we could see that attainment gap rising again because of the impact that coronavirus has had. So I ask him to, I think the £3 billion so far is very welcome, but I ask him to really press the Treasury to ensure that we don't end up going backwards at the moment. I think the measures that have been talked about in the press in the last couple of days, the Health Secretary and Education Secretary speaking to each other about how we can stop the sending home of huge groups of pupils, which has been happening in my constituency, whole year groups in some situations. We really need to get that sorted. And while I welcome the discussions for later in the year, if that could happen sooner, then the sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned and as far as the pupils and parents in my constituency are concerned. I'd also like to acknowledge and for the Minister just to reflect slightly on the impact that the coronavirus pandemic has had on many teachers, school leaders and support staff. Many, particularly my primary school leaders, have been really helping and doing that one-on-one checking up on pupils throughout the pandemic when they have had to be at home. And in those secondary schools, they've often essentially acted as a test and trace facility, putting huge pressure at evenings and weekends, particularly on the senior management teams in secondary schools, where they've been having to not only find out who's in whose class, but also who's on which bus going in. And in a large rural community and semi-rural area like mine, that can be very, very difficult and cause that cascade effect across the impact on so many children's education. That issue of rural and semi-rural transport probably brings me on to a couple of issues in my local area. And first of all, I'd really like to thank the Secretary of State for intervening earlier this year with the Regional Schools Commissioner to stop the formal closure of Woolsingham Sixth Form in my constituency. Big secondary school, but without a sixth form, which had pupils travelling huge distances at the moment to get that sixth form education that they need. And I hope to be able to work with the Minister in the future to look at what possibilities there are to enable particularly those children between 16 and 18 who may have to travel up to 2 hours each way from parts of my constituency to get that education. If there's something that can be done to help support some of those sixth forms in those very rural areas. One of the other issues I know that's been mentioned recently, and again I turn to the Select Committee, is that around white working class boys. This is a particular issue in my constituency, and toxic talk of critical race theory and white privilege really don't cut any mustard in Consett, Delves Lane, Dipton, Crook, Towlaw, Burnhope or Willington, where we really need, particularly at a secondary level, to really keep driving educational standards. Locally, I've been visiting a lot of my primary schools, including Ebchester, Bishop Ramsey and Medhamsley, but also a small primary school, a place called Wittenley Weir. Now, that was built for 50 children. They've currently got 100 on roll, and I'd really welcome a meeting with the Minister, if at all possible, to find what provisions can be made to have a look at helping provision there. There's much more I'd like to speak on today, particularly around the further education sector. We've got an excellent college Derwentsside in my constituency, which is putting a funding bid in, but I know time is tight, and I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, plenty of people like to go and watch the football at some point too. Thank you.
Well, the wind-ups are going to begin at 4:53, and we've got 3 speakers left, so if you could perhaps divide the time between you up until then, it would be quite fair. Richard Graham.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And this debate has got some big themes. It seems to me the two biggest really are, firstly, is the government responding to the huge impact the pandemic has had on pupils, their education and their life chances? And the second one is, will the additional resources pledged by the government be enough to make a difference to those who need help the most? So I want to focus first on the issue of the response. And I do think that there is a big package of help that should be incredibly useful to quite a large number of our constituents. But the big issue at the moment, undoubtedly, for so many families, is all about the business of bubbles having to self-isolate. I saw this at first hand last Friday when a secondary school called off a visit that I was going to make. Primary school has called off a visit I was going to make this Friday. My caseworker has had her daughter 4 times in the last few months having to self-isolate. And my Chief of Staff, my senior researcher, if you like, is also off again today and for the next few days because one of her children has had self-isolate. And I've been trying to get the precise figures for the whole of Gloucestershire, but I'm in no doubt that the figure has increased hugely over the last 2 to 3 weeks, and that there are many, many children self-isolating for, I'm assuming on average, roughly a week each, as a result of being in a bubble, in a large bubble quite often, with someone who has tested positive. And this is thoroughly unsatisfactory, particularly for the younger children for whom the pandemic doesn't really have any considerable effect at all. It is very disruptive to pupils' progress, and I do think that given we have now changed the rules somewhat for quarantine for business meetings, we should be able to do the same for our pupils and help give them the best chance they can to catch up at school by having regular lateral flow testing and them able to carry on until they test positive. So that would be my first big ask of the Minister today, is if, and I appreciate that's not entirely in his control, but I do think that a rapid decision on bubbles having to all self-isolate at schools would be incredibly helpful. On the second point of the resources, I know the opposition has made great play that Kevin Collins asked for 15 billion and the government has come up with 1.5 billion, which actually, if you increase all the other additional parts of the package, comes to, I think, rather over £3 billion. And you know, clearly, the more money you throw at a particular issue, the better the results you should be able to get. But it does seem to me this is a very large sum of money by any standards. And the key to the exam question, therefore, is really who will determine who is going to meet the classification of disadvantaged school children so that the money goes to the right places. And of course, in this context of words like disadvantaged, poor, deprived, these are all incredibly sensitive words which often ignore the fact that some of our poorest communities are actually the most resilient in terms of community strength. And I refer here to some of the wards in my constituency of Gloucester, like Matson, Coney Hill, Podsmead, Tredworth. Schools in those wards are very often rated outstanding or have been outstanding and are now good, and just shows that actually the success of a school is not wholly contingent on how well off the families of the pupils going there are. Great things can be achieved in some of our poorest communities, and the phrase white privilege is something which is just so odd to anyone living in 3 out of those 4 wards, and the 4th one, Tredworth, Barton and Tredworth, is entirely multicultural, and there isn't really a great deal of privilege for anybody in that ward. Everyone is just getting on with their lives as best they can. So let's not try and pit one community against another. Let's recognise that there are lots of people who need help, often in very similar ways, at schools today. So that, I think, is the key to what I really want to mention today, to give the Minister all encouragement to allow pupils to get back to school without self-isolating in bubbles for too long, and to give us some idea of how this phrase of disadvantaged children getting the extra help will be defined, so that we can be sure pupils in our constituencies do get that help. Thank you.
Dean Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll try to be brief to allow my honourable friend to take part, but also we're all clearly wanting to get back down and see that it's still coming home. I'll start by taking this opportunity to put on record how grateful I am to all the teachers, head teachers and support staff, especially those of Redcliffe, Whitefield and Prestwich in my constituency. Ministers and the Department for Education staff have also worked tirelessly throughout this pandemic, especially in my constituency, which is over 50 educational institutions within it. Mr Deputy Speaker, I echo many of the things that have been said by my right honourable friend, the chairman of the Select Committee that I'm a proud member of, in his opening speech, which sets out the wide range of issues that are involved here. I know how difficult it can be actually launching one of these estimates debate with having to introduce the debate last year in my honourable friend's absence. The Department for Education has a very special responsibility to improve the life chances for all children in our country and to ensure that the most disadvantaged children reach their fullest potential. I have always argued that our education system plays a major role in the growth and progress of our society. It's the engine of our economy, it's the foundation of our culture, and it's essential preparation for adult life. Over the past 12 months, the government has provided over £3 billion in funding to tackle the devastating effects of lockdown on children's education and well-being. I welcome in particular the government's national tutoring programme, which provided 100 million hours of tutoring for 5 to 19-year-olds by 2025. This is exactly the type of government scheme this country needs to ensure that our disadvantaged children receive the adequate support they need to catch up on what they've missed due to COVID. The National Tutoring Programme will be so important for constituencies like mine because Bury South is ranked in the top 40% of constituencies with the greatest literacy need. Indeed, a third of the wards in my constituency are among the highest ranking in the country in terms of their literacy needs. Mr Deputy Speaker, my colleagues and I on the Education Select Committee have maintained that support most focuses on closing that disadvantage gap and ensuring that those left behind pupils who have suffered enormously during COVID-19 are able to catch up. And again, I echo my request to the Minister to have a meeting with me and providers from the NTP to make sure that everyone can be taking part in the scheme moving forward, especially those specialising in online training. The Department concluded last autumn that all year groups had experienced a learning loss in reading. In primary schools in particular, this loss has averaged between 1.7 and 2 months. And this was before the second and third lockdown, so I think it's safe to assume that has only worsened since then. We can only expect the level of need to have increased, and we really do need to take this seriously. Furthermore, children with poor language skills at the age of 5 are more likely to experience social, emotional and behavioural difficulties later in life. Early language skills are therefore a crucial determinant of later success. Furthermore, Mr Deputy Speaker, initial data from the second lockdown shows that any progress that was made while schools were able to open in the autumn was lost when they closed to key workers and vulnerable children in the winter. What concerns me the most is the regional variation in these figures, with the North East and East Midlands being worse affected, with the North West being very close behind. And in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, this new decade is going to be challenging indeed. While the ambition of an education recovery plan is a good start, we need a long-term plan to tackle the attainment gap and falling literacy rates. I look forward to continuing to scrutinise the plans both in my role on the Education Select Committee, but also in my role as the chairman of the APBG on literacy. We are keen to come up with viable solutions to address the severe effect that COVID-19 has had on our children and young people, and that should start now.
It's not going on you, Mr Gibson, but please be seated by 4:53. Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Schools across the country have faced stark challenges over the last 15 months, and I once again want to put on the record my thanks to the head teachers, support staff and parents in Darlington. I'm proud of the work done by this government to help disadvantaged students in the North East, who we know have been amongst the hardest hit. Talking to teachers and governors throughout the last 15 months, I know the challenges that they have faced, and every day I'm conscious that we must do all that we can to support them. And so I'm glad that the government is providing funding in the form of the National Tutoring Programme, amongst other investments. On top of that, the Department for Education has announced allocation of £483 million of investment for the Conditional Improvement Fund, funds which will benefit Rydal Academy, Mowden Infant School and Corporation Road Community Primary School in my constituency. As the government considers its response to the recent excellent report of the Select Committee, can I ask the Minister to pay particular attention to the needs of the Gypsy Romani traveller community alongside those of white working class children? Mr Deputy Speaker, I am proud to be supporting the government today as it invests in education recovery for pupils across the country.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Earlier than we thought. Wind up, Peter Kyle.
I'm very grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm also very grateful to it's nice to follow the Honourable Member for Darlington and his short, pithy, but actually very thought-provoking speech. And I'm very grateful to the Chair of the Education Select Committee for giving us a wide-ranging and thoughtful introduction to the whole debate and setting the tone so very well. The pandemic has swung a wrecking ball through our schools, and the government have left students and teachers to do the heavy lifting of recovery alone. A student I spoke to just last week reported that having sat through 54 assessments in order to help their teachers determine an appropriate grade, rather than complain or give up, they carried on despite incoherent and panicked changes to the government guidance right to the last minute. From the chaotic mishandling of exams last year to the lack of timely guidance to teachers this year. From the huge COVID absence rates made worse by the lack of mitigation measures to forcing kids back to school for a day and then announcing the January lockdown. This government continues to fail young people who simply want to get on with learning. This government is failing to match the ambition that young people have for themselves. In March this year, we thought the government might have listened. They appointed Sir Kevin Collins, a highly respected educationalist, to lead an educational recovery review. They even told the press that the Prime Minister, that our children were his #1 priority. But the difference between the government and the Labour Party is that when we say children are our #1 priority, we actually mean it. 90% of the recommended funding was slashed by the Chancellor. He happily butchered plans to help state-educated students, but found all the money in the world to fund a super deduction for the wealthiest companies in the land. No investment in well-being after a year of intense stress. No investment in social recovery or creative activity. And as for the promise to address this in the spending review, Sir Kevin Collins said today before the Education Select Committee that he wanted to break out of this cycle. Children can't wait for another year, he said. According to Sir Kevin, the attainment gap may grow by as much as 20% due to the pandemic. And he warned the Chancellor and the Prime Minister that failure to act would make the situation worse. Yet the Chancellor says he can't give money to every cause that comes knocking at his door. Why should students, in their time of greatest need, have to knock on the Chancellor's door, Oliver style, saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more help to learn?" No government with its priorities straight would need students to come knocking at the door in the first place. The Chancellor likes to talk about levelling up, but all we've seen is hammering down. Which students are being hardest hit? Those from deprived backgrounds. Which regions are suffering most? Those in parts of the Midlands and the north of England who've had the longest lockdowns. Levelling up should be about people, not just bricks. The Treasury's refusal to fund educational catch-up isn't just morally reckless, it's fiscally irresponsible too. According to the National Policy Institute, pandemic-related learning loss could cost the economy between 60 and 420 billion pounds. That burden far outweighs the multi-year £50 billion that Sir Kevin was asked for and the Labour Party has backed. According to government, we've entered an era of global Britain. Our economy needs people with the knowledge, technical, social, academic skills to compete with South Korea, Germany, Singapore, and the United States. Instead, government is throwing a spanner in the works of educational recovery and the transformation in skills development that the students who will be the workers, entrepreneurs, and wealth creators of tomorrow. You can't have global Britain without global skills. Government have been set a test by students. Will they work across the political divide to help students overcome the current challenges and unleash their potential into the future? Labour's educational recovery plan shares many of the similarities to the Collins report, and we stand ready to help find areas of common ground to work constructively with the government to make it happen. The one programme that survived the Treasury cuts was the National Tutoring Programme, awarded to a provider with little experience of education. The Education Secretary promised sessions for 6 million children. Not only was he contradicted by his officials, but so far only 173,000 have actually begun tutoring. Big promises, little delivery, and all because kids don't matter as much as VIP contracts, tax breaks for the biggest 1% of businesses, or royal yachts. The government's failure to prioritise school children is having a disastrous consequence here and now. Just last week, 250,000 students were forced to self-isolate. Each of the families affected deserves an apology for government's refusal to secure our borders back in April. They failed to prevent the Delta variant arriving into England in such volume as to rip through communities and threaten the entire recovery. Because of past failure, we have no margin for error when it comes to the future. If the JCVI approves any vaccine for use in children, then every student must be offered it this summer before the next academic year starts. Such a programme needs to be accompanied with plentiful information so that parents can make informed choices in the best interest of their child, family, and whole community. The impact on a child's development and future success is badly affected by school absence, and this is a factor that parents need to consider. But such a programme can only happen if governments start planning now and are ready to act in the moment the JCVI issues its guidance. We also need the government to get a grip on next year's exams right now, to lay out a proper plan for 2022 before schools return for their summer break. Students going into exam years have missed mock exams in halls and months of in-school education. We can't return to a pre-pandemic norm in an instant. Teachers need to know what they are preparing students for at the start of term, not after Christmas like this year. The Labour Party front bench is united in this goal. We have an education recovery plan with investment in tutoring, sitting alongside well-being and teacher development. And we've planned for additional time at school that is enriching, creative, healthy and active, and that includes school facilities being open over the summer too, not slammed shut to most students as it is by this government. For students, teachers and staff, this is their hour of need. I ask the Minister, please don't let them down again.
Thank
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, for opening this debate and the measured way in which he did so. And of course, I'd be delighted to arrange meetings with my honourable friends, the member for North West Durham, and my honourable friend, the member for Bury South, both of whom are passionate about education in their constituencies. And I'd be happy to work with both my honourable friends in tackling the issues that they want to raise with the government. Now, the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, has throughout this pandemic prioritised education. No child's long-term prospects should be damaged by this pandemic, which is why we want schools to be open and why we have announced a series of measures since June 2020 to help children to catch up. And my honourable friend from North West Durham was right to point to the incredible job that teachers have done during the pandemic in their multiple roles of teaching, remotely and in class, and all the other test and trace and COVID responsibilities that they have. Raising academic standards for all pupils has, of course, been the unifying vision that has driven education policy since we came into office in 2010. In the estimates debate a year ago, I spoke about closing the disadvantage gap by driving out a culture of low expectation. And that attainment gap closed by 13% in primary schools between 2011 and 2019, and by 9% in secondary schools. It is ending the culture of low expectations that is key to addressing the concerns of my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, and the Education Select Committee in their report on white working class pupils. We want all children, regardless of their background, to have the same opportunities and quality of education that children from more advantaged backgrounds take for granted. And it's why we attach such importance to the EBAC performance measure, which holds schools to account for the proportion of pupils taking those core academic subjects at GCSE that provide the widest opportunity for progression. English, maths, at least 2 sciences, a humanity and a foreign language. It's why we're investing in family hubs. And I say to my right honourable friend, the member for South Northamptonshire, yes, we will be ambitious. And it's why we're transforming technical education and why we are strengthening teacher training. The government also welcomes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Education Committee's report on adult skills. Adult skills are key to supporting the economy and tackling disadvantage, which is more important now than ever as people live longer, technological changes shake up the jobs market, and as we look to recover from the impact of COVID-19. The government recognises the economic, social and well-being benefits of lifelong education and training outlined in the committee's report, and in September 2020, the Prime Minister announced the Lifetime Skills Guarantee, which will help adults develop new skills and find new opportunities at every stage of their life. Madam Deputy Speaker, last year I also spoke about the fact that when we came into office in 2010, 68% of schools were judged by Ofsted as good or outstanding. Well, today that figure is 86%. But there is more to do as we drive forward our plans to level up opportunity throughout the country, tackling those 14% of schools still judged as inadequate and needing to improve. Madam Deputy Speaker, this year in 21-22, the Department for Education's resource budget is around £89 billion. And of the £89 billion, £59.9 billion is for estimate lines relating to early years and schools, £28.4 billion is for estimates relating primarily to post-16 and skills, and £1 billion is for other critical areas, including children's services as well as departmental function. And as my right honourable friend, the member for South Northamptonshire, was right to emphasise the importance of early years, and that's a view that the government shares. And my right honourable friend, the member for East Hampshire, is also right that the further funding is being provided through the supplementary estimate process. Now, my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, asked about the impact of the change of the census date from January to October, and he is right that the impact is £90 million. But pupil premium will increase this year, increasing by £60 million up to £2.5 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the early months of the pandemic, we have been addressing the hugely important issue of ensuring that children are able to catch up on education missed during the lockdown period. And although we have spent £400 million providing 1.3 million laptops and tablets, as well as internet access and advice, and although schools have responded swiftly and effectively in moving the curriculum to be taught remotely, children learn better in a classroom led by their teacher. So in June 2020, the Prime Minister announced £1 billion of catch-up funding, £650 million of which was paid directly to schools as a catch-up premium, and £350 million for tutoring programmes, including establishing the National Tutoring Programme, which by the end of this term will have seen 250,000 pupils enrol, and the establishment of the 16 to 19 tuition fund. And in February this year, we announced a further £700 million of catch-up funding, and in early June, an additional £1.4 billion, bringing the total to over £3 billion. And half of that money is being spent on the tutoring programmes, which will mean 5 to 19-year-olds receiving up to 100 million hours of tuition by 2024, targeting those at most that need it most. And this money is providing, as we speak, a tutoring revolution that we know from the evidence will have a significant impact on students' education. No longer will tutoring be the exclusive preserves of families who can afford it. This is an evidence-based approach that we know will help achieve between 3 and 5 months progress for every pupil who takes one of these 6 million courses. We're providing £200 million. If my honourable friend will forgive me, we all want to get to the football match later on. We are providing £200 million for secondary schools to provide face-to-face summer schools this year, giving pupils access to enrichment activities that they have missed out on during the pandemic. And we are investing up to £220 million in our holiday activities and food programmes. Madam Deputy Speaker, in line with our evidence-based approach, a significant amount of this £3 billion will also be invested in teacher training. And building on our commitment since 2010 through the National Professional Qualifications and Early Career Framework, we are putting £400 million into supporting teachers with 500,000 places over the next 3 years, helping the profession to be the best it can with all the benefits that great teaching will have for pupils and for catch-up. And £153 million of this £400 million will provide professional development for early years. And my honourable friend, the member for Eddisbury, warmly welcomes that focus on early years, and I welcome his welcome. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, referred to the length of the school day. Well, we are looking at the evidence behind extending the time children spend at school and the benefits this could deliver, and we'll be consulting with parents, teachers and pupils about whether to introduce reforms in this area. It would be a big change, which is why we are right to take a short period of time to review the evidence, and this review will be ready in time for the spending review later this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want all children back in school because that is where they receive the best education. Schools across the country continue to have robust protective measures in place, including regular twice-weekly testing to break chains of transmission, as well as smaller group bubbles. And I'd like to reassure the House that we are also taking additional measures in areas where there is a high prevalence of the virus, including increasing the availability of testing for staff, pupils and families, and working with local directors of public health. Absence in schools continues to reflect wider community transmission, and where students have to self-isolate, schools are providing high-quality remote education. The government is providing the biggest funding increase for schools in a decade, which will give every school more money for every child. Following an increase of £2.6 billion in 2020-21, we are increasing core schools funding by a further £4.8 billion in 2021-22 and £7.1 billion in 2022-23 compared to 2019-20. We have put record funding into high needs, increasing funding for special educational needs and disabilities by £1.5 billion over the last 2 years. That's a 24% increase. Madam Deputy Speaker, during the pandemic, the government has attached the highest priority to education. Schools being the last to close as we tackle the spread of the virus and the first to open as we cautiously travel along the route of the roadmap. Would my honourable friend like to give way at this point?
Well, the Minister's very kind. I was simply going to ask him for a little bit of elucidation on who is going to decide which pupils get what help and whether he'll be able to share more details with us as soon as possible.
Schemes are targeted towards the disadvantaged, but we also give schools flexibility so they can use their pupil premium money, their COVID recovery catch-up money to target to help those pupils who are in most need, and we do give flexibility to schools because they know their pupils best. Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to progress our education reforms as we seek to level up opportunity across the country. We will continue to drive the academisation programme, which is delivering higher academic standards through greater professional autonomy accompanied by strong accountability. And we will continue to ensure that no child suffers long-term damage to their prospects as a result of the pandemic, ensuring young people move on to the next stage of their education and careers. And we will ensure that schools continue to be able to support children in catching up lost education caused by the lockdown. And always, the most vulnerable children are at the heart of our concerns and are central to our policy making and decisions.
Robert Halfon, to wind up briefly.
I'll be very brief, given the events that are going on. Just to say there's actually a lot of unity in this House on this issue, even behind the inevitable political Barney that there is. And I thank all members for speaking this debate, particularly my fellow committee members, the Honourable Member for Putney, who's an expert member of our committee, and the Honourable Member for Bury South. I just say that there must be a focus on a long-term plan, which there has been a lot of agreement across the House. Long-term plan for education with secure funding settlement, and I would just urge the Minister, I really welcome his remarks, especially what he said about the longer school day, but I would urge him to look at these 100,000 ghost children and make sure that these children are going back to school and we don't destroy their life chances, to focus the COVID package on the most disadvantaged, do everything he can to reduce the attainment gap. And this is possibly where he knows we have a slight disagreement, is ensuring that the curriculum prepares pupils for the world of work, not just for knowledge. But thank you.
Order, order. The question necessary to dispose of proceedings on the motion stands over until 7 p.m. tomorrow, under Standing Order number 54. I'm going to suspend the House for 2 minutes just to make arrangements for the next business. Order, order. We now come to the motion on the estimate for the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. I call the Minister to move the motion formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. Before I call Clive Betts to open the debate, just to say that there are clearly a lot of members who want to speak in this debate, so there will be a 5-minute time limit on speeches, which will be on the screen and where people are participating virtually on the other screens. The question is as on the order paper. The debate will be opened by the Chair of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee, Mr Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, thank the Backbench Business Committee for finding time for this important debate. I realise that the whole of the nation this afternoon will be watching their television sets, totally interested in the proceedings in the House on this important issue. But seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker, 4 years on from Grenfell, the one thing we should be able to agree on is that we should do everything necessary to make sure that a tragedy like Grenfell never happens again. We've had the Hackett Review and the draft Building Safety Bill, which the Select Committee did pre-elect scrutiny on. Both of those are welcome steps forward. This afternoon I'm going to ask many questions. I probably won't be able to put all of them on the record, but we will write from the committee to the Minister afterwards and set out a list of that questions in the public domain if that is helpful. But I suppose the first question is, when will the Building Safety Bill in its final form be published? Can we have a timetable for it? Because still, 4 years after Grenfell, thousands of families in this country are living in homes that are unsafe, facing bills they can't afford, and effectively, in many cases, putting their lives on hold because they can't sell the homes they live in and move on. This puts enormous pressure on the mental health and well-being of those families. We've produced 3 reports about building safety and cladding issues. The most recent I have here is the one we updated on cladding remediation follow-up in April of this year. Because it's an estimates day, I will concentrate on resources and government funding, or sometimes the lack of government funding. But one question, does the government yet know how many homes in this country are potentially unsafe and what the estimates will be to put them right? Just a second point right at the beginning, a general point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we repeated it over and over again in our reports, that we ought to be absolutely clear that we establish the principle that leaseholders should not pay anything towards the cost of remediating historical building safety defects for which they are not responsible. And I hope the Minister, and it's one of the questions we'll ask, second question, whether the Minister will confirm that is still the government's policy, because it has changed from time to time. Going through the funds that have been made available, and I recognise significant funding has been made available by government, on the £600 million funding to remove ACM cladding, the cladding that was on Grenfell, progress has probably been a little disappointing. Could the Minister explain, or give an answer at some point, probably in writing, when all ACM cladding will be removed, when all that will be finished, and probably explain why there are still 33 buildings with ACM cladding where remediation work hasn't started. In terms of other forms of dangerous cladding, the Select Committee were, I think, at the forefront of pushing for funding for that as well. The first £1 billion Building Safety Fund was clearly not adequate. It was on a first-come, first-served basis, which wasn't appropriate. So it's welcome, therefore, that the fund is now £5 billion. But why are buildings only covered over 18 metres? What risk assessment has been done to determine that? Has an estimate been done as to whether the extra £3.5 billion will be sufficient? Why is the £3.5 billion not so far covered in the estimates? And has the funding profile for that money and the years it will be spent over now been agreed? If so, could we know what it is? And why have 2,000 registrations for the fund not progressed? Is the government satisfied that those buildings are safe, even though having registered a claim for the fund, that claim hasn't been moved any further forward? With regard to the loan scheme for buildings between 11 and 18 metres, have we any further information on how it will work? Ministers have been unable to explain any of it in previous discussions. Ministers have said that neither leaseholders nor freeholders will be responsible for the debt for this loan, so who will be responsible? Have the Minister any idea what the total cost of the loan scheme will be? How many buildings it will cover? And yet, will they accept that for some buildings that will mean a debt of several £1,000s running over many years before the final costs are paid off? Does the Minister accept that the buildings under 11 metres, which are not covered by the Building Safety Fund or the loan scheme, could still be at risk? How many of those buildings are there, and what risk assessment has been done on them? A further question, Madam Deputy Speaker, why has social housing been excluded from all the funds apart from the original ACM fund? Does the Minister accept the National Housing Federation's figures that it could cost £10 billion for housing associations to put right building safety defects in their homes? If that is going to be done without any government support, does the government accept that money is going to come out of money and commitments that would otherwise have been made to building new homes or refurbishing existing homes? What assessment has the government done of the impact of not allowing social housing to claim against the Building Safety Fund? One of the biggest issues, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the fact that apart from cladding removal, the Building Safety Fund doesn't cover other building safety defects. We know there are faulty balconies, faulty fire doors, missing fire breaks, faulty insulation. Why has that been omitted from the fund? What risk assessment has been done of that? Does the government accept that some leaseholders are facing bills of £50,000 to put right defects in their home other than cladding? Does the Minister accept that buildings which have claimed money and received money from the Building Safety Fund to put cladding problems right are left with other defects which make their homes unsafe? So we're spending enormous sums of public money in some cases when the end result will still be homes that aren't safe because other defects remain which the leaseholders simply can't afford to pay. Is that an acceptable situation? So does the Minister accept the proposal from the Select Committee that what we should now have is a comprehensive building safety fund covering all safety defects, not just cladding, covering all buildings, not just those above 80 metres or above 11 metres, and covering all tenures, leaseholders and social housing as well? Now, we do believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that where individual developers or architects or contractors can be held accountable for defects in a particular building, then they should be held accountable properly in law and made to pay. But we know that those legal battles can go on for years and years. So essentially, it has to be government that steps in first to fund this work, to put the money into a comprehensive building safety fund. But we also believe that industry should pay as well in general, the development industry, and including products of suppliers, because very often faulty products have been a cause of these particular problems. We welcome the principle that the government has announced of a tax and a levy on the industry. That's a good step forward. Confirmation, will the tax and the levy produce money in addition to the £5 billion, or is it part of it, reducing the government's cost of it? Do we know when the money will start to arrive from the levy and from the tax? Presumably the tax is going to need legislation, maybe the levy will as well. But if a levy comes in, is it true that it will be only levied at the point when planning permission is granted? So it could be years down the road before a building which is due to pay the levy, or developers are due to pay the levy on, is actually built and the levy is handed over. So we could be years away from actually getting any money. Could the government confirm what the timetable is likely to be? Madam Deputy Speaker, this issue is not going to go away. Until all homes are safe in this country, this is going to be an issue which we come back to as a Select Committee. I suspect we'll come back to over and over again in this House. And I would just say to the government, this is a major challenge. And so far, bit by bit, the government has moved steadily towards addressing the challenge. All I would say to the Minister today is, while progress has been made, there is still an awful long way to go, and I hope we get a positive response from the Minister to the recommendations in the Select Committee report, and I say we'll write to him further and list all the questions we would like answers to following the debate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Chair of the Select Committee, who is always thoughtful and well informed. The Building Safety Bill will be a landmark piece of legislation, and I would like to see it introduced as quickly as possible post-summer recess. It will transform the regulatory system for buildings, and it will put the safety of residents and high-rises at the heart of the regime. It will make it very clear who is accountable for the safety of buildings all the way through their life, from the design to the construction to the occupation of those buildings. And I would like to see it drive a change in the culture of the building industry, because I have certainly been very shocked by some of the revelations that have come out of the Grenfell inquiry, in particular with regard to the conduct of the building products industry. Now, given it is an estimates debate, I want to welcome the funding that government has made available. 5.1 billion, if you add the 3.5 billion announced in February to the 1.6 billion that had already been announced. If you also include the subsidised loan scheme, the tax on property developers, the levy on high-rises, this looks to me as though it is a package of 5 to 10 billion, and it could well be in the mid to upper end of that range. But it is clear that there are still an awful lot of outstanding issues which we need to resolve with a sense of urgency. Firstly, leaseholders in intermediate height buildings, 11 to 18 metres, need clarity on the financing scheme, and they need that as soon as possible because uncertainty is not good. Also, I understand that the loan will go with the building as opposed to the leaseholder. But I would ask the Minister to consider that sometimes the freeholds of these buildings is not worth a lot. So if the loan exceeds the value of the freehold, how will that work? I have a tremendous amount of sympathy for the plight of leaseholders who are facing extenuating circumstances and who are in this position, let us never forget this, through no fault of their own. Every time I talk to a constituent about a new building, it exposes another complex set of problems. So I would beseech the Minister to get dedicated teams at MHCLG drilling down into the detail, building by building, and trying to resolve some of these very, very difficult and very complex issues. And I would also ask that there is some discretion here. Just to give you a quick example, there is a building in my constituency whereby the leaseholders paid for the remediation of ACM cladding in the expectation that the building owner would then apply to the fund. They've now been told that the building owner does not want to do that, but they find themselves in a position that they cannot apply to the fund because they are a third party. And I would love to see discretion in that situation.
My honourable friend is making an outstanding case, and she clearly knows this subject from every angle. Does she agree with me that no matter how much money the government allocate to this, unless it is combined with a resolution in some way, a rule that prevents leaseholders being charged straight away, then there is little chance of leaseholders escaping the unfair financial punishments which she described so eloquently?
What I would like to see is a rigorous approach, building by building, so that we can come to solutions, because there is no question that we need a sense of urgency here, and it is taking a huge toll on leaseholders. I'm conscious of time, so I want to make a few other points. I'm very conscious that we need to hire and train way more professionals building assessors, fire assessors who can get on with this work. Insurance is another huge issue. I have talked to constituents who have seen their insurance bills often triple or go up fourfold. I think we do have the template of a solution with Flood Re and the solution that we got to flood insurance. Let's be creative and see if we can do that with high-rise buildings and fire risk. I would also say, however, that it is also incumbent upon industry to take a balanced and sensible approach here. The reality of the world is that we are not going to be able to nullify every single risk. I have called previously in the Chamber for government to consider a tax on the building products industry in the same way as they have done on the property development sector. And I would make that our appeal again. So, in summary, I welcome what government has done, but there is so much still to be done, which needs to be done with a sense of urgency, and we need to resolve these issues for buildings and leaseholders once and for all.
Artie.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow not only the Chair of the Select Committee, who has made some excellent points that I wholeheartedly endorse, but also recognise many of the issues that the Honourable Lady has just raised, because they affect my constituents too. And I think it's really important to recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is, of course, a UK-wide problem, and that actually many of the regulations under which these buildings were built predate devolution. So even though some of the responsibilities now sit with the Welsh Government, or the Scottish Government and others, this is a legacy, and this is a legacy of failure within the building and construction industry and the way that leasehold operates, and many of the other issues that we've discussed in this House on a number of occasions. And I've been contacted yet again in the last few weeks by residents in Cardiff South and Penarth. I have thousands of apartment units, and let's recognise this is not just also new builds, this is also conversions. I have many old docks buildings, for example, in the Cardiff Bay and docks communities, which have been converted into apartments, but a number of them are now affected, and I've heard from residents in a number of those buildings who are affected in the same way as those in new builds. And that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am somewhat disappointed by the approach that the UK Government has taken in not working constructively as they could be doing, and have done on some issues in relation to this, with the devolved administrations and with the Welsh Government, and I'll come on to that again in a moment. But I think I just want to reiterate, leaseholders should not have to pay for this. Obviously, the primary responsibility lies with the developers and those who built these defective buildings, and recognising the point my honourable friend, the Chair of the Committee, made, this isn't just about fire safety. I've had horror stories of flats that have been flooded with sewage because a foul water pipe was propped up behind a wall on a Starbucks cup, not even connected, sewage flooding into apartments, balconies that are not safe to go on, windows that are not safe to open, rendering that's not suitable for the maritime environment of the Cardiff Bay area, falling off buildings onto cars, let alone the whole litany of fire safety issues related to compartmentation, doors, fire alarm systems, and of course cladding and insulation. So it's an extraordinary situation. It is very wide-ranging, and the situation that residents find themselves in is completely unacceptable. And I think it's worth emphasising the mental health toll that this is taking on many of my constituents, those who have put in and bought properties in good faith and then find themselves in a situation facing extraordinary bills whilst they've been going through the same situation that everybody in the country has been going through, the difficulties of the last year, many of them in difficulties around their own jobs and incomes, and this has been an additional pressure on top of that. So, firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like the Minister to speak to his colleagues in MHCLG and to the Treasury to urge them to sit down with the Welsh Government and answer some of the very reasonable questions that are being put to the Department by the Housing Minister in Wales, Julie James. And she's had to write again to the Secretary of State on the 23rd of June to try and get some basic answers. And I quote from the letter that she said, Madam Deputy Speaker, "In my previous correspondence, I raised the importance of joint working and meaningful engagement on this topic. I urgently requested details of the level and timing of consequential budget allocations following the large announcements that the UK Government made about the Building Safety Fund. And the Secretary of State had previously replied and said that the Barnett formula will apply in the usual way. And yet, the Welsh Government have not been able to get any details on the actual amounts of money or when that would actually come through. And so the Housing Ministry is rightly asking for the amount of consequential funding that Wales will receive from the additional amounts announced by the UK Government and when it will be received. I think that's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. I just find it extraordinary that officials and ministers have not been able to sit down with the Welsh Government, who wants to work constructively with the UK Government on this issue for the benefit of leaseholders, and answer those questions. So I hope we will get an answer about that, and we'll also get some further clarity about how the proposed tax and levy will work. Because again, there is a willingness of the Welsh Government to work with the UK Government on this, as they did over the fire safety bill. But again, you know, doesn't seem to be having the communication that we would expect. Secondly, on EWS 1 form, as recognised what the Honourable Lady said, I'm concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a lot of the new guidance is not flowing through. It came into effect on the 5th of April, but I'm still being contacted by residents who are not getting the right answers from lenders or indeed from freeholders and estate management companies about those. So what is happening on that? And how many of the new chartered fire engineers and surveyors that are supposed to be being trained are now in place and actually able to deal with the backlog of surveys? Lastly, two other points. One is that we need to look at the international examples. This is a situation that has faced many other cities and jurisdictions around the world. I think of Vancouver, which I know very well. The provincial government there had to pay out $3 to $5 billion to cover what was called the leaky condo scandal, but many similar issues around building safety defects. What are we learning from those examples around the world? And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, just to be clear again, this is not just about the fire safety, critical as those issues are, it's about all of those other issues, and that's why we need to have that building safety bill and answer these questions as soon as possible.
Number 4 has withdrawn, so we go straight to Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The passage of time doesn't always heal wounds or lessen the pain and anger that people feel over wrongs done to them, to their loved ones, or even to the communities. Grenfell won't and shouldn't be forgotten. The failure of governments to ban the use of flammable cladding will be an issue that will echo for quite a while yet. And I hope that the government now finds its conscience directs it to ensure that the people who have been adversely affected by that failure to properly regulate will be compensated adequately. Stark, too, is the impression that profits have come before people. There have been reports that the less expensive cladding was used in some buildings in spite of concerns over its safety. And I can't quite decide whether the people making those decisions felt that fire was so unlikely it was a risk worth taking, so long as it wasn't their houses the stuff was going on, or whether they don't concern themselves all that much with possible future events on the buildings they are commissioning. That's perhaps one of the great divides in society and in politics. Do you place people above profit or profit above people? Do you value people for the contribution they make to the economy, or value the economy for the contribution it makes to society? I don't expect us all to find common ground in the near future, but we can at least agree that profits should not come at the expense of people's health and well-being. And many of us here have constituents who find themselves deeply affected by the shaking out of these issues, people who are finding it difficult to sell their flats, who need additional certification to get mortgage decisions in their favour, and who have found some insurers are backing out of these properties or alternatively are demanding substantially increased premiums. And I'd be very interested to hear from the Minister if he could tell us what discussions the team in the department have been having with insurance companies on these matters. There is a case to be made for people who find themselves stuck through no fault of their own to be helped by governments and by the regulatory agencies. There is a case for the government to provide monies for the surveys needed to clear mortgage agreements. There is a case for government to provide the resources to clear this substandard cladding from buildings. It would also be good if those who decided that it was good business to install it were pursued to pay the penalty for it. A good start from the perspective of good government would be to copy the example already set in Scotland, where a programme of whole building inspections, which is being referred to as a single building assessment, is to be carried out, saving individual property owners the expense and worry of arranging their own inspections for an EWS1 clearance. That programme is being funded by the Scottish Government, and I believe the first phase is about to start. Those assessments, safety assessments on buildings with flatted properties, will provide the evidence needed of the extent of remedial works required. It covers low-rise as well as high-rise, and it will mean that those people with properties where no issues are revealed will be released from safety concerns and mortgage lending problems. The programme will then move on to remediation of the buildings in need, starting with those most at risk. It wasn't the Scottish Government that put these homeowners in this position. In fact, this cladding has been illegal in Scotland for some years, but it is the mark of good government when it steps up to solve a problem for people. And I'm at a loss to understand why there isn't, or doesn't seem to be, a similar government initiative in England. That leads on to a point about making sure that the people who put this stuff on those buildings in the first place are held responsible for their actions, not only where it caused death and injury, as in Grenfell, but also where it has cost homeowners financially. All too often, it seems, any homeowner who seeks financial redress finds that the firm who built their properties is no longer in existence. The people behind the project are still building, but the company no longer exists. That company, firm or legal entity is dissolved at the end of construction, leaving no one responsible should problems become evident later, and homeowners having to pick up the tab or be stuck with negative equity, while those who took the profits are in no way inconvenienced. Making it easier to pursue those companies or individuals who have built the properties would be a step in the right direction. There is a case also, though, for regulators to step up and to be given the powers to step up. The Prudential Regulatory Authority should be looking at the performance and behaviour of insurance companies when dealing with people in properties that may or may not have cladding of questionable flammability. I've heard of some demands being made which are simply not credible. The retrofitting of wider staircases stands out as a particularly ridiculous example. If the regulator needs additional powers, that can be done. That's what this place is for, surely. And perhaps it's time to start asking for reports on the behaviours of the companies involved in the construction and maintenance of properties, including the insurance companies. Let's not be leaving it until there is another scandal. Let's not be leaving it for journalists to dig out the horrors that some families may be facing. Let's do the job here before it becomes another emergency.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking all those builders who have continued to work on construction projects, including building safety measures throughout the pandemic. We need more homes in Stoke-on-Trent, affordable and safe, compliant with the strictest standards as well as in the right places. I welcome the commitment of Staffordshire's new Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner, Ben Adams, to develop and deliver a fire plan that addresses some of the urban challenges in Stoke-on-Trent. Sadly, these challenges include arson at landmark industrial heritage buildings, leaving many in a perilous and unsafe and sorry state. I hope that the Heritage Action Zone partnership we have developed in Longton with the City Council and Historic England will particularly help to address this and improve the condition of buildings in the town centre conservation area. I'm particularly keen to see the redevelopment of the Crown Works, a short walk from my constituency office in Longton, which is currently, unfortunately, in a very dangerous state. It is important to see new housing uses on this site, and I hope we can also preserve some of the most prominent historic features. I hope the Levelling Up Fund bid that we have put in to catalyse a safe and sympathetic redevelopment of town centre heritage sites like this is successful. Indeed, there are a number of such conversion schemes across Stoke-on-Trent, opportunities to repurpose redundant industrial heritage sites which are currently in an unsafe condition, and high street buildings also to modern housing in historic settings. In addition, there are multiple hectares of brownfield sites that need support for safely cleaning up effects of past heavy industrial uses. We have the capacity to build without eating into the greenbelt or protected green spaces, and we have a strong track record locally with 99% of new housing on brownfield sites in Stoke-on-Trent over the last year. This was particularly thanks to the housing infrastructure funding, which has helped bring forward more challenging sites in the north of the city. And we are only too happy as a city to relieve some of those pressures across the rest of the country nationally, but we can only do this with the sort of financial support to address the viability constraints we face, the high remediation costs of contaminated heavy industrial land, the heritage deficit in converting historic properties, and the wider challenges of making development work in lower value markets. Significant new development will only happen in cities like Stoke-on-Trent with focused investment, but this will catalyse far greater private investment on top. And the market through although starting from a lower base, is extremely buoyant, busier than almost anywhere else according to Zoopla, and an increased appetite for good quality, safe development. I would urge the Minister to fully support our Levelling Up Fund bids and also brownfield funding for cities like Stoke-on-Trent so we can deliver on the potential of our area as well as helping relieve wider national pressures. I particularly welcome the 5% mortgage as well, which will help more first-time buyers in Stoke-on-Trent South to own their own home. We need to keep this success going, providing better opportunities locally too, good skilled employment for good wages. We need to plan for the necessary infrastructure improvements as well, and I take this opportunity to ask the Minister to support our Restoring Your Railways Fund proposals to reopen the Stoke to Leek line as well as further developing our plans for a new station at Mere and increasing investment in local bus. Of course, building safety is a fundamental concern. I welcome the £5.1 billion so far allocated for the safety remediation schemes. There is always a tension between the urgency of aims and the delivery of the right remedy, so I do understand the need for the government to get the measures absolutely right as far as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, one final issue I must raise is the danger posed by illegal cannabis farms in residential areas. The landlord guidance issued by MHCLG has rightly been focused on COVID safety of late, but I do hope that the Ministry will look carefully at how building safety encompasses the prevention of illegal uses of buildings, including to farm drugs and fund wider criminality. Power supplies are illegally tapped into and fire hazards are caused, and the human cost is considerable. Landlords who are at the best naive about it, worst complicit in cannabis farming in their properties, have a live issue in Stoke-on-Trent. One residential street in my constituency has seen 2 cannabis farms uncovered within 9 days of each other. And in Longton Town Centre, for a second time in 2 years, the derelict Woolworths building has been busted by Staffordshire Police with 1,500 cannabis plants found. MHCLG, working with the Home Office, police commissioners and local authorities, must redouble efforts to keep communities safe from buildings that have been made unsafe through illegal uses. In conclusion, the Government is committed to high standards of building safety, and the draft bill stands a testament to that. But I would ask that we also see that investment in places like...
Thank you. We now go via video link to Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this opportunity to be part of the debate about estimated government spending on building safety, which is, of course, essentially about public safety. And it's a very timely debate, given the deadline for applications to the Building Safety Fund is tomorrow, a fund which, this time last year, the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee found to be seriously lacking and falls far short of the estimated £15 billion needed to address all fire safety defects, not just combustible cladding, in every high-risk residential building. The problem goes even deeper, though, and is equally about the current height and product-based approach. Fire does not discriminate between buildings based on their height. It is illogical and nonsensical to exclude buildings under 18 metres in height from applying for this fund. 8 blocks in my Brighton Pavilion constituency are below 18 metres, and there are many more right across the country that fall into this category. No wonder the HCLG Select Committee is advocating a comprehensive building safety fund alongside remediation, which applies to all high-risk buildings of any height, irrespective of tenure, which covers all fire safety defects, including combustible insulation, and which covers all associated costs. Now, the Minister will be aware that the committee, in common with many MPs and groups like End Our Cladding Scandal, is also calling for a holistic, risk and evidence-based approach that prioritises occupants who are most at risk, and for the cost to be met by government and industry, not pushed onto leaseholders. Yet what we have is constituents left in limbo and in fear, waiting for further details of the flawed loan scheme the government announced earlier this year. The sums needed to ensure leaseholders don't pay more than £50 a month, as has been promised, simply don't stack up. Leaseholders at a block below 18 metres in Manchester have been sent bills of over £100,000 each. Now, it would take 169 years to pay back a loan that size if payments genuinely are capped at £50 a month without interest. So the reality is that the government's so-called solution will saddle people with debilitating debt and push them into bankruptcy. So the loan scheme needs to be scrapped and the gaps in existing support closed as a matter of priority, with responsibility falling where it's due. For every day that passes without the government keeping its promise to leaseholders about fixing historic safety defects that they did not cause, remedial work is still not happening and people are still living in dangerous homes. And I have so much correspondence from residents who are struggling to get responses and clear information from their housing providers, who in turn are crumbling under the volume of inquiries and struggling to get responses from the developers that they're in dispute with about defects. Now, back in 2019, it was simply good luck that none of my constituents lost their lives at a fire in a block below 18 metres in Pankhurst Avenue in Brighton. Residents lost everything, and many are still displaced and living in temporary accommodation. They are rightly horrified, as am I, that the government's approach has been characterised by doing the bare minimum. And I invite the Minister to meet with some of my constituents to hear directly from them about the impact of the building safety crisis and how that makes them feel. And that brings me finally to Waking Watch. In my constituency, I'm aware of 11 blocks, totalling 686 flats, where there are questions about building safety. 2 blocks with Waking Watches have incurred costs to date that exceed £703,000 for Waking Watch patrols alone. Now that figure increases every day that the government doesn't intervene in disputes over remedial work and liability between housing providers and developers. And in any case, the Waking Watch Fund name, frankly, is a misnomer when it does nothing more often than cover the costs of alarms being installed in blocks with unsafe cladding. When it does nothing to help my constituents who've been unable to get alarms installed in their blocks and instead continue to pay for 24-hour patrols to alert residents in the event of a fire. Put simply, the Waking Watch Fund does not cover Waking Watch costs. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the government must absolutely deliver on the removal of all dangerous cladding from buildings by 2022 at the latest. But building safety is about more than cladding. More than 4 years on from the Grenfell Tower tragedy, the government must ensure people are safe in their own homes, that buildings are remediated when needed, and those who are affected can move on with their lives without being saddled with lifelong debt.
We now go to Joe Gideon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and first of all I'd like to join my honourable friend, the Member of Stoke-on-Trent South, in thanking all the builders and construction workers who've worked throughout the pandemic in Stoke-on-Trent. It is great to see new, affordable, social and help to buy properties being completed. We need more homes, affordable and safe, compliant with strict standards, including on non-combustible cladding, to avoid another tragedy as we learn the lessons from the heartbreak of Grenfell. We all agree that safety must come first in legislating for improved building standards. However, measures must also be proportionate. I raised concerns of flat owners in my constituency who are facing real challenges with the requirement for an ESW1 form, even though their building had no cladding. So I welcome the agreement the government has reached to waive the need for flat owners to have an ESW1 form when selling their properties if their building does not have cladding. The homes that are built need to be safe and in the right place, and for that we need to shape places to make them right. Stoke-on-Trent has no equal for friendliness and the city's economy is growing. With the right investment, we can deliver plenty of brownfield sites, both for housing and for modern industrial development. But there are upfront costs to brownfield regeneration, and in our relatively low-value property market, it is not currently commercially viable for developers to meet those clean-up costs. Of course, part of the reason for low property prices in the city is that our place has lost its shape, by which I mean a raft of our potteries have closed, including some of the very biggest names lost in the 2008-9 financial crash, and those heritage sites are now in urgent need of repurposing. But what we do have is resilience and public support for regeneration that preserves and celebrates our unique industrial heritage assets. The regeneration of Spodeworks is particularly exciting, providing residential growth and saving much-loved and authentic built heritage, including as a hub for cutting-edge games industry. Madam Deputy Speaker, the legacy of the pottery industry is also present in former clay pits, And in this context, I must once again raise the ongoing saga in Etruria in my constituency of a terrible sinkhole in Boatman Drive and the safety for homeowners, many of whom have not been able to access their properties by road for over a year. There are several hundred houses built on the site of an old marl hole or clay pit, and homeowners are facing increased insurance premiums or unable to sell their homes whilst this situation remains unresolved. I've raised this with the Housing Minister, and I regret to report today that the subsidence is getting worse. Where multiple agencies are involved, a clear process for resolving such complex situations is needed. I have met with the Roads Minister and the Environment Secretary to discuss the matter, but regulations governing the residual and ongoing responsibility for adequate remediation of brownfield sites and subsequent protections for new homeowners when catastrophic issues arise are within the scope of MHCLG. Part of the task of levelling up is to address the legacy of the past. The scars of deindustrialisation continue to make the task of regeneration complex, as places like Stoke-on-Trent address abnormal site issues such as land contamination, decaying industrial structures, and enduring misuse of brownfield land and old buildings. We used to have a specialist national organisation to support local areas in dealing with these sites. English partnerships, set up by a Conservative government, did fantastic work in supporting areas around the country in resolving these conundrums, unlocking latent commercial value. I'm very uncertain where that help and support really comes from today, and therefore I would ask my honourable friend to consider whether there is a case for recreating an expert body that is properly resourced to support places like Stoke to resolve these problems and therefore accelerate economic recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, cities like Stoke-on-Trent with lots of brownfield sites can be unlocked for affordable housing programmes. The City Council is committed to powering up the city, and we are determined that our best days are ahead of us. We are already affordable, and with the right help for tackling site abnormals and connecting development sites, we could do even more, building affordable and safe new homes and creating more and viable commercial sites. Cleaning and greening up our city by repurposing even more brownfield sites, offering new homes and new employment opportunities locally, and helping other parts of the country protect their green belt. That's what levelling up is all about. I support the government's investment in building safety and welcome any future investment in ensuring the safety of developments on brownfield sites.
We now go to Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We learned this month of the anger in Chesham and Amersham with government housing policy. My constituents, facing massive bills for waking watch and to repair defects in their leasehold homes, are angry as well. And their anger is well expressed by Liam Halligan in the current issue of The Spectator, once edited by the Prime Minister. Liam Halligan's article explains how the big house builders, Barratt's, Taylor Wimpey, Persimmon, have used their excessive profits from the broken housing market to buy off the Tory party with donations in order successfully to maintain the current rigged system. Those firms have built tens of thousands of shoddy, dangerous homes, and now they're passing the costs of fixing the problem onto leaseholders, and the government is refusing to stop them. And then there's Help to Buy. The Spectator says it is, and I quote, a government subsidy focused on new builds, which has overwhelmingly gone to the big operators, juicing up both house prices and profits further, while making new homes even less affordable for the majority who are unable to access the scheme. And all this has been compounded by Tory failure on regulation. In January 2012, David Cameron made it his New Year's resolution to, quote, in frankly a chilling phrase in hindsight, quote, kill off the health and safety culture for good. Tory housing ministers, seeing growing evidence of the need to tighten fire safety regulation, steadfastly refused to do so. It would have upset the house builders, and the upshot was Grenfell Tower. NHBC, the privatised building control provider favoured by house builders because it's easier to satisfy than local authorities, they signed off shoddy, defective buildings with minimal inspection, if any, they have been utterly discredited. Far from killing off the health and safety culture, ministers have had to hand the health and safety executive the embodiment of that culture, fortunately, which the Tories didn't manage to kill off, the crucial new building safety regulator role. The Spectator article finishes by pointing out that powerful vested interests benefit mightily from the high price, low build quality gridlock, and calling for a full Competition and Markets Authority inquiry into UK house builders. Unlike other members in this debate, I don't want to thank those house builders. Competition is absent from this market. Government must now finally side with leaseholders and would-be homeowners and take on not the building products industry, but the house builders.
Number 10 has withdrawn, so we go straight to Tim Farron.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Building Safety Fund, the deadline for applications for it is tomorrow. And it's very clear to me and to many other people who have been speaking to people who are leaseholders in affected properties that there is a lack of information about that scheme, about that deadline. And so we surely should be asking the Minister to be looking at a flexibility in terms of applications for those people who may be eligible but are not aware that they are. But I think the real crucial issue here for us is the Building Safety Fund has committed to it, what, £5.1 billion, and we recognise that the cost to make safe all of those buildings that are unsafe because of their cladding is in the region of £15 billion. And of course that would mean that nobody in a building smaller than 11 metres tall will get any support whatsoever. I can point out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that nobody in my constituency lives in any building that is as high as 11 metres tall, and in many much more urban areas than mine that is the case as well. When we think there's possibly up to 1 million people living in properties that are affected, and it's a few tens of thousands who may get something out of that scheme, we realise surely that this is a despicable state of affairs. Leaseholders who did what the governments of different colours, but especially of the blue colour, over the last few decades have encouraged them to do and to become homeowners, to become specifically those homeowners, find themselves stuck in unsafe homes that they cannot afford to make safe and have no chance of selling those properties because of that. They are utterly stuck and in many cases as good as ruined. Now, there's been lots of talk about whether things might get better through the Building Safety Bill and lots of hopeful remarks from colleagues, particularly on the government benches. Do they realise, surely, the impact of waiting for any news, good or bad, is having on those people who are in this situation? People who are stuck and cannot move, people facing ruin, people afraid that the place they live in is unsafe and also unsaleable. And the principle of the matter is something the government could establish and agree to today. And that is that the government would underwrite the cost of making safe all of those buildings. Those leaseholders are not punished for something that was not their fault, particularly given we know whose fault it was. And in the first case, that fault lies at the hands of the developers who built unsafe properties and at the hands of government of all colours who neglected to make sure that those regulations were either good enough in the first place or were kept to. Governments of various colours neglected the people and did not stand up for their safety. So it is right that the government should underwrite the costs of dealing with the cladding scandal and recoup the money from the developers thereafter. I want to refer to another matter relating to building safety, which is of enormous importance and growing importance in constituencies of mine in particular. And that is the issue of Airbnb. I don't want to denigrate the whole model or the whole company or indeed the people who make use of it entirely. However, it's very clear that the standards applied for people who use their homes as Airbnb are not the same standards for those offering a holiday let If I can tell the House, as I did last week, that it's so important I'm going to repeat it and keep repeating it until the government does something about it, there's been a 32% increase in the number of holiday lets in the Lake District over the last few months. 32%. As you can imagine, my constituency is pretty full of them to start off with. Maybe up to 80% of all the houses bought during the pandemic in my community have gone into the second home market. And so there's an issue about safety of houses and properties and making sure that those that easily get into the letting market are held to the same level of safety as those that were historically within the letting market. But surely the government needs to get a grip on this growing crisis, because it's not just the safety of the houses, it's the sustainability of communities. I am seeing villages and towns throughout Cumbria becoming ghost towns where, for example, people who were paying an affordable private rent of, let's say, £600 or £700 a month are being turfed out of their flat in Grange over Sands or Ambleside or Kendal or Sedbergh, and that flat goes on the market for £1,000 a week. I referred to it last week as a Lakeland clearances. The clearing out of our communities because there are ways of making more money from them rather than having a resident population. So I would ask that the Minister takes note of what I've said about the Building Safety Fund, but also that his government takes immediate action to change planning use for rental and second home properties so that they can become a separate category of planning use, so that local authorities and national parks can do something to save their communities before it is too late.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Between April 2019 and March 2020, councils in England spent almost £1.2 billion providing temporary accommodation for homeless families, a staggering 55% increase in the last 5 years. Temporary accommodation is now big business. 87% of this taxpayer funding went to private landlords, lettings agents and companies. Every single penny badly spent. To places like Connect House in my constituency, a converted warehouse in the middle of one of South London's busiest industrial estates that housed 86 homeless families at an astronomical cost of up to £40 per night of squalor. In 2010, there were 50,400 households in temporary accommodation. Fast forward through 11 years of Conservative government and that number has almost doubled and now includes almost 60,000 children. For those families stuck in those so-called temporary limbo, the only thing that appears temporary is the revolving door of housing ministers who failed to bring this rocketing number down. But this taxpayer-funded industry goes completely unregulated. And so I want to draw the Minister's attention to 4 examples that emphasise the regularity with which temporary accommodation law is broken. First, B&Bs. The law states that families with children must not be housed in B&Bs for longer than the 6-week legal limit. Why then will 490 families with children spend this evening in a B&B where they've already been longer than 6 weeks? Second, out-of-borough accommodation. The Homelessness Code of Guidance makes clear that local authorities must secure accommodation within their own borough, so far as reasonably practical. It seems a fairly obvious requirement to ensure that parents can still go to work, children to their school, and any local support and healthcare can be retained. So why then are 28% of households moved away from their home borough, a figure that has doubled in the last decade? Madam Deputy Speaker, Ross Kemp's ITV investigation found that homeless families travel approximately 400,000 miles each year to get to their temporary accommodation. That's 16 times round the globe, hardly so far as is reasonably practical. Third, when households are moved out to those different boroughs, the receiving local authority must legally be informed of their arrival. But that same Ross Kemp investigation discovered that 60 councils, and I suspect even more, are failing to notify the receiving council. And fourth, any authority must, by law, ensure that any accommodation is fit for human habitation. But when I highlighted the appalling conditions at Connect House to Bromley Council, they confirmed, and I quote, We do not currently visit and screen each individual property that we use as temporary accommodation. I'm afraid the scale of numbers involved means that this has proven not to be possible. How on earth can the accommodation be deemed safe and suitable if it hasn't been checked in the first place? So I say to the Minister that temporary accommodation law is broken constantly everywhere. And that is why I am calling for a regulator, an Ofsted, if you like, for temporary accommodation, an authority that would proactively enforce the law and rules that are already in place. Because we know that services respond when they know somebody is watching. And whilst I'm under no illusion that this is not build a single new social house for all those families who so desperately need them, I believe that the widespread failings that a regulator would identify would encourage adequate funding and support from the government and ensure better practice from local authorities to ensure that the law that currently exists for taxpayer-funded temporary accommodation is finally upheld.
Number 13 is withdrawn, so we go to Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to talk about a particular block or blocks of flats in my constituency, Solgrave Gardens, not because it's unique, certainly not when one goes around the country, but because it illustrates the range of perils that have emanated from Grenfell, but ramified endlessly since then, beyond, I'm afraid, the reach or the competence of this government. One of the leaseholders wrote to me just in the last week and said this: Solgrave Gardens is a modern, purpose-built, eco-friendly development, the first large-scale passive house development in the UK, a modern-day utopia where children can run and play, families live happily in a safe and secure setting. Well, it would have been had the developers and builders not chose the cheapest form of cladding, flammable ACM. They covered most of the development with it. He goes on that despite both blocks being 18 metres high, they failed the government requirement that the height of the floor at the topmost habitable level be above 18 metres, and so are not eligible for government funding. We have families living in terror, people's lives put on hold due to unsaleable properties. The chaos this has created for residents of Solgrave is immense. For many people, not just owners but tenants, their hope of a dream home has been sold short by the appalling standards in the building industry. It's not just about cladding or about other materials, it's about construction, about design, about inspection, and about the competence of a whole industry and their negligence over a period of time. The 18-metre rule, perhaps the Minister will explain what that's about, or whether he would, as some of my constituents are, living on the 4th or 5th floor of blocks clad in ACM cladding below 18 metres, but which they still live in terror every night. That rule has to go. We've heard a lot, quite rightly, about leaseholders who suffer the triple whammy of living in unsafe premises, of having to pay up huge amounts of money and being unable to sell their properties or move on with their lives. But there is no guarantee that they will be compensated, even where they have responsible and identifiable landlords, and so, let alone when they have freeholders who are offshore. So that identifies a separate problem, which is true of Solgrave. Of course, the owner of Solgrave is Octavia Housing, a well-known and long-established social landlord. Now, they have said that they will remove the cladding. They have said that they will seek every way they can not to charge leaseholders, whether that's through the NHBC or the builder or the developer. Of course, they can't apply for grants because they're below 18 metres. But if they fail in that, and if the government will not provide any money, and if they don't wish to charge, they know they don't wish to, they're leaseholders, but they haven't ruled it out, who will pay? The answer is their tenants will pay. They will pay out of their general funds for that money, and the consequence of that, as an honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee has said, is that their development budgets, their repair budgets, their operational budgets will go through the floor. And the four largest social providers have already said that they've cut their
their programme by 40%, and that's with only a fraction of the problems discovered. So could we have an answer to that as well? How is the already lamentably small social house building programme going to be assured as a consequence of this? Or are they going to play divide and rule between leaseholders and tenants and social landlords, which is what they seem to be doing at the moment? There are other risks which social tenants have to suffer as well. Social housing has a disproportionate number of vulnerable people in it. A large number of fires start accidentally in those premises. They often contain cheap and unsafe electrical products. That was true at Grenfell, it was true at Shepherd's Court in my constituency, a serious tower block fire almost 5 years ago with a cheap Whirlpool tumble dryer. Unless the government is prepared to get a grip on this situation, to at least acknowledge and admit the scale and the variety of the problems that are here, and to take perhaps the course that either our front bench or the Select Committee have taken in a comprehensive solution, they are only tinkering, they are only playing at the edges here. And that is a huge disservice to my constituents in Salgrave Gardens and many other of my constituents, and to hundreds of thousands of people around the country.
We now go to Florence Echeloni.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my fellow Select Committee member, the Right Honourable Member for Sheffield South East, for opening this debate and for leading the committee in its efforts to hold the government to account on the national cladding scandal. There are many issues in this building safety crisis that the government has failed on, and that failure is turning the lives of leaseholders in my Vauxhall constituency into a living nightmare. But today I want to focus my comments on one of the root causes of the problem, the requirement for an external wall survey, or EWS1. Buildings are only deemed to be unsafe when the leaseholder tries to sell their flat and it's asked by the mortgage lender to provide an EWS1 form showing that the building has passed a fire safety assessment. This assessment is not overseen by the government, nor is it a legal requirement for building owners. This means that most unsafe blocks are only discovered by chance. And 4 years on from the Grenfell tragedy, the government still doesn't know exactly how many unsafe buildings there are in this country. Mr. Speaker, the first step in solving any problem is to correctly diagnose it. But this government has outsourced that task to individual leaseholders. As a consequence, the government has consistently underestimated both the scale of the problem and the personal and financial cost to individual leaseholders. Costs are spiralling because the people deciding the works are needed are not the ones paying for them. Private fire assessors have no interest in keeping costs down, and managing agents have no incentives in completing the works quickly, so long as they are still liable for any cost. Without any professional experience taking charge, leaseholders are left to navigate this system alone. Labour is calling on the government to establish a building safety works agency, a team of government-appointed engineers and experts in direct charge of resolving this crisis, going block by block, assessing the problem, commissioning remediation works, paying for them, and signing buildings off as safe and sellable so that homeowners can get on with their lives. Without effective government action to address this, I fear that an ever-growing number of leaseholders will have their lives plagued into crisis for years to come. This is why the government must act now to end this cladding scandal.
Thank you. We now go to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also thank my fellow Sheffield MP, the Chair of the Select Committee, for the excellent way in which he comprehensively framed the issues on building safety that we need to consider. And I'd like also to thank all the members of his committee for the consideration they've given to cladding and to other safety issues in multi-storey buildings, many of which are in my constituency here in Sheffield. This is the first opportunity to debate the issue properly since the government ordered its MPs to vote down cross-party proposals to protect leaseholders. And my honourable friend was right to remind ministers that this issue will not go away, partly because there are many on both sides of the House who will continue to press it, but also because of the impact on the lives of hundreds of thousands of people across the country. Only last week I was contacted by a mother who shared with me the situation of her son, who is also one of my constituents. Trapped by owning a home in an unsafe building, facing unaffordable financial demands, he's considered taking his life to get out of this nightmare. Now in his late 20s, he was 14 years old when the building where he lives was built. How is he responsible for the faults of developers and the failure of regulators? Now, colleagues will know this isn't an isolated case. So many of us are representing leaseholders facing bills they can't afford, living in unsafe properties that they can't sell under intense mental strain, caused not just by the huge financial pressures, but because their lives are on hold, unable to move, start families, begin new jobs. The Prime Minister recognised the problem when he pledged in February that, quote, no leaseholder should have to pay for the unaffordable costs of fixing safety defects that they did not cause and are no fault of their own. But like so many of his promises, it was casually made and casually ignored when we debated the fire safety bill. Ministers must recognise that this situation is untenable. Any settlement that requires people to pay unreasonable amounts of money not only break them, but is doomed to fail. The loan scheme proposed by ministers is unfair and fails to cover everybody in the situation, as others have pointed out. It's also unworkable. Remediation won't happen and buildings will remain unsafe. 4 years ago, many of the risks facing buildings were not fully understood. They are now, and so the continued failure to act is simply unforgivable. I met with affected constituents from across my constituency again last week. They'd heard the Prime Minister's promise and they watched the fire safety bill pass unamended with bitter disappointment. They asked me to make it clear to ministers that their campaign will not stop until they see the action they deserve. They are victims of comprehensive regulatory failure, which we have a responsibility to address. And as my honourable friend for Sheffield South East said, addressed by using the full resources of the state and then recovering the costs from those responsible. Ministers mark the anniversary of the Grenfell Tower tragedy every year, but then bury their heads in the sand in the hope that history won't repeat itself. It's not good enough. It's time for the government to act and to put an end to the nightmare facing so many of our constituents.
We now go to John McDonnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My reason for speaking very briefly in this debate is because I promised my constituents who are currently affected by the cladding scandal that I'd use every opportunity I could to raise their plight. Just to recap on my past interventions, the largest number of my constituents involved live in properties constructed by the company Ballymore. They are homeowners, private renters, leaseholders, and housing association tenants. And as with many other properties, high-rise properties around the country, the inspection of the cladding has revealed a range of other safety risks resulting from the construction techniques used and employed in the development of these properties. It does also reflect again on the regulation and inspection regime in place when these buildings were constructed. It includes the risk of the wooden balconies. My constituents bought, leased and rented their homes in good faith and with various assurances from developers, builders, landlords and regulators on the quality of the construction of their homes. Now they remain trapped, fearful for their safety unable to sell and move on, and still facing potentially huge bills to make their homes safe. There are heartbreaking cases, and it's impacting on people's health, particularly their mental health, and yes, impacting upon the stability of their relationships. Ballymore's informed my constituents that they've applied for building safety fund grants, but this will not cover the range of safety defects costing thousands of pounds per property. After Ballymore, residents have staged protest demonstrations, and yes, a fire in one of the Ballymore properties in East London, the company has made noises that these additional costs will be covered. We await legally enforceable commitments from the company. It's rumoured that the company has threatened to withdraw any assurances to cover costs if the residents' demonstrations continue. I hope this is not the case, but let me make it clear to the Ballymore company that none of us, and I certainly will not tolerate any threat to my constituents and their right to be able to expose and protest against the way this company has treated them. I expect the company now to bring forward urgently legally enforceable agreements to secure the safety of my constituents, firmly based on the principle that the developer, the perpetrator, must pay. Finally, I just wish to say also that in my constituency at the moment, there is a massive construction programme of up to 4,000 new properties in Central Hayes. I'm concerned that the design and the intensity of the developments, and yes, lack of community facilities, may well mean that we are witnessing the construction of the slums of tomorrow. I'm also concerned that over a decade of savage cuts in local government funding has resulted in a lack of planning officers and building inspectors to ensure that these new developments comply with basic environmental planning and safety standards. I have a real fear that what is being stored up are the same risks that we saw elsewhere, as in Grenfell, and a new generation of hazards and potential tragedies. So I urge the government now to take swift action to give my constituents the assurances that they need, to join with me in condemning Ballymore if they do threaten to withdraw the assurances that they've given, simply because my constituents are publicly expressing their concerns. And also to look again at the funding of local government so that we have proper building regulation and planning controls in place with sufficiently staffed local authorities to enforce whatever regulations are available to them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We now go to Jim Shannon.
Speaker, it's indeed a pleasure to speak in this debate and also to follow the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harrington. All the speakers who have spoken today have been very clear in their request to have improvement and see things done better. I know the Minister will respond to that in a positive fashion. That's his nature and no doubt his intention as well. This is an important debate because we have all undoubtedly been watching events unfolding in Miami, and I think it brings it home to us all that how fickle life is. And last week, with the terrible tragedy when a high-rise apartment block collapsed, I understand the death toll is in the 9 and still 150 people are missing. So what has happened in Florida is a human tragedy and what should be unthinkable circumstances. But as we here in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland all know only too well, such tragedies are real, and the memory of Grenfell and its impact is still fresh. We have a duty in ensuring that the Building Safety Bill meets not only current but future requirements, and that there are no conflicts between its provisions, particularly regarding the gateways and the proposals in government's planning white paper. The Local Government Association has expressed deep concerns arising from the draft bill's publication and the retention of the benefits of Gateway 1, so I would support the LGA in urging that government ensures those benefits will also apply in relation to developments under permitted development rights as well. The building safety system is broken and has been for some long time. So this legislation is long overdue, and debating the move to reform this process, I believe, presents opportunities to enhance the safety of the buildings that we live and work in. The LGA has also expressed concern that there is a lack of expert capacity to address safety issues. Any reform and new legislation must call for risk-based assessments to be more robust than just suitable and sufficient, because the problem with this is that it can be open to a level of interpretation. I think we need to set down the parameters and the criteria very strictly, because what might be suitable for one property may not be suitable for another. Assessment must be tailored to each specific premises, and resources must, I believe, be proportional to the risk of life and limb. I'm particularly concerned at the LGA's report of a lack of fire engineers, and there's been a chronic shortage of surveyors and assessors with sufficient knowledge of both high-rise structural safety and cladding systems. Fire risk assessments are easy enough to do, but they are hard to do so properly. Almost anyone with a background in the fire industry can set themselves up as a professional fire risk assessor and visit premises around the country giving out advice to building owners. Even though there has been in recent years an increase in the training and prevalence of certified fire risk assessors, there is still, however, the need for this country, I believe the UK, to invest in addressing these skills shortage as soon as possible. Perhaps the Minister, in summing up, can give us an assurance that certified risk assessors will be recruited and that the dearth that there is at present will be addressed. It is important that while we learn from past mistakes, any reform of the legislation must be as relevant in context in the future as it is intended to be today, because it is the future of building safety that we are considering. As my party's health spokesperson, I will declare an interest as chair of the APPG in respiratory health and also the chair of the Healthy Homes and Buildings. And I see a need, Madam Deputy Speaker, for addressing the way that buildings are ventilated through air conditioning and generally I also would like to see not only the better ventilation, but those houses that are riddled with damp. So again, the Minister perhaps in his summing up can give us some assurance, which I believe he can do, that landlords where properties are not up to their standard will be committed to doing the upgrading that is necessary. Living standards are raised, and that's what I'd like to see happening as well. The Centre for Disease Control in America has made numerous recommendations for improving the ventilation of buildings during COVID-19. I'm just wondering, has the Minister had a chance to look at those recommendations? We should also consider the risk for other airborne contagions such as Legionnaires' disease as we look to reform the building regulations and making buildings safer for residents and workers. The scope is there, I believe, for making buildings in the future not only structurally but healthier places to be. Remember, we are looking at building safety for the future, and buildings must be safer in all aspects. We know how strong this message was fighting COVID-19, that fresh air was a key factor, and eventually workers will be moving back into office buildings, and I suggest that as a part of improving building safety structurally, we also consider investigating the link between ventilation and the spread of contagions via air conditioning for the future. I believe it's something we should be looking at seriously, and include this as a part of any new risk assessment framework. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and in the interest of transparency, before I begin my speech, I would like to declare that my husband actually owns a flat which may potentially be affected by this issue. This has been a very interesting debate, Estimates Day debate on the building safety, and the cladding crisis about which we have heard much in this debate has made a mockery of the aspiration of a property-owning democracy, as families and young professionals find themselves literally trapped in unsafe buildings as they face life-changing bills to remove cladding in which they had no say in installing. I know the Minister will be keen to point out the £5.1 billion his department has announced to remediate this issue, but it's becoming clear with every speaker and with every day that passes that this will fall woefully short of what is required to fully address this issue. And at this juncture, I want to congratulate the Sunday Times for its excellent campaigning on this issue, showing the human cost to this crisis. Because this crisis is not about cladding. It's about people, and it's about families whose lives have been put on hold, whose plans to start or add to their families have been put on hold indefinitely, people facing eviction notices, people whose mental health has been adversely affected, people who feel suicidal because they look to the future and they cannot see a way out of this crisis, which is not of their own making. New figures from the Association of Residential Managing Agents and the Institute of Residential Property Management has published new data which looked at more than 750 buildings, concluding that leaseholders must still pay impossible sums of £20,000 each to fix smaller blocks and more than £14,000 for unfunded fire risks in tall buildings. Whilst a fifth of those affected were contemplating bankruptcy, 23% had taken out loans. Now, what's clear is that not enough due diligence has been done by this government into the true costs of remediation, which seems to have reckoned the costs on the basis of guesswork. However, the real costs are now being revealed to those affected. The financial costs are life-changing. The human cost is incalculable. The government has said that its £5.1 billion fund only covers buildings taller than 18 metres or 6 storeys with a 30-centimetre tolerance because it wanted to prioritise unsafe cladding that was a greater risk in taller blocks. However, the Sunday Times reports that a key civil servant was recorded telling fire engineers that 18 metres was the cut-off point because the government, and I quote, haven't got time to come up with a better number. Now we are seeing the reality of those who live in blocks who do not reach this 18-metre threshold, facing bills for stripping flammable cladding from their flats, which costs more than the flats themselves. Now, as for those in circumstances applying for a state loan about which we've heard much this afternoon to help cover costs, leaked letters from the Department of Housing and Local Government and the Treasury show that under the plans, loans will be low interest. They will not be interest-free. And at an annual rate of 1%, the interest alone on a £100,000 loan would cost £80 per month, meaning the loan would never be repaid, but would grow over time, making these flats even harder to sell. In any case, it seems these state loans, which were announced in February, won't be launched for at least another 2 years. In addition, there's the complication of flammable insulation and flammable balconies and faulty cavity barriers. There is no funding for these building dangers, despite the fact that properties cannot be sold or even insured for a reasonable cost until this remediation work is carried out. And I would wonder why I wonder if the Minister would like to explain why these particular areas were not included in the funding. What is clear is that more urgent and direct government intervention is needed. The Barnett consequentials in Scotland of £97.1 million to address the cladding issue is woefully inadequate, just as the sums allocated in England are inadequate as well. The remediation of cladding must not be left to householders and leaseholders with eye-watering bills they cannot afford to remove materials for which they have no responsibility. Following the publication of the recommendations from the Ministerial Working Group on Mortgage Lending and Cladding, property owners in Scotland living in buildings where safety concerns had been determined submitted an expression of interest in participating in the first phase of the single building assessment. Over 300 expressions of interest were submitted, and the selection of the buildings to be included in the first phase has been completed, and building owners are currently being notified. The single building assessment will provide clear evidence of the total need for remediation. All flatted properties will be covered, that is 770 high-rise buildings and many more at lower heights. This approach allows the Scottish Government to identify buildings which are at risk. If no risk is identified, this will release people from safety and mortgage lending concerns and may also save homeowners the hundreds of pounds they may otherwise have faced through paying for an individual external wall fire review form. The cost of single building assessments will be met by the Scottish Government, and once the single building assessment has been established, remediation can be targeted at the buildings most at risk. But it's also important, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have a holistic approach, and it's important to learn the lessons of the past through the use of sprinklers, interconnected fire alarms, which are also important for managing risks and potential fire outbreaks. This process must ensure that support is delivered fairly and remediation is delivered on a level playing field, so the risk of people being left out, as we know has happened in England under the first support scheme, won't happen in Scotland. In addition, there are ongoing concerns about extortionate building insurance costs, about which the Secretary of State is aware, and he said on the 10th of February that, and I quote, "As with the lenders, the insurers are faced with assessing a new and heightened level of risk. Nonetheless, the Association of British Insurers now needs to step up and take a proportionate risk-based approach. Insurers should be pricing that risk correctly and not passing on those costs or even profiteering." So what I would ask the Minister today is if he can update the House on this, because anecdotally we've all heard about householders receiving letters telling them that their insurance is to be terminated or for their insurance costs to be raised so dramatically that it becomes unaffordable overnight. Now, the Secretary of State said in February that the government was prepared to step in as a last resort if engagement with the insurance industry did not improve matters. Is this still the case? And if so, how bad do matters have to become before government steps in? We need more funding, and this can't be said too often, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the sums set aside are simply not adequate to the task at hand. The Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee indicated as much in its report published in April, putting the full cost of fire safety remediation at somewhere up to £15 billion, and called for the establishment of a comprehensive building safety fund to cover the cost of all remediation works on buildings of any height, which would be fully funded by government and the industry. And as the Honourable Member for Leith and Edinburgh North pointed out, it is really important that the industry takes its responsibility seriously on this issue. Sounds eminently sensible, and I hope the government response to that Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee report is positive, and I know it's due to be published soon. I say to the Minister, this issue is one of the great scandals of our generation. How much misery do those affected have to go through before there's a fair and comprehensive solution to this crisis? And when will sufficient funding be made available so that all who have been conned by poor cladding, flammable insulation and faulty cavity barriers can access the level of support they need so that they can just get on with their lives?
Shadow Minister Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank everyone in the Chamber for the contribution today, in particular my honourable friend and Chair of the Select Committee, the member for Sheffield South East, who introduced the debate very powerfully, as well as other members of my former Select Committee. Before I go on to talk more about the building safety scandal on our shores, I want to echo the comments made by the colleague for Stranford and indeed Grenfell United by first recognising the horror of what happened at the Chaplin Towers in Miami last Thursday. My thoughts go out to the families of those who lost loved ones and to the rescue teams who are now tasked with working around the clock to find the 150 people that are still missing. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've heard this afternoon, 4 years on from the Grenfell fire where 72 people lost their lives, hundreds of thousands of people, the length and breadth of our country, in Wales and Scotland, are living in buildings still wrapped in flammable cladding, constructed with missing fire breaks, insulated with inappropriate materials, still paying thousands of pounds for round-the-clock waking watch schemes with insurance premiums out of control. These are just bit parts, just elements of the day-to-day nightmare that is the building safety scandal, a horror show amplified by the inertia of government ministers and the incumbent of number 10. The debate today, with the passionate and informed contributions from the 18 honourable and right honourable members from across the Chamber, have reminded me of two principal questions I asked of ministers some time ago. Number one, are buildings and the people living in them markedly safer 4 years on since the Grenfell tragedy? The answer, I'm afraid again, is no. Number two, has the government's response been extensive and at pace. Well, we've heard across the chamber that's certainly not the case. And it seems that an intergalactic black hole has more transparency than the workings of the Building Safety Fund. And the fact that only 10 pence in every pound has gone out of the door adds another dimension to this scandal for leaseholders. While, as rightfully been pointed out in the chamber today, social housing providers are actually excluded from this. The government, quite frankly, needs to get a grip. The member for Hayes and Harlington highlighted that residents at the moment are faced with threats from a developer in his constituency, the developer being Ballymore, and they've been jumping through the hoops of applying for the Building Safety Fund. The honourable member for Vauxhall, who speaks very, very passionately on these issues, raised the heartbreaking cases of her constituents unable to sell flats, with young families trapped by the external wall Survey 1 chaos that still hinders over 1 million people, despite government promises that this is no longer the case. It's just not reality. While the honourable member for Sheffield Central referred to the mother of his constituent, a young constituent who was a dream of buying a home, that is now faced with an unaffordable bill and has considered taking his life. Real stories. In addition to these contributions, we've heard from the member for Kensington, member from Cardiff, South East and Penrith, Edinburgh North and Leith, Stoke-on-Central South, Brighton Pavilion, Stoke-on-Trent Central, East Ham, Westmoreland and Lonsdale, Mitcham and Morden, Hammersmith, Vauxhall, Sheffield Central, Hayes and Harlington, Strangford and North Ayrshire and Arran. All echoing stories, these everyday experiences that are bringing hundreds of thousands of voices alive in this house today, shining a light on those trapped in this scandal, crying out for justice. Another real-life story is one highlighted by the chair of the Select Committee that I'm sure the Minister can only confirm today. The government still don't know the number of buildings truly at risk because the government has failed to do a risk register, a priority that we as an opposition called for once again today, and we also call for the establishment of a Building Works agency to turbocharge this process with a crack team of experts to take hold of this crisis from start to finish. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's response to this crisis has been one of dither and delay, with legislation coming down the line, who knows when, and a built-in safety fund as a reaction to determined campaigners and strong voices in Parliament from across the piece. But the size and scope of the fund, as echoed across this chamber today, is not sufficient, and the remediation of buildings has been carried out at a snail's pace. On the Building Safety Fund, 2,820 applications have been made, with only 156 fully approved so far, with the extended deadline coming to an end, as pointed out in the chamber today, tomorrow. A system of first come, first serve, with gagging orders and chaos hardwired into the system. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of people wait to hear about the details of the unwanted loans to pay for this toxic mess of deregulation, developers, donors, many to the Conservative Party, who are responsible for this mess, not leaseholders. And to make matters worse, we now have the ludicrous situation where some management agents from Manchester to Birmingham to London are siphoning off up to £500 million in fees, which could fix up to 250 blocks, while others speak of an experience in terms of the application process like knitting fog. The Secretary of State He's not just Bob the bad builder, he's Captain Chaos when it comes to the public purse. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, today the government has the opportunity to reset its approach and get a grip of the building safety crisis. Respond to the chair of the Select Committee and the committee's advice. Stand up for leaseholders. Protect them with deeds, making good on the promises repeated 17 times that they would not pay historical remediation costs. Establish a building works agency with experts in the field to get a grip on this crisis from start to end, building to building, holistic risk assessments, fund works up front, sign them off, recover from those who are responsible for this mess, including the donors that gave £11 billion since the Conservative Prime Minister come to power. That is the way we create pace while protecting the public purse and leaseholders. That is the way we do the right thing to make people and buildings safe. Thank you.
Minister Luke Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I perhaps just begin by putting my thanks on the record to all honourable and right honourable members who have contributed to today's debate. It's been a passionate debate, an extremely well-informed debate, and I know that everybody here agrees that we all want every home built in this country to be decent, to be safe, to be secure, and that's been echoed right across the House today. It also, Madam Deputy Speaker, feels especially poignant speaking on this subject shortly after the 4th anniversary of the tragedy at Grenfell Tower. No community should ever have to go through what victims and their families have suffered. That's why we have been taking action to ensure remediation takes place as fast as possible, with funding targeted to where it's needed most. And why we are taking action not just to make existing homes safer, but trying to fix the system to ensure new homes are designed, built and kept safer in future, to ensure a tragedy like Grenfell never happens again. Can I thank the Chairman of the Select Committee for the way he opened the debate in such a rounded and informed manner. He opened it in such a comprehensive style. He listed a long list of questions, which he very kindly suggested he might put to me in writing. I'll try and address some of them in the course of my response, but if I don't catch all of them, then I will ensure that they are answered in writing. A number of colleagues raised cladding remediation, of course. We believe it is unacceptable for leaseholders to have to worry about the unaffordable costs of fixing unsafe cladding systems, which were put on their buildings with no fault of their own. That's not proportionate, it's not fair, and I understand the frustration, the worry, the heartache, the anger that issue must cause so many people. So wherever we are able, we will provide support to protect leaseholders from large-scale cladding and remediation costs that will protect leaseholders from the cost of replacing unsafe cladding and make sure people are safe and feel safe in their homes. I hope you'll forgive me. I'm going to try and get through such a number of points that's been raised. I will try and answer as many points as I can and want to leave time for the Chairman of the Select Committee to sum up. If I get through all the questions, I will absolutely give away. We are trying to take a safety-led approach. We've prioritised high-rise buildings of 18 metres and above. This was raised a number of times today. We've put in place a funding package of over £5 billion for the Building Safety Programme. That's the largest ever government investment in building safety. This has been particularly designed to accelerate the pace of work remediating the highest risk and most expensive defects, which are related to remediating unsafe cladding, such as unsafe ACM cladding and high-pressure laminates first, filling in where developers or building owners have been unable or simply unwilling to pay. And despite many of the challenges of the past months, we have made significant progress. Over 95% of high-rise buildings with unsafe ACM cladding identified by the beginning of last year have now been remedied or works on site right now getting on with the job. 15,000 homes are now clear of having unsafe ACM cladding, resident safety and their exposure to disproportionate costs. Our Building Safety Fund will remove unsafe non-ACM cladding on high-rise buildings, get that cladding replaced and get it done as fast as possible. Over 1,000 decisions have been made, and despite many building owners failing to provide the basic information required, we've already allocated over £400 million, with 685 buildings now proceeding with a full application. And with the announcement in February of an additional £3.5 billion of funding being made available, soon we'll be able to extend that support to even more affected households. But public funding does not absolve the industry from taking responsibility for failures that led to unsafe cladding materials being put on these buildings in the first place. We expect responsible organisations to live up to their obligations. And where they have not, we will have and will continue to support enforcement action to compel them to do so. We're also determined to ensure that these high-rise buildings are somewhere decent, safe and secure that can be bought with a mortgage, sold without unnecessary red tape and insured at a fair price. We know that the lending and insurance industries continue to be risk-averse when it comes to high-rise residential buildings. That's why we're working to inject a more proportional approach into the market, and that is bearing fruit. The majority of lenders, about 80% of the mortgage market, now take a risk-averse approach to the assessment of high-rise, a less risk-averse approach to the assessment of high-rise buildings. And I'm pleased that the guidance from RICS means that nearly 500,000 flat owners will no longer need to go through the onerous process of requesting an EWS1 form. Recent data from one of the major lenders suggests that an EWS1 already exists for 50% of mortgage applications where one is requested, and we are working to ensure this picture continues to improve. Lenders are also reporting that less flats are requiring an EWS1 form, and that those that do, many do not need expensive remediation work to be carried out. This will make a huge difference to house owners and potential buyers as well. And for those buildings which might need further investigations, we're making this easier by providing nearly £700,000 of funding to train up to 2,000 surveyors, working with the British Standards Institution to set standards and develop a bespoke insurance model to ensure that surveyors can continue to pick up this work. We also recognise that access to affordable building insurance for high-rise buildings is an issue, and are working with the industry to support market solutions. Aviva have already decided to step into this market for new customers, and of course we want others to follow. The Honourable Lady for Edinburgh North and Leith raised building industry contributions, and we have been clear that building owners and industry should make buildings safe without passing costs onto leaseholders. Owners should consider all routes to meet costs, protecting leaseholders where they can, for example through warranties, and recovering costs from contractors for incorrect or poor quality work. And I would point out we've seen many responsible developers and building owners doing this. Taylor Wimpey have now set aside £165 million, Barrett's £82 million, Persimmon £75 million, Bellway have also set aside £130 million. But where companies have not lived up to their responsibilities, it would be unfair for taxpayers, many of whom are not homeowners themselves, to foot this bill. And that's why we've announced the new developer levy and a new tax, ensuring the industry makes a fair contribution to the cost of remediating historical safety defects. This will target developers seeking permission to build higher-rise buildings in England under the new regime we are introducing through the Building Safety Bill, and we've already set out to consultation on a new tax which will be leveraged on the largest housing developers. I also do note my honourable friend for Kensington's suggestion for a tax on building products, and thank her for that suggestion. Very happy to discuss that with her further. A number of honourable members raised the Building Safety Bill. The Chair asked when it will be published. I know he hears the word imminent many, many times, but this truly is imminent, and I can assure him of that. But we must ensure, as we look to the future, that nobody is put at risk by unsafe homes again. We must put in place proactive mechanisms for managing fire and structural safety risks, as well as ensuring residents and leaseholders are kept safe and feel empowered to tackle safety defects and shoddy workmanship. That is what the Building Safety Bill aims to deliver through the biggest improvement to building safety for a generation. It will ensure greater accountability and responsibility for fire and structural safety issues throughout the life cycle of buildings. And building on the Fire Safety Act, it will establish a new building safety regulator to swiftly hold to account anybody who doesn't follow the rules. It will ensure products used in the construction of buildings are bound by rigorous safety standards, and it will give residents a stronger voice in the system through the creation of a statutory residents panel, which will empower residents to influence and contribute to the work of the building safety regulator. Additionally, a new building safety charge will give leaseholders greater transparency around costs incurred in maintaining a safe building in the new building safety regime, and the new Homes Ombudsman will improve redress for new build home buyers, avoiding the need to pursue costly redress through the courts. It's also right that we have prioritised action on high-rise buildings, but where the risk to multiple households is greater, where fire spreads, we're also acting decisively to remediate lower-rise residential buildings between 11 and 18 metres. My honourable friend for Kensington again raised this issue this afternoon, amongst many others, and we are establishing that finance scheme to ensure that cladding can be remediated where this is needed. It means leaseholders will never have to pay more than that £50 a month. We're working now to develop the details of this scheme to ensure that it protects leaseholders, prioritises affordability and accelerates remediation. We'll provide more detail on the scheme as soon as we are able. We're working hard to make progress now. The Honourable Member for East Ham talked about Waking Watch. We absolutely recognise that some leaseholders have been unjustly left picking up the bill for interim safety measures. That's why the Secretary of State announced a £30 million Waking Watch scheme. This is paying for the installation of alarms in between 300 and 460 buildings, benefiting over 26,500 leaseholders who are expected to save over £137,000 a month. The Honourable Member for Cardiff South and Penarth talked about engagement with the Welsh Government in the letter that he sent dated 23rd of June, raising a number of issues. I will absolutely make sure that that is responded to. The Honourable Members for Stoke-on-Trent South and Central talked about the need to invest in Stoke-on-Trent to make sure that regeneration and opens up brownfield development in the city. They outlined the components of their Levelling Up Fund bid and took that opportunity to do so. I absolutely note that and their enthusiasm for the success of the bid and thank them for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the challenges of the pandemic, we have made progress here. We've accelerated support to drive forward remediation of unsafe cladding systems. Over 95% of high-rise buildings identified at the beginning of last year with unsafe ACM cladding are now removed, and the works are underway there. And we have strong government support to protect leaseholders from unaffordable costs. We want to be fair to taxpayers whilst reassuring lenders that remediation costs will not become unmanageable. This will be a complete overhaul of the regulatory framework for fire and structural safety, led by a once-in-a-generation change to the building safety framework, with sanctions to tackle irresponsible behaviour and ensuring people are safe and feel safe in their own homes. We will continue to work tirelessly to bring in the lasting change that we need so that everyone in our country lives in somewhere which is decent, safe and secure.
Thank you. The House might wish to know that England have beaten Germany 2-0. Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perhaps we could hope for the same result for this select committee vis-à-vis the government when we come on to the response to the building safety bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had a wide-ranging debate. It is clearly a very important issue. I think we should also think back to Dame Judith Hackett's report, where she identified a legacy of building regulatory failures in this country in her report, but also identified a fundamental problem of culture in the construction industry, a culture which is about cutting costs, a race to the bottom, and conflicts of interest. And that is fundamentally at the heart of many of these problems, which eventually will probably take longer to address. But when we came to the fire safety bill, the government said this is the wrong bill to be used as for amendments to be used to bring building safety matters to a conclusion. They said the right bill was the building safety bill. So I'm pleased that the Minister's now said that the bill is going to be imminent. I hope that means before the recess, and it's quicker than soon or shortly, which ministers often use. But in the end, the first duty of government, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to keep its citizens safe. And the only way to keep people safe in their homes is to remove all safety defects. I would just say to the government, I believe the only way to remove all safety defects is to adopt the Comprehensive Building Safety Fund as recommended by the Select Committee.
Order. Order. The question necessary to dispose of proceedings on the motion stands over until 7 p.m. tomorrow under Standing Order number 54. We now come to motion number 3 on contracting out, motion number 4 on space industry, motion number 5 on the space industry, motion number 6 on the space industry, motion number 7 on town and country planning, and motion number 8 on immigration. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we come to motion number 9 relating to membership of the Joint Committee on Human Rights. Election. Oh, we have Mr. Wiggin, as if by magic.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good evening. I beg to move the motion in my name.
Oh, thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sorry that this debate is unlikely to be the penalty shootout that some people may have been looking for. But we do know that the government is about to publish a new bill on the NHS, but it is not widely known or understood that the NHS in England is being prepared for a major reorganisation. The clinical commissioning groups established by the Lansley reforms have gradually been subsumed into groups called integrated care systems. These ICSs are not legal entities, but single executive teams who have effectively merged the CCGs. Their boundaries are established according to the local health economies. For example, the North East Essex CCG has been merged with 2 Suffolk CCGs to form the Suffolk and North East Essex ICS, which commissions all the NHS services across the whole area. This enabled Ipswich and Colchester Hospital Foundation trusts to be merged. And I have to say, this is highly effective. In my nearly 30 years as a Member of Parliament, I can honestly say that the NHS in our area has never been better led.
Hear, hear.
I give way very briefly to my honourable friend.
Well, I know my right honourable friend would agree with me that that was a fabulous football result, but going back to the days when his father was a health minister, the noble Lord Fowler was Secretary of State, and the late Lord Moore, would my right honourable friend agree with me that we've had far too many of these reorganisations, and we need to halt the process at the moment in our own area?
Well, I will come to that point later on, because I shan't want to repeat myself. But this progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll give way very briefly, if you're right.
I thank and congratulate the Right Honourable Member for having secured tonight's debate on changes to the NHS integrated care system boundaries on the night that England have beaten Germany and qualified for the quarter-final of Euro 2020. But would he agree that whilst these plans may satisfy the political ambitions of some, they do not deliver the best outcomes for our constituents, such as my Slough constituents, who are already well served by a successful Frimley ICS, which should not be broken up? If something isn't broke, then why needlessly try to fix it?
Anxious to give way to the honourable gentleman to show that there is cross-party concern about this matter, and I'm sure that will be enlarged upon by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead. All this is being put at risk at a time when the NHS is still reeling from the impact of COVID-19. The new bill will place ICSs onto a statutory footing, and that's a good thing. But there is also a proposal that the ICS boundaries should be redrawn to be coterminous with upper-tier local authorities, social care boundaries. And this is what we are questioning. I'm most grateful for the way in which my right honourable friend at the dispatch box this evening has listened recently to MPs affected by these proposed changes, and the way he's consulted with us. He therefore already understands why I and others remain so concerned. But I must first place on record that the rest of the consultation process has been not just inadequate, it has been a defiance of proper transparency and accountability. My honourable friend says that is outrageous. A firm of organisational consultants, Tricordant, were instructed by NHS England, East of England, to host roundtables over recent months with all the stakeholders in and around the NHS in the East of England. For some reason, they were told to exclude the MPs. Tricordant had produced several drafts of their report, which have been shared amongst existing ICS leaderships, NHS providers and Tier 1 local authorities, but not with MPs. A few of us were eventually briefed by NHS England at the Minister's behest, but I am mystified at why we were not positively engaged at the outset. Yeah. The white paper produced in February 2020, just as, incidentally, we should have perhaps been anticipating the pandemic instead of planning an upheaval of the NHS, talks about this coterminosity of boundaries, but it also has a whole section on the primacy of place. Now, I'll explain this, but these two objectives are fundamentally incompatible. The consultation exercise then appears to have been driven by this dogmatic insistence on coterminosity and has been further confused by a lack of clarity about the problem that actually needs to be solved. So in Essex and Suffolk, areas larger than single counties were ruled out, so that ministers will only be presented with a choice between the boundaries as they are or two county ICS areas, one for Essex and one for Suffolk. Discussions concerning the future of the Suffolk and North East Essex ICS have been strongly weighted towards the county councillors and their officers. Not all relevant NHS stakeholders have been consulted, which is why NHS providers who represent NHS leaders across the country have spoken out on their behalf. Individual NHS leaders are understandably reluctant to criticise proposals in public, but they are known to be against the change, including the leaderships of the acute trusts across the east of England. I can understand why the county councils want this change, and let me say I completely respect their ambition. Essex has made clear to me their frustration about making time for meetings with 3 different ICSs. I can also see that the new boundaries are superficially attractive because they align NHS commissioning with the boundaries for the Health and Wellbeing Board and with other statutory public services such as the Essex Police and the Local Resilience Forum. Essex County Council acknowledges this extremely successful place-based working implemented by Suffolk and North East Essex ICS, and incidentally which is so complemented by CQC, the King's Fund and the National Audit Office. The new legislation is intended to extend place-based working to all areas. Nonetheless, the Tricordant report would be misleading if it does not express the clear preference of NHS leaders in Essex to retain the existing ICS boundaries, primarily in recognition of the long history of operating as a single health economy, the significant flow of patients across the county border, the strength of existing relationships in the system, and the progress that has been made locally in integrating health and care services. There are practical difficulties with the changes for Harwich and North Essex, which are replicated in other parts of England. Enablers of effective place-based working, that is, the leadership, the philosophy, and having all the partners sitting around one table, are essential to build effectiveness. A place, and I use that term advisedly, a place that has thrived as part of one system will not necessarily thrive as part of another. And there has been superb progress made in North East Essex over recent years, and more recently in Mid and South Essex. These systems are now working not just because commissioning reflects what is called place, but because people have grown into their roles and developed relationships and trust across different organisations. All this will be discarded by the wholesale changes to NHS commissioning by imposing coterminosity. I give way to my honourable friend.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree that because members of Parliament in Nottinghamshire, in Berkshire, in Hampshire, in Suffolk and in Essex and beyond have not been adequately consulted on these proposals, that we should pause on any decision with the view to looking more objectively at what's on the table?
My honourable friend anticipates what I might be about to say later. The Foundation Trust for the Ipswich and Colchester hospitals will have 2 different commissioners, or Suffolk will have to take over the commissioning role for Colchester Hospital, leaving North East Essex GPs, mental health services, etc., with a different commissioning authority from that of the local hospital. NHS England told the MPs, and I quote, "We still do not know how the funds will flow," unquote. we certainly will not have all the partners sitting round a single table. Waveney, my honourable friend's constituency, will be reabsorbed into Suffolk.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
Even though it is half of the wider Great Yarmouth and Waveney Place. I give way.
I thank my right honourable friend. He's making a very good point. The Waveney area of Suffolk, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been in a health administrative area with neighbouring Great Yarmouth for a very, very long time, and with Norfolk, rest of Norfolk, for a reasonable time as well. Any change would be highly disruptive, a distraction and demotivating for hard-working staff. I've written 3 long letters to the Department of Health and I've had a meeting with my right honourable friend, the Minister. But does my right honourable friend share my concern? There is a perception among those working in health and care in the local area in East Anglia that changing the boundaries is a done deal. And can my honourable friend, the Minister, confirm in his response that this is not the case?
Well, I very much hope that my right honourable friend, the Minister, will confirm the latter. And I have been assured that it is not the former, which is why I thought it was worth having this debate. Because the problem he's got is the local population will continue to have acute services commissioned and provided from Norfolk. Imposition of separate Norfolk and Suffolk ICSs would compromise place-level integration for that population. Now, the West Essex population, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may say, may be close to your heart, have acute services commissioned and provided predominantly from Hertfordshire, London or Cambridgeshire, and very little from the rest of Essex. This means West Essex would become part of an Essex ICS when it does not even include many of the key partners responsible for delivery of the acute services of that population. And of course there is to be a new hospital which may well be outside the Essex border. These proposed county-based arrangements would fragment NHS commissioning for places in North East Essex, Waveney and West Essex. There might be different commissioners for acute, community and primary care. These places can only fully realise the benefits of integration if they have the flexibility to align all NHS commissioning. Other parts of the country will be similarly affected. Madam Deputy Speaker, the idea of coterminosity for the administrative convenience of county councils, I'm afraid, is a bit like the tail wagging the dog. In 2018, across the UK as a whole, we spent 149 billion on the NHS, but only 22 billion on social care. How can it make sense to align NHS commissioning with social care boundaries? This is not integration with social care, it is disintegration of NHS commissioning. And why do it now, of all times? We would be destabilising our health and care infrastructure while we are not yet out of the pandemic, let alone free of the aftermath. The focus needs to be on the recovery of services. Elective treatment waiting lists increased to 5.12 million in April, a record high. There are other options for Essex and Suffolk, and I dare say in other parts of the country as well, such as a 2-county proposal. Many Essex and Suffolk MPs set out in our letter to the Secretary of State 2 weeks ago. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, and I wanted to give time for others to contribute, the new legislation could provide the opportunity for ICSs to build on their successes, but this will be impossible with the level of disruption that a change of boundaries would bring about. Conservatives should have learned the lesson that NHS reorganisations usually fail to deliver the benefits promised. This will be especially true if reforms are rushed through again, tearing up what has been so recently established. Boundaries are the contentious part of the reforms. It would be better to allow the current ICSs to implement the new legislation and then look at whether boundary changes are necessary, rather than trying to do both at the same time. So often I have seen it happen. Structural and organisational reform is imposed from above as a substitute for a full understanding of what is really going wrong and why. It is always hard to improve leadership and to promote the right attitudes and behaviours in large and complicated organisations, particularly the NHS. But the slowest way to achieve this is to have another structural organisation. Everyone stops thinking about the job they are doing and thinks only about what new job they are applying for. After the reorganisation, everyone has to relearn how their job works, to re-establish new relationships, but nobody has challenged the attitudes and behaviours which are still holding the organisation back. So often the problems are about poor leadership, poor employee engagement and lack of stability, which yet more structural change just makes worse. I therefore urge my right honourable friend to delay the decision concerning future ICS boundaries until after the pandemic, and also to consult and to explore alternative boundary proposals after the legislation has settled down. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Theresa May. Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I first of all congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, on securing this debate, but also thank him and the Minister for their courtesy in agreeing that I could speak briefly in this debate. I want to focus first of all on my local integrated care system. The majority of my constituency is covered by the Frimley ICS, as is indeed the rest of East Berkshire. And I think I know that the comments I'm going to make are supported by my honourable friend for the member for Bracknell, by the honourable gentleman, the member for Slough, and my honourable friend, the member for Windsor. Frimley ICS is one of the best performing and most effective ICSs in the country. Indeed, arguably, it is the best performing and most effective ICS in the country. This has been achieved by partnership working across county boundaries and across local authorities. It's been achieved by people coming together, working together in a network of partners whose aim has been to provide the best possible outcomes for our constituents. Yet now, the government wants to break it up. And why? Because it is bureaucratically neater to align an ICS boundary with a local authority boundary. Because in this particular instance, I understand, one local authority leader argued that that his local authority should be covered by a single ICS, and therefore the boundaries should be the same. Can I refer the Minister to the white paper where it says frequently, place-level commissioning within an integrated care system will align geographically to a local authority boundary. Frequently. Not in every case, not at every occasion, not in every ICS we're looking at, so it is not necessary to align every ICS with a local authority boundary. Frimley ICS is supported by all the GPs in East Berkshire, by all the healthcare system providers in East Berkshire. It's supported by GPs and others in Hampshire and Surrey, which Frimley ICS also covers. Frimley ICS is supported by all the East Berkshire local authorities. It's supported by all the East Berkshire members of Parliament, who, as my honourable friend for Harwich and North Essex pointed out, the members of Parliament who were not consulted as part of these proposals going forward. And our message collectively to the government is a very simple one. Frimley ICS is working well. It provides excellent services to our constituents. Don't break it up. In fact, far from breaking it up, I think that Frimley ICS arguably should be a template for ICSs across the rest of the country. The message, if you like, can be put more simply. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah. And this is particularly important at this point in time. The National Health Service has been under intense pressure during the pandemic. But as we come out of the pandemic, it is also under increased pressure, with the backlogs in surgery, in the provision of other services, the increasing pressures there will be on mental health services. To take people at this point in time working inside the NHS and say, right, what we want you to do is to go away and break up this thing that you've brought together and worked very hard to ensure that it's working so well, and create entirely new ones. And in the case of Frimley, probably it would go into 3 different ICSs being created as a result of that. That can only lead to a disruption in services, and who suffers from a disruption in services? The people who suffer will be our constituents. Yeah. But as we've just heard from my honourable friend and from the interventions, Frimley isn't the only ICS that is under threat, and the only ICS under threat where members of Parliament are concerned about the impact on their constituents. And this brings me to this concept underpinning the white paper, which is this concept of primacy of place. You don't define place simply by a local authority boundary. A local authority boundary defines the area of the local authority. But this concept of primacy of place has a deeper meaning, and it actually involves people's behaviour and natural networks. And if you look at East Berkshire, our acute hospital is Wexham Park in Slough. That's part of Frimley Health Trust. The natural geographic area is the Frimley Health Trust area for East Berkshire to be part of. That is what makes common sense to people, to those working within the NHS and to our constituents. So I just say finally this to the Minister. So much hard work has gone into ensuring that certainly in our area we see an ICS that is delivering for our constituents. I hear the same from other honourable members in this House this evening in this debate. Do what reflects the natural networks that develop, that define a primacy of place. Don't destroy the goodwill that has gone into making these partnerships work. Don't break up Frimley ICS. Just for once, let common sense prevail.
Yeah. Minister Ed Arger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, for securing this timely debate about potential changes to ICS boundaries, and indeed for his elevation of me to the Privy Council in his remark, for which I'm very grateful. But he and I have known each other a very, very long time, and I always listen very carefully to what he says. When there was the prospect of possibly looking to extra time, our friendship might have been in doubt had I been in here and unable to see the final result, but he got the result we all wanted just in time. So it's a pleasure to be here today. Now, I know that this is an important subject, not only for the honourable gentleman who works tirelessly for his constituents, but for all honourable members who have spoken today, because this is an issue, the provision of healthcare, that goes to the heart of what many of our constituents care passionately about. Now, in his remarks today, my honourable friend has expressed his concerns about the future of Suffolk and North Essex ICS as one of the areas included in the NHS England ICS boundary review. And I am grateful that he has called this debate not only to allow fellow parliamentarians to express their views before any decision might be made on the floor of this House, but also for me to listen once again to that. And I'm equally grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead. She and I have known each other a very long time, and as she knows, I have huge respect for her opinions, and when she speaks, I always listen very carefully. Through the recent white paper, we set out proposals, as has been alluded to today, to place integrated care systems in statute. We're working with NHS England and the Local Government Association to deliver and develop these proposals. I think it's important at the outset that I highlight a key point, which is I think many honourable members and right honourable members have alluded in their remarks to the feeling, and I would emphasise it as a feeling, that something here is predetermined. If that is the case, then that is a challenge for us to overcome, because I want to reassure honourable and right honourable members that nothing is predetermined in any of the specific situations that they have outlined. As has been set out, ICS is aimed to strengthen partnerships and joined-up working between the NHS and local authorities, and as such, local authorities will have a key role in ICSs. In order to support these partnerships, we know that coterminous boundaries can support more joined-up working between the NHS and local government, but I take entirely on board, and particularly from my time as a local councillor, indeed a cabinet member for health and adult social care, the points made by my right honourable friend that sometimes natural geographies of place can mean a lot more to our constituents than administrative boundaries, which we as politicians might perhaps pay a lot of attention to. For these reasons, earlier this year, the former Secretary of State asked NHS England to conduct a boundary review to understand what options, and emphasise that options, there were to achieve this alignment in the small number of areas where coterminacy was not already in place. He set out to do that in 2 stages. NHS England and their regional teams have led on the review at a local level, engaging with local NHS and local authority stakeholders to determine options for alignment, local views and concerns, and to put forward a fair reflection of what they had heard. While in parallel, I, as a Minister of the Crown, have held multiple meetings with parliamentary colleagues, and I think I've met well over a dozen colleagues in person or virtually in this day and age, and held almost 10 different meetings. I want to thank NHS England for all the engagement and work they have done on this review. Their regional teams have worked closely, as I say, with local NHS and local government stakeholders over the past 6 months to consider with an open mind the options available for the areas identified within the review. But it's also important, as Honourable and Right Honourable Members have made clear, to recognise where things, irrespective of coterminosity, are working well and are serving our, or indeed Honourable Members' constituents well. And as I say, that review is without prejudgment, and I wouldn't wish to preempt what may be either recommended or even just set out in terms of the options within that. And keeping the current arrangements, of course, would be an option that would be considered in that context. Therefore, I want to reassure Honourable Members that the Secretary of State and I do have at the forefront of our minds the need primarily to ensure the best health outcomes for local people in taking any decision. And I hope that my honourable friend will recognise the sincerity with which I say that to him. On a couple of specific points he mentioned before concluding, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to clarify or reassure that were any changes made to ICS boundaries resulting from this review, they would not impact on the patient's right to choose or use services outside of their ICS or current patient pathway flows. In terms of funding, I want to try and reassure my honourable friend a little more than perhaps he was in the meeting he alluded to, that once ICS are placed on a statutory footing, the allocation of resources to each integrated care board will be determined by NHS England based on long-standing principles ensuring equal opportunity of access for equal need and reflecting the considerations that currently inform how monies flow to areas following the patient. Madam Deputy Speaker, very briefly, because I want to give him the reassurance I think he seeks before time runs out.
Just to say that that doesn't address how Suffolk would be funded to commission services for Essex patients at an Essex hospital, and it doesn't address what will happen to the distribution of deficits, which is uneven across the existing ICSs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will try very briefly to address that point, but I think he would rather have the reassurance that I give him. And perhaps if I pick up that point separately with my honourable friend, because I don't want to run out of time. So, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, and most importantly, I want to reassure the honourable gentlemen and honourable members that no decisions have yet been made regarding the outcome of the ICS boundary review. As he would expect, the newly appointed Secretary of State will want to consider very carefully both the background to this and the options before him, and indeed the views of honourable and right honourable members before any decision were made. I have discussed this matter with our new Secretary of State and wanted to extend from him a clear commitment to meet with the honourable gentleman, the right honourable lady, honourable members before he makes any decision or decides how to proceed in this matter. My honourable friend knows me well. My preference is generally for evolution, not revolution. And I hope that him knowing me well and what I have said today, that he will recognise the sincerity of what I say, and I hope it will be helpful that I've put on record once again that no decisions have been made. Honourable members will be consulted, have the opportunity to speak to the Secretary of State, and I hope that that commitment reassures him, at least in the short term, that nothing will happen without him and other honourable members having their say very clearly on the record.
Thank you. I normally politely thank the Minister at this point in the day, but I really do thank the Minister for what he's just said on this particular occasion. Oh, point of order, Mr. Jim Shannon.
Speaker, and earlier on, Madam Deputy, you announced the excellent victory, the historical victory of England over Germany, how can I record my congratulations to the English team on behalf of all the people in Northern Ireland, not just in my constituency of Strangford, but across from Newry to Londonderry, from Portsrush to Enniskillen, where Union flags are flying. I've one flying at the end of my farm lane, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, it could be that those flags are flying in celebration of the forthcoming 12th of July celebration, but I do believe they're flying to support England. So how can we send our support from Northern Ireland and wish them well in the quarter-finals and wish them well for this competition? Our team, England, are playing in the quarter-finals, and that's got to be good news.
I think the honourable gentleman has just done what he was endeavouring to do, and I fully understand his position as one who supports Scotland whenever I can, being absolutely delighted and totally enthusiastically in support of England going forward. Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.